Xuanpa. At the guest seats, Ning Zitong's eyes widened a little. Her eyes gleamed like sunlight penetrating through clouds. That was when she realized Dong Baxian wasn't exaggerating when he said Wang Ke was extraordinary. It wasn't only her. Every physical invulnerability mighty one, whether at the scene or watching through screens, were shaken. New opinions were formed on Wang Ke. In 5, no, perhaps in 3 years, he will have the capability to contend for titles. Bam! There came a short but intense crack, and the air expanded into white billows that streaked Wang Ke's lingering figure. It also swayed Lu Cheng's hammer fist, shaking the shades of faint purple and gold. Normally, 9 rotations of 5 flames. Descent of the sun's explosion will damage the surroundings indiscriminately. But there were 3 self-protection mechanisms at work. The first was the uniqueness in the arrangement and direction of the gathering. The unfathomable techniques involved effectively reduced the user's shockwave's impact on himself. The second was that he had to draw his arm back, tense his muscles, and move fast in order to produce strong wind pressure. This will disrupt the trajectory of the explosion like a shapeless barrier. The third was that when he connected to heaven and earth to affect nature, he could limit the general direction. This decreased the force of descent of the sun, but protected the move's user. Then, they wouldn't be injuring themselves at one use, which often leads to both sides suffering great loss. With these mechanisms, the remaining force is but a gentle breeze to a physical invulnerability mighty one. If he really wanted to go for a double KO, he can disable these defensive mechanisms to maximize its potency. Presently, the force of the sound explosion had devastated Lu Cheng's barrier of wind pressure and disrupted the gathering process of the 5 fireballs. At the same time, it interfered with his mind, root pulp, and the link to his environment. That meant the 9 rotations of 5 flames. Descent of the sun was going to destruct uncontrollably. When Lu Cheng smashed down, Wang Ke had vanished. His lingering shadow triggered a sound explosion. Shocked, Lu Cheng's pupils shrunk to the size of a needle's tip. He decided, fast. The situation didn't allow time to dwell on the idea of salvaging his fireballs, so he wasted no time in relinquishing his control over the 9 rotations of 5 flames. Descend of the sun. With a spring of the waist, he flew backward. A thick, glimmering layer of ice wall formed around him, entombing him like an eternal coffin. Rumble. A bright light flared, nearly blinding everyone. A horrifying heat merged with the grass and soil at the center. Beneath the earth, several steel beams turned bright yellow under the heat, softening and distorting into what seemed like cooked noodles. The violent wind, along with tumbling flames, plowed the earth and left large ditches. The ice wall around Lu Cheng melted, forming innumerable cracks, and shattered completely. At that time, he had avoided the bulk of the damage. Like a petrel, he struggled to maintain flight amidst the winds and tides. After dodging with a Xuanpa, Wang Ke retreated at high speed, putting over 10 meters between them. When the sun had descended and the mushroom cloud rose, he was already out of the most dangerous zone. The shockwave came with flames in it. Wang Ke didn't take it head-on. His body emitted intense light as he glided backward like a kite, mitigating most of the impact. As he flew back gracefully, he half shut his eyes. Within his mind, a glaring eye seemed to form. Through the currents and dust, it spotted Lu Cheng, who was soaring in the wind and flames. He suddenly extended his left hand, as if he was holding an invisible divine bow bestowed by the god. His right hand, gripping the bowstring, drew back. In a split second, the divine bow was like a full moon. The limitless light around Wang Ke had condensed between his right thumb and index finger, extending into a dazzling arrow of pure light. The 8th style of light sect congregation. Sun shooter's flare. Followed by a whoosh, Wang Ke parted his thumb and index fingers. The bolt of pure light penetrated layers of wind as it headed quickly for Lu Cheng from afar. Bam! After loosing the arrow, Wang Ke's body grew heavy. His steps indented the ground, leaving prints redolent of explosion craters. Borrowing strength from that, he rebounded, knocking away the shockwave as he dived straight at Lu Cheng. Still struggling in the wind and flames, Lu Chang felt a chill down his spine. An intense danger premonition spawned in his mind. Shit! He immediately erupted some fire force within his body. His body, unsupported in the air, veered eerily, dodging in an angle. The arrow of light missed him by hair's breadth and flew into the distance. When it landed, the remaining momentum carved a trench in the ground, leaving a few ditches at the end. Below Lu Chang's right ribcage, a piece of flesh was scraped off, revealing his white bones. The pain didn't reach his brain, as though he was numb. Bam! Wang Ke closed in on him. He punched out, fist flaring. Lu Chang barely lifted his arm to block. The terrifying burst of strength from his opponent's fist made him take a step back. Bam! 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 Wang Ke's rapid flurry of attacks was accompanied by bursts of flares which obstructed his opponent's vision and increased his power. This was the secret art he had readied as he pounced towards Lu Chang. The fourth style in golden scriptures of Donghuang. Flash burst. Lu Chang couldn't see with his eyes. He relied on the reflection of all-seeing God to continuously punch and kick with measured precision, warding off his opponent's all-out attack. The first few moves forced him to take retreating steps. He was about to give away an opening, so he had to channel his chi and blood to provoke his body. Using a simplified fighting formula with his expanding muscles and an explosion, he barely managed to make a comeback. Bam! 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 Every punch landed on flesh, their feet and legs colliding at times. Gravel and sand flew everywhere. Flames danced. Light flared. White, materialized shockwaves rippled. Lu Chang felt like Wang Ke's attack was similar to the ferocious flowing ocean. So vast and endless, so utterly suppressive. There weren't any chances for him to switch up his moves or evade. This was what pure might was all about. Gritting his teeth, he activated a simplified fighting formula. He tried his best to endure the attacks with his body that gained tolerance after attaining physical invulnerability, like a tiny skiff in the storm, struggling to maintain balance but about to topple at any time. In that process, Lu Chang warily discovered that all his statuses were gradually decreasing apart from his mind. It wasn't because of consumption. It was because of something else. Suddenly, he recalled some paragraphs he read in the 2 days. Light is radioactive. That's the concept which the Light and Plague Sect combined chapters are built on. Under the radiation, the opponent gets weaker with time. He knew he couldn't let things go on. But he couldn't see any chances of turning the tables. Wang Ke's moves weren't intricate but fast and compact with perfect timing. Along with his flash burst, he weaved an inescapable web of attacks that didn't give Lu Chang a second to catch his breath. Plain but a massive pain in the ass. Is this what it means to have master potential? Lu Chang's ice heart calmed him. He knew the only thing he could do presently was to persevere and wait. There's got to be an end to Wang Ke's flash burst. Bam! 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 They checked 10 or so more moves. Lu Chang had to conserve his fighting formula, so he used it in turn with normal attacks and blocking and retreating to mitigate the impact. His exhaustion was starting to show. At that moment, there were slight pauses in Wang Ke's attack. The flare that followed every attack vanished. The terrifying flash burst has reached its limit. Wang Ke glided, flashing away from the front. He pushed out his right palm, releasing a lump of Hadouken-like light to connect his last move. Right now, invigorated, Lu Chang concentrated his chi and blood and visualized the fighting formula. As force concentration relieved much of his fatigue, he expanded, transforming into a blue-black giant. Then, ignoring his injuries, he lowered his shoulder and rammed to his side hard. Bam! He crashed into the lump of bright light, scattering it, then into Wang Ke's crossed blocking arms. There was a rush of air currents. His attack broke his opponent's horse stance, sending him reeling backward. Staggering, Wang Ke recalled how Lu Chang drove Xian Xiaoya into a corner with his flurry of attacks. He knew he had to take precautions so he wouldn't be in the same predicament. He drew a breath, turned on his waist, and began madly spinning like a Daruma doll. No one knew where he was going to go next. But at that moment, he noticed that Lu Chang didn't go after him. Instead, Impassively, he stood on the spot, raised his hands and formed a seal. Formation formula. His deep and powerful voice echoed, triggering mysterious energy that guided the environment. The air around Wang Ke closed in on him, turning into steel boards and imprisoning him in a cell. Since he self-learned it, Lu Chang had never used the formation formula before in public. Wang Ke's movements lagged, and for a moment he was stuck to the spot. Lu Chang saw the chance and lowered his back, letting a deep and dark universe form around him. Sparks gathered, turning into stars that festooned the endless cold. Bam! Straightening his back, he stepped forward and punched at Wang Ke, who was bound by the formation formula. Original secret art, cosmic phantom. The skin on Wang Ke's back horripilated. Light flared from every part of his body, as though it sought to brighten everything. Just as the light penetrated the cage, darkness swallowed him, freezing Wang Ke in crystalline ice. After that, great suns, attracted, came crashing in, compact and ceaseless like a mutated version of 9 rotations of 5 flames. Descend of the sun. Seeing that, Wang Ke gritted his teeth and made a visualization to protect his vitals. Just as the layer of ice restraining him cracked, he sidestepped into the stars. Boom, boom, boom. In the sound of the explosion, light and shadows distorted. His figure suddenly disappeared. He had flashed to the other side of Lu Chang. His hair was scraggy, his clothes tattered. His body was covered in wounds, and his eyes bespoke exhaustion. The 5th style of the light sect, Xuanpa. With Wang Ke's current ability, under the conditions of no rest and readjusting, he could use it for 3 times at most. Rumble, rumble. The sound exploded, igniting the stars around, creating shockwaves comparable to the ones from Descent of the Sun. Lu Cheng's clothes swashed, but he didn't attack Wang Ke right away. Instead, he raised his hands once more, his expression calm and solemn. Wang Ke's eyes gleamed. He shifted on agile footwork, not giving Lu Chang the chance to confine him again. That was when a deep and clear confrontation sounded in his ears. Wang Ke felt as though he was cleansed, mentally and physically. But, at the same time, the surging exhaustion made his fighting spirits waver and his mind go blank. At this moment, Wang Ke just wanted to lie on the floor to enjoy the refreshing autumn wind. He no longer wanted to pay attention to the mess and quarrels of the world. As an expert who had ample experiences in battles for a long time, he immediately noticed something was wrong when such emotions began welling up. He forcefully diverted his attention to the wound caused by the explosion previously and amplified the pain sensation that he had previously suppressed. His mind was stimulated by the sharp pain and allowed him to become excited again. However, because of this delay, Lu Chang had taken a huge stride ahead. Leveraging on the momentum of the wind, he lifted his right hand as he moved quickly and slashed it towards Wang Ke. The palm strike was relatively slow and didn't seem to be complete when the atmosphere started to darken. It was as though the air had been filled with tumultuous clouds before a heavy snowstorm. Wang Ke circulated his Donghuang force to trigger each minute areas of his body to completely shake off the impacts of the confrontation formula. He waited to use his holy rays to go against his opponent's attack. However, he realized that Lu Cheng's palm strike had not struck his body. Instead, it landed on the space between the two of them. Who? A gust of chilling wind blew past rapidly onto Wang Ke's face and through it. His thoughts went stale, and the plan that he'd had in mind seemed to have been frozen. After using the control-type skill confrontation formula, Lu Chang didn't follow it with a big killer move. Instead, he went for another control-type technique. Ice Sec's 4th move, surface slicing knives. This was the blueprint for severe warning. Seeing Wang Ke standing on the spot lifelessly, Lu Chang stomped his left leg, twisted his back, opened his right arm and threw out a punch. On the surface, the heavy and dazzling white flames turned illusory as it moved through the wind. Instantly, it was dyed into a shade of faint purple and gradually got darker. Boom! The heavy clouds dispersed and heaven and earth were set ablaze. Scorching red flames were like a heavy downpour from above, lava from the bottom and waves on the surface. As Lu Chang threw his punches, they raged towards the enemy, who seemed to have become a statue. As for Wang Ke, it was as though he had turned into a moth and was greatly attracted to the purple flames. As a result, he leaned forward unexpectedly and lost the opportunity to dodge in the first instance. Fire Sec's third move, Lord Emperor's purple flame. The high temperature burned his body and his vision was shrouded by the purple flames. Wang Ke finally woke up from shock and regained his conscience. Without thinking, he lifted both of his arms instinctively to block. At the same time, he quickly triggered his Donghuang force. Just as his body was about to glow brightly, Lu Cheng's fist had already struck his cross guard formed with both of his hands. Rumble! The purple flames exploded and the shockwave was terrifying. Wang Ke's body swayed as the vitality in his eyes dulled, and he staggered several steps backwards. The front, the back, the sides of his body and his face were all burnt. The new shock through his body triggered the lingering effects previously left behind. In that instance, an unbearable feeling welled up in Wang Ke. Thud! Lu Chang stomped his head and rushed ahead. He had shaken the ground and didn't give his opponent an opportunity to acclimatize. A crushing punch struck out from his waist and was also covered in the purple flames. This triggered lava from the ground and crimson rain in midair. Lu Chang was going for a big killer move to end the match. In the earlier stage of the battle, Wang Ke had suppressed him with Flash Burst. As a result, he could only be on the passive end and had to use the simplified fighting formula to withstand the attack. No matter if it was Emperor Yin or Ice Spirit, they were completely cancelled out by the burst of light due to a lack of physical invulnerability chapter techniques to support, and therefore wasn't of use. At this very moment, Lu Chang clearly wanted to return what Wang Ke had previously dealt him. The purple flames enlarged in his vision as the fist approached him at high speed. Wang Ke, who had just regained his center of gravity, didn't panic at all. He lowered his stance and dug his legs down. As cracks quickly spread throughout the floor's surface, he jerked his arm and threw a punch towards the thick waves of fire. Bam! His fist collided with the atmosphere and glowed with the brightest and toughest light rays that illuminated the reddish-purple air. Rumble! Fist collided with fist. The purple flames ripped the light apart as the light dissolved the purple flames. Muscles started to crumble and bones and tendons deformed slightly before white airwaves exploded outwards. The crimson rain and lava started to disintegrate under the majestic holy light. Lu Chang and Wang Ke each took a step back, and the exchange ended in a draw. In that instant, Lu Chang had a deeper understanding of why Dong Baxian would have such a high appraisal of Wang Quebec. This was something that one couldn't tell just from watching the compilation of competition videos. Perhaps it was because Wang Ke had truly mastered the light sec techniques and understood its principles so well that he could avoid the unnecessary steps and increase his speed of using physical invulnerability moves like Dong Baxian and other top-tier characters. This allowed him to create opportunities while being in a defensive position. Or could it be that a normal punch or kick of his had the power of a physical invulnerability move? The former would be known as simplifying things while the latter would be known as being capable of achieving miraculous feats. Potential of a great master was indeed worthy of his name. Perhaps he had internalized a passive technique to reduce the execution time of technique. Similar thoughts flashed past his mind, but Lu Cheng's heart wasn't swayed. He was still in the driver's seat. Grabbing onto this opportunity, he stomped his leg and initiated his technique. Woo woo woo. Strong winds started blowing on the spot and they were all caused Lu Chang. He constantly changed his positioning and threw out punches and kicks at a frenzy. It was as fast as a machine gun and every punch and kick carried with it an illusory chilling light enveloped in a layer of white fog. Bam bam bam. After retracting his punch, he followed the momentum and swung his leg to attack again. He was just like a spinning top that spun faster and faster as he fought. Moreover, every contact with Wang Ke's fist and arm would pierce through the resistance of Donghuang force and spread throughout Wang Ke's body, strengthening the chilling cold feeling and stiffening within it. Ice Sec's third move, Blizzard Blast. It's simplified, simplified and further simplified version, was known as 24 Blizzard Strikes. Bam bam bam. Wang Kei's physical invulnerability moves finally couldn't keep up with the consecutive and frenzied barrage of attacks from Lu Cheng. All he could do was withstand using his normal punches and kicks with Donghuang force hidden within them. Although they had the same immense power within, they weren't exactly the same. As a result, he was completely pinned down and couldn't shake Lu Cheng off. Gradually, he could feel that his arms and legs stiffening and the movements of his body starting to be stalled. At this moment, Lu Cheng had also reached his limits. He took the initiative to try something new, stopped his movements and gathered his Dan force towards his abdomen. Seeing this, Wang Kei got ready to dodge. However, the stiffness and cold within his body caused his movements to be a little slow. With no other choices, he could only execute a force concentration to ameliorate these negative effects. Lu Cheng's breathing and blood flow collapsed quickly inwards. Darkness was gathering within, making the stars even more apparent and dominated the flow of the universe. Lu Cheng was preparing to present the side product of practicing 9 rotations of 5 flames. Descend of the Sun. This was the complete opposite of the lament of the Ice Queen. Bam! His expanded his muscles at a visible rate, twisted his waist and threw out a punch. The light that exploded in that instant was as though he had practiced the golden scriptures of Donghuang himself. Rumble. Wang Kei triggered his Dan force on time and swung his forearm around to withstand Lu Cheng's punch, causing an exaggerated explosion in the process. Thud thud thud. He took several steps back and blood could be seen covering his arm. His bones seemed to have fractured as he was clearly on the losing end this time. Just as Lu Cheng pounced ahead and cut in front of him again, Wang Kei's body was covered in a cloak of light as he took a huge stride diagonally. As the bright light flickered, he disappeared from his original spot and only left his afterimages behind. He had used Xuanpa. For the 3rd time, Lu Cheng immediately formed an ice wall and raised both of his arms to form a guard in front of him. Rumble. At the moment Wang Kei reappeared, sound waves exploded and air disturbances were ravaging. The layer of crystal around Lu Cheng was shattered and Lu Cheng was forcefully knocked back several steps. Grabbing onto this opportunity, Wang Kei emitted rays of holy light from within his body. Instantly, the feeling of fatigue subsided substantially and the various injuries on him began recovering at an accelerated rate. The 6th move of Light Sect, Towering Divine Rays. On top of being able to affect his opponent's mind, he could reinforce himself, bring out his fullest potential and recover his injuries. Seeing this, Lu Cheng suddenly felt that he was in trouble. Sensing that he couldn't make it on time, he could only circulate his breathing and blood flow to stimulate his body and used a simplified wholeness formula quickly to allow his body conditions to be refreshed. Wang Kei noticed the change in him and laughed heartily. Again! He was also getting passionate from the fight and wasn't acting as reserved as before. Bam! 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 The two of them turned at high speed and caused strong winds as they constantly sought opportunities. However, their attempts were futile. After a while, they clashed again. Lu Cheng exploded his Dan force. Using his body like a bow and his arm like an arrow, he shot out a punch like a bolt of lightning. Wang Kei had just raised his hands to block when he heard a low humming sound from the punch and saw flickers of fire rays. The path of the punch changed its course creepily from a straight punch to a descending smash. Without resorting to passive defending, Wang Kei lowered his shoulders, shifted his body and directly rammed towards Lu Cheng. While he avoided the potential 3rd change in direction of the punch, he also had the opportunity to attack. Bam bam bam. Rumble rumble rumble. The two of them rapidly exchanged blows within a narrow space as they fully demonstrated their close combat skills. From time to time, fire rained down or the sky was illuminated by bright rays of light. In this process, Wang Kei's full mastery of his techniques were on display and caused Lu Cheng to gradually sink into a disadvantageous position. I can't let this continue. Otherwise, I will not be able to return from this. As the thought flashed, Lu Cheng changed the way he fought. As he struck with his punch, he followed through to form a scorching red fireball around his body. He seemed to be accumulating strength to execute 9 rotations of 5 flames. Descend of the sun. Rumble. Lu Cheng's fist landed on the arm of Wang Quebec. The scorching red fireball wasn't waiting and came down rapidly. However, it was detonated by the light rays shot out by the opponent. Shockwaves propagated and the two of them retreated separately. Lu Cheng formed another ball of dazzling white fireball that looked just like the sun. Bam! Wang Ke had pressed ahead. He twisted his waist and threw a punch out. It was as though he didn't want to give Lu Cheng the time to gather all 5 flames. As for Lu Cheng, he also made a corresponding move. Just as their fists were about to collide, light gathered in Wang Ke's eyes. Soon, the light shot out and grazed the surface of the dazzling white fireball, destroying its balance in the process. This was one of the methods he had prepared to deal with the 9 rotations of 5 flames. He had chosen not to use it previously, so as to not alert Lu Cheng and tricked him into exhausting himself further. Rumble. The dazzling white fireball exploded in midair and fell down light drops of fire. Lu Cheng and Wang Ke's clothing fluttered rapidly as their fists collided. It was supposed to just be an ordinary exchange. However, Wang Ke could feel an extreme cold power rushing over. The next moment, he saw ice crystals forming on his body and it isolated him. He was covered in an ice coffin in an instant. Lu Cheng had used the 5 flames as the bait and was in fact using Lament of the Ice Queen. As the fire force left him, wouldn't the body be left with just darkness and cold? This was the overall sense of Lament of the Ice Queen. Once Wang Ke fell for it, Lu Cheng immediately changed his visualization and started a frenzied barrage of attacks. Each strike was heavy and covered in flames. Fire-like invasion. Rumble. 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 Wang Ke could barely move his arms and legs and became disoriented under the attacks. In a matter of a few seconds, he was already in imminent danger. Bam! Lu Cheng raised his arm and smashed his fist down to break Wang Ke's guard. Wang Ke's breathing and blood flow got disoriented from the beating. Bam! Lu Cheng threw another punch. However, it stopped right in front of Wang Ke's blank face this time. The referee saw it from afar and announced loudly, "Lu Cheng wins." The air that was searing Wang Ke's windpipe cooled gradually. His vision, distorted from the heat, returned to normal. Vigor returned to his eyes. He dusted his clothes, stood up. He looked at Lu Cheng and asked thoughtfully, "You integrated ice and flames?" He asked through telepathy to avoid being recorded by the cameras. A freezing palm with dazzling white flames burning on the outside. Lu Cheng knew it was pointless trying to hide the essence of that move from Wang Ke. "That's right," he admitted with a nod. As though he had just solved a difficult puzzle, Wang Ke was more at ease physically and mentally. He exhaled, turned and was ready to leave. A thought flitted across Lu Cheng's mind. "Can you use your Shuanpa consecutively?" he blurted. They had been using telepathy all along, and this sentence was no exception. Lu Cheng regretted the words right as they left his mouth. He shouldn't have probed into another martial artist's signature move. Wang Ke stopped walking, hesitated, then smiled graciously. "Yes." Without lingering, he walked on the path that was now covered in ditches and flames, towards the exit he came from previously. His back was straight. Under the illumination of the spotlights, he seemed neither humble nor arrogant. He could. Lu Cheng nodded slowly. As he basked in the warm applause, another thought spawned in his mind. If that's the case, then the best way to use Wang Ke's Shuanpa shouldn't be to evade, but to attack. Hands aloft, Lu Cheng clapped to show his appreciation to the audience around him. He walked down the well-lit road of glory until he disappeared at the edge of the venue. During that time, his fatigue was made apparent when the feebleness and overexhaustion kicked in. His steps were unsteady, as though he just recovered from a severe illness. Then again, being gravely injured for a long time had accustomed him to such inconveniences. He walked with a steady gait, not at all troubled. When he was back in the changing room, he first took his phone back from Amen and sent a text to Yenjika. I won. Snickering. It was morning in Connecticut. Yenjika, who was listening intently to her lecturer, felt a jolt in her pocket. She looked around furtively, stuck her hand into her pocket, and took out her phone. She took a quick glance before the screen dimmed. The corners of her lips curved into an aesthetic arc. She stuffed her phone back and propped her head up with one hand. Her glossy dark hair streamed down through the gaps between her fingers. She listened unattentively, with a fresh hint of excitement. In the commentator's box, the host studied the heavyweight guest commentator beside him. He cleared his throat and began in an ill-at-ease manner. What an incredible battle! Senior Wuguang, what do you think? Taoist Wuguang had dark hair interspersed by silver strands and mild temperament. He smiled slightly. Indeed. He had the plain looks of one of those old fellas you'll see anywhere. Anyone who saw him for the first time would feel like they have seen him before somewhere. For a moment, the host was rendered speechless by the brusque reply. He had to lead the conversation. With all smiles, he said, Senior Wuguang, I never expected to have you here as a guest host. It's rare that you are free to join us. Did you get a pass into the next round? Wait, I don't seem to remember seeing you in the first round. Have you just realized it? Taoist Wuguang shook his head and smiled. My registration wasn't successful. He smiled nonchalantly, as though it was a common occurrence to him. Why's that? Blurted the host, puzzled. During registration, the staff at our sect forgot to include my name. The committee, sure of my attendance, didn't verify it either, replied Taoist Wuguang, amused and frustrated. And thus, without anything better to do in mind, he agreed to be a guest commentator. But you are the sect master, is what the host wanted to say, but he swallowed the words before they came out. He then smiled. Senior Wuguang, can you give us some insights on the previous match? Taoist Wuguang ruminated. Lu Chang and Wang Ke have performed outstandingly. They are the cream of the crop among the younger generation. Lu Cheng's victory can be partly attributed to the element of surprise, for Wang Ke didn't know much of his moves, given his limited battles against physical invulnerability experts, but that in itself plays a major part in combat between martial artists. We are lucky to have arena matches in modern times. 1 to 200 or 1,000 years ago, having a secret trump card was the key to winning as the underdog. So many mighty ones never recovered after one instance of carelessness. Physical invulnerability experts still get the chance to regret, but those below physical invulnerability, Wuguang shook his head and went on. I have to criticize Wang Ke here. He knew Lu Chang had many tricks up his sleeves, but despite his lack of understanding his opponent, he didn't take enough precautions. This is clearly overconfidence. Such a habit isn't a huge deal in arena matches, but he will be exposed to genuine danger in actual combat. Perhaps Wang Ke never expected Lu Chang to have so many tricks, pulling out something new even at the end of the match, argued the host. Then, curious, he asked, Senior Wuguang, I could see that Wang Ke is powerful, but how do I observe something as abstract as master potential? Taoist Wuguang let the argument slide and explained seriously. When everyone practices the same kung fu, if you can master it at a deeper and purer level, and execute it in a stronger, faster, and simpler manner, that's what we call master potential. What is he on about? It's all too abstract and confusing, complained the host inwardly. He thought for a moment, then laughed softly and asked, Then what do you think about Lu Chang? Taoist Wuguang replied with great interest. From this battle, I could see that he didn't forcefully meld his ice and fire powers into one, but managed to form a coordinated whole, down to the details. When the fire is on the exterior, the interior is controlled by ice. Wang Ke didn't realize this. He considered his opponent's ice and fire independently. This accords with Lu Cheng's explanation in his interviews. I believe he has blazed a trail that no one has ever set foot on, a trail that opens up new possibilities. His battle style, however similar to martial artists, is not entirely the same. If people don't start recognizing this and try to measure him with old standards, there will be more people who are stronger than him losing to him. Forget honor, if we are only talking about martial arts, he is worthy of a master. When Lu Chang perfects this trail, invents a set of kung fu, and promotes it, he will be the master of a new sect. Unprecedented. Unprecedented. These words have a lot of weight to it, said the host sentimentally. The number of comments under the latest news section in Yanzhou League official Weibo surged once again, with fans expressing their opinions on the battle they just witnessed. Spectacular. Truly spectacular. Stupid K was being stupid again. From what, that Shangxing sect master said, Stupid K was too rash. That's not true. Lu Chang is indeed impressive. He's worthy of the title Heavenly Son of China. Sigh. He truly lives up to his prestigious title. Even though there are many factors leading to Lu Cheng's victory, he still managed to beat a second pin fair and square. His battle power is at least close to second pin. But he only made the breakthrough 3 months ago. Well, according to the Shangxing sect master, Lu Chang might really become a martial arts master. Yan Shaoling replied to some posts on the forums as she scrolled through her rival's comments. She felt very satisfied and contented as she shuffled between Yanzhou League official Weibo, Yanzhou League forum, Wang Ke Weibo, Wang Ke forum, and even to slightly irrelevant sites like Wuyue Club and Shangxing sect, reading every word fervently. When things calmed down, she felt more tired than if she'd fought a competition. Most of the fans from Lu Cheng forum were doing the same thing. In the changing room, Wang Ke didn't leave immediately. After tending to his injuries, he kept rewatching his battle with Lu Chang, hitting pause at times, lost in thought. His battle style is similar to Wisdom King. He has many control techniques, is well connected from every aspect. Time passed quickly as he mulled over it. Wang Ke, sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed, suddenly stood up. It seemed like he was eager to put something into practice. When he was back at the hotel, the exhausted Lu Chang gave Yan Zhika an update, then fell into a slumber. Seeing that she wasn't needed, Amen returned to the opposite room. She happened to run into Guijie's assistant, Wang Yueshi, coming out from the showers. Seeing Amen, Wang Yueshi froze, then smiled and gave her a thumbs up. "Your boss is too strong." "I guess," replied Amen with a smile. "So this is what it feels like to share someone's honor," she thought. After the second round of competitions, Lu Chang was matched against an inhuman opponent, who made it through luck and advanced effortlessly. Peng Liyun was against the witch Qian Hui. He played around too much and tasted his first loss since attaining physical invulnerability. The good thing was he wasn't eliminated. Ren Li finally met a worthy opponent and claimed a tough win. As of then, there were 65 mighty ones remaining. All the Inhumans had been eliminated. The result of the fourth round of lot drawing was about to be announced. Lu Chang kept a keen ear on the results as he chatted idly with Cuckoo. He heard his name before he had prepared himself mentally. Lu Chang shifted his gaze to the television screen, eager to see the answer that was about to be revealed. Displaying the strip, the guest announced with a smile. Daxing Temple, Living Buddha Shi Shan. Living Buddha Shi Shan? Lu Chang, who was leaning on the pillow, was shocked for a second. After which, he sat upright and his eyes started to brighten up. He had the feeling of being in a dream once again. Different from the mummy, Dark Knight Bat, Xian Xiaoya, Wang Ke and other physical invulnerability experts, he had long heard of the name Living Buddha. In fact, it was even longer than the time he had practiced martial arts. The current generation Shirshan had made the great leap when he was still in the third year of his high school. He was known as the youngest physical invulnerability expert and was often left out of the conversation of Heavenly Son of the era. He had long heard of his name and he would finally have the opportunity to go up against him now. How could he not be agitated? For Lu Chang, at this very moment and place, he started to be more aware of his identity as a physical invulnerability expert. He was currently taking step by step to fulfill things that he could only dream about while cooped up in his bed during his teenage years. These experiences were so wonderful. As these thoughts flooded his mind, Lu Chang lowered his head and told Yenjika about the results of the draw. Living Buddha. Following which, he added, headband with all the best expression. Looking forward to it. He was looking forward to witnessing the extraordinary skills of this great monk, and to fight with his idol. Yenjika happened to be having a short in-class break. Just when she was about to go into Lu Cheng's fans forum, she saw 2 messages from her husband. Living Buddha. Her eyes brightened up and had similar emotions that Lu Cheng had. Before she could sort out her emotions, she saw the words, looking forward to it. Subconsciously, a smile appeared on her and she replied sarcastically on purpose. What are you looking forward to? The big monk is truly a first pin expert. After making the great leap, the speed of improvements of each generational living Buddha would indeed slow down. However, with generational wisdom and unique techniques, it was still easy for him. Now that 5 years had passed, with his accumulated experiences, first pin was definitely reasonable. Lu Chang laughed nonchalantly and said, victories and defeats are common for a soldier. This was an experiential experience. What a positive attitude you have. Covering smile while smiling expression, replied Yenjika. Who's the one who is always gloomy after losing a match? Lu Chang broke into silent laughter and replied in a self-deprecating manner. This is for creating opportunities to be consoled be you. When she saw the reply, Yenjika instantly covered her mouth and looked around her. She clearly found it hilarious. At this moment, she saw her tutor walking slowly into the room and immediately replied, it's time for class. When I get home tonight, let's discuss the techniques of the living Buddha again. I'll be waiting for Coach Yen. Laughing secretly expression, replied Lu Chang. After putting away his phone, he sat with legs crossed for several seconds. He didn't even pay attention to the results of Pang Liyun's and Ren Li's draw and didn't go into the forum to discuss. Instead, he carefully pondered the various rumors about living Buddha. The Daxing Temple was initially formed with the Golden Light Sutra as its basis. Subsequently, they integrated several branches of secret sects and gained the framework for the womb realm and Vajrapani unique techniques. Over 200 years ago, the world was in chaos. With the decline of the living Buddha's branch, the Daxing Temple annexed the largest secret sect at that time. Through this process, they were able to supplement and perfect the 2 unique schools of techniques from the womb realm and Vajrapani. In addition, they were also able to make up for the deficiency in the contents of the Golden Light Sutra regarding the forbidden area. At the same time, they were able to make the leap to the forefront of the top-tier groups of powers. After some time, those physical invulnerability level experts, who were over 100 years old, could still remember the incident clearly. Therefore, the Daxing Temple couldn't possibly advertise that they were graced with the reincarnated living Buddha and claimed it to be taking him in. The living Buddha of each generation could materialize the image of Vairocana and possessed thought steel from birth. They could also master the 6-syllabled Sanskrit mantra in just a month. Besides that, the womb realm's Bodhi curse was truly a unique skill for the living Buddha. Even the wisdom king, Zhihai, couldn't gain complete mastery over it and could at most master the surface of it. During a battle, living Buddha was known for his mental strength. When he fought, it would be hard to discern between real attacks or illusory attacks. Jiuqiu City, Taining Road, barbecue store by the roadside. The burly and fat living Buddha, Shan, was sitting on the small stool and looking at the boss flipping the meat and adding seasonings. He wore a gray wool hat and a black t-shirt. All the traits of a monk were concealed perfectly. All right, is your barbecue food. The boss served the metal plate with a large amount of food on it. Pork ribs, fatty intestines, chicken skin, beef, mutton. Shan looked at it for a while before saying definitively, I believe you got it wrong? Got it wrong? Mumbled the boss softly. He returned to the side of the barbecue rack and picked up the ordering book. As he walked towards the Shan, he flipped through it to find his order. 24 sticks of green beans, 20 sticks of small potatoes, 20 sticks of eggplants, 20 sticks of bread slices. Read out the boss. After which, he looked at Sher Shan and asked with astonishment, "You are a vegetarian? Is it strange?" Sher Shan smiled faintly and returned the question. "Your stature." The boss paused for a moment before continuing, "I really couldn't tell." Sher Shan heaved a sigh, smiled and said, "When I saw those fat abbots in the past, I had always suspected that they had broken the rules in private and weren't good monks. When I grew up, I noticed that being a vegetarian could make you fat too." The boss was speechless for the moment. Therefore, he had chosen to bring over a bowl of soup instead. "Hey brother, let's not think about that. Come and try my white pepper soup. I'll be officially selling it in just a few days' time." Sher Shan could smell the fragrance. After he took the bowl over, he gobbled it down. "It's hot. Drink it slowly." The boss had a scare from the way Sher Shan drank the soup. After finishing the soup in just a few mouthfuls, Sher Shan wiped his mouth and commented, "The aroma of the pepper is very strong. Great, great." This seemed to have stimulated his appetite. He picked up his barbecue sticks and started to devour them eagerly. When he was enjoying himself, he suddenly heard people from the table behind him discussing the master competition excitedly. Lu Chang was drawn against the living Buddha. That will be interesting. A past heavenly son of the era versus a current heavenly son of the era. It's common knowledge that there were 5 of them. What do you mean that he is out of the discussion? The living Buddha is a first pin expert. Lu Chang is probably going to lose. Sher Shan slowed down his pace of eating and asked with interest, "Lu Chang?" He sank into deep thoughts for a few seconds before continuing his rapid speed of eating. "I couldn't let the match in 2 days affect my supper tonight." When the living Buddha snuck out to experience the barbecue of Jiuqiu City, the online forum had already gone crazy. Headlines of Battles of the Heavenly Sons of the Era, Beginning of an Era, and other titles could be seen everywhere. The Poison Milk Hierarch. He Xiaowei was looking at these joyously and felt deeply contented. He was the one who started with the saying of the 4 heavenly sons of the era. Currently, the saying was getting popularized, receiving recognition and becoming the buzzword online. Cough. Can you all still remember how I have appraised the heavenly sons of the era? Who would have expected that in just a few years Lu Chang will be going against the living Buddha? He Xiaowei thought for a few minutes before sending the Weibo message. He had expected himself to be praised. However, the replies he saw were not related to it at all. "I'm disappointed. You aren't making any predictions. Is it because the poison milk hierarch has gone soft? If you have the guts, predict Lu Chang will win. To the one above, you must be a fan of Lu Chang, right?" He Xiaowei's eyelid twitched from reading these comments. He picked up the teacup and sipped on it. "Trying to incite me to make a prediction on Lu Chang's match? No way. I still treasure my eyebrows and hair." Living Buddha. Brahmin, who had her symbolic 2 ponytails, was instantly excited. She sat up and placed her laptop on her thighs while going through the forum frantically. She discussed with the others, read predictions, and had a busy time. At this moment, her phone rang. It was a message from her boyfriend. "Tong, your skirt today looked really good on you." Brahmin picked up the phone, glanced at it, and replied quickly, "I'm busy now. Let's talk later." After clicking on the send button, she returned to the front of her computer screen and read attentively. Within the dormitory of Songcheng University, Yan Xiaoling was complaining to He Zi with a worried look. "To sum it up, my uncle is definitely strange. There's also my father. Now that he has gotten a new house, he can't wait for me to go back." Who would have expected that behind that blur and fun surface were so many bitter past experiences? He Zi was rather shocked and couldn't help but feel empathetic. She was about to console her close friend. At this moment, Yan Xiaoling casually glanced at her phone. She jumped up instantly and shouted, "Living Buddha!" She turned around abruptly and rushed to the computer table. While switching on her laptop, she scrolled through the forum on her phone. She felt nervous, excited, and agitated all at the same time. He looked at her and gradually swallowed back the words she wanted to say previously. After a day, the fourth round double elimination round of the master competition would begin soon. The match between Lu Chang and the living Buddha, Shan, had been arranged as the last match in the afternoon. It would start around 5 or 5:30 depending on the length of the previous match. It was still that familiar Jiangxin Island, those carriers and countless drones. Yan Zhuka, who had woken up to watch the match, covered her mouth as she yawned. She dragged the pillow beside her closer and stuffed it behind her waist. This isn't as comfortable as Lu Cheng's body. Yan Zhuka suddenly recalled the times they had while going through various battle videos and TV programs. She relaxed her right hand and heaved a sigh. At this moment, she saw Lu Chang and Shan taking separate small ships towards Jiangxin Island. She quickly collected her thoughts and covered her mouth. They were standing at the head of the small shop respectively. Although the waves were undulating, their bodies weren't swaying at all. It felt just like an arranged battle between martial artists in the past. Stepping onto the island, Lu Chang walked to the vicinity of the referee and saw Shan, who was wearing a yellow monk's robe, standing opposite of him. The living Buddha had a huge head, a thick neck, and looked like a singer. If he wore a wig and tied it into a ponytail, the audience would definitely feel that he would be singing, "The Great River Flows to the East." Shan revealed a smile, placed his palm together and greeted. When Lu Chang returned the greetings, the referee looked at the time and the countless drones in the air. After which, he raised his right arm up and said, "The conversation time starts now." Lu Chang was about to form the 5 flames, when the scenery in front of him changed suddenly. All he could see was trees and grass growing rapidly on the dilapidated Jiangxin Island, among which a Bodhi tree rose up with crystals, gold and agate mixed within it. It was emanating Buddha light that was solemn and sacred. Golden rays enveloped the fat monk opposite of him, and the living Buddha was sitting on a lotus platform with his legs crossed. He was surrounded by figures of Wisdom King, Vajrapani, Buddhas, sky dragons, and other sacred races. It was as though Buddha had descended to the mortal world. His smile vanished from his naturally smiling face, and his gaze gradually turned vicissitude and indifference. It was as though he had seen the changes in life and every day was just the same since. At this moment, Lu Chang wasn't able to tell if this was just a fantasy or reality. The sky, as though shrouded by a colored glass dome, shed a pale gold radiance. Living Buddha, Shan nestled at the peak of the lotus flower rostrum, gazing down at Lu Chang conversationally. Funnily enough, the lips of the Buddha Wisdom King Mirage beside him moved ceaselessly, reciting scriptures. The dissonant chanting, like the ones heard by tourists when they passed temples during morning and night classes, made it hard to decipher what was being said. As the solemn and ethereal chanting reverberated, lotus flowers bloomed, one after the other. They were born in mud, but they remain unsullied. They were sluiced by water, but they remain elegant. Ephemeral existences, detached from worldly affairs. The surreal vista didn't distract Lu Chang. Not a ripple formed in the ice lake that had taken shape in his mind. In the 5-meter radius around him, which was within his senses, there was no lotus flowers or Bodhi, only a pale, iridescent light that was gentle but ephemeral. But once out of this boundary, it was all holy soil, the land of Buddha. To think the living Buddha's psyche can reduce the range and potency of my frozen heart of hostile detection move to this extent. Lu Chang had a grave look on his face. His mind turned rapidly as he assessed his situation. It has been said that the one who inherits the title of living Buddha inherits the psyche of their predecessor. Similar to how the offspring of a physical invulnerability expert can possess innate supernatural abilities, the latter can be explained with theories. Like how words and symbols can express the ancestors' messages, the structure of DNA can pass on messages left by antecedents, an implantable memory. If we think from this angle, then the living Buddha's legend seems plausible as well. However, the current level of research on psyche was lacking, so there wasn't any solid proof to back up these suppositions. Rumors had it that the military had been trying all sorts of methods to get the Daxing Temple to divulge the secret arts of reincarnation, but to no avail. A living Buddha that went through Abhisheka will be well endowed with the psyche. When practicing the Buddhism and Kung Fu of the Womb Realm and Vajra Wing, they learned the ropes quickly, as though they had already mastered it in their past lives. But the knowledge had gone rusty, so they needed some refresher courses. No wonder seniors surmised that the fundamental criteria of being chosen as a reincarnated child candidate was to be extraordinarily gifted. That's the only way for them to endure the Abhisheka. In every 20 to 30 years, only one child that fits the bill is born. If they couldn't find him in time, they would have to grant the living Buddha title to a fairly gifted disciple until he masters the secret arts and performs Abhisheka on a reincarnated child. That was why the living Buddha line had slumps. Back when China was in turmoil, it was hard to look for reincarnated children, and the largest subsect, Vajrayana, didn't have a genuine living Buddha that got close to the forbidden area for 2 consecutive generations. That was how the Daxing Temple seized the opportunity and absorbed them. Thoughts racing, Lu Chang materialized the scorching red, faint purple, gold, dazzling white, and light blue fireballs in a laid-back manner. The fireballs began orbiting around him. Once the 5 flames formed, the Holy Land darkened. The night sky slanted and spilled upon the earth, with titillating stars dressing the pitch-black curtains. However, it didn't dilute the holy soil, but instead added a dreamy charm instead, making it seem more sacred. The living Buddha lives up to his name. The host couldn't see these visuals as clearly as Lu Chang did from the commentator box, but he could faintly discern the vistas that were described in Buddhist scriptures. The old Taoist who wore a hairpin nodded in agreement. Half of the living Buddha's power lies in his psyche. At that moment, the referee standing at the edge of Jiangxin Island raised his hands high. "Begin!" he boomed. As he spoke, the incantation at Lu Cheng's ears suddenly grew louder and clearer. Put him at ease but quelled his fighting spirit. Controlling his body became a lot harder. What was more terrifying was how everything seemed to slow down around him, frame by frame, as though he was inside a slow-motion movie scene. Felt like a dream. Sitting on the lotus flower rostrum afar, the golden-bodied living Buddha suddenly flashed before him. Raising his right hand with a solemn Buddha look, he slapped down. His glistening palm, with fingers spread apart, shrouded the sky and sealed off all spaces. It isolated the area where Lu Chang was standing, not giving him any chance of evading. This made Lu Chang feel as though he was trapped in an illusion where he entered the world behind the Buddhist scriptures. It felt like those absurd tales were coming to life around him. If not for the notes on the battles of other physical invulnerability mighty ones against the living Buddha, Lu Chang would have suspected that his opponent's divine kung fu had distorted time and space, trapping him in an independent dimension. But, presently, he knew that the numerous incomprehensible effects from the palm strike mainly came from mind suppression and influence. A reality that cannot be discerned from fantasy. A lie that cannot be distinguished from the truth. The Bodhi mantras. This was a secret art from the womb realm wing that could only be truly mastered by a unique living Buddha who had gone through Abhisheka and possessed a powerful psyche. At that moment, the audience watching from the distance and through screens witnessed a different image than the one Lu Chang was seeing. They saw the living Buddha, Shirshan stepping on an iridescent pale gold Buddha light as it bloomed like a lotus flower. He closed in on his opponent in one step and raised his right hand. Slowly and forcefully he pressed down, as though he wanted to hammer his enemy into the ground, then suppress and seal him. Against the undodgeable, insurmountable gargantuan golden Buddha's fist, Lu Chang suddenly gave up on the enemy heart-freezing move. Instead, he chose to visualize the fighting character that brimmed with fighting spirit and a never-say-die sentiment. His chi and blood boiled. The feeling of dismay and sluggishness was swept away at once. Lu Chang then arched his back, quickly withdrawing his force as he casted forced concentration. This time, he merely grasped the essence of the character and didn't move the stars to complete the fighting formula. Bam! With a burst of his Dan Chi, his fist flew upward, like a missile being fired. He pulled his body straight up, as though he was about to break through the clouds and storm the sky palace. even if his palm canopied heaven and earth, even if he couldn't fight against the Buddha's intent, even if the road before him was hopeless. Heck, he would blast right through all of those. Never say never. Battle across heaven and earth. With this will that filled him inside out and unstoppable momentum, the golden Buddha palm shrunk rapidly before his eyes. It no longer blocked the skies. He could see where it was coming from. It was merely the attack of a mortal. Boom! Lu Cheng's fist rose up like a true dragon, collided with the unsulliable Buddha's fist and scattered the golden glow. It made his opponent's arm recoil and sent him reeling. At the same time, thoughts racing. He decided to gather the hovering scorching red, faint purple, gold, dazzling white, and light blue flames behind him, then throw them out at once. He had to break the living Buddha's psyche territory with the brute power of the 9 rotations of 5 flames. Descend of the sun. Just as the thought occurred to him, the clear Sher Shan's figure pulled away, instantly shifting from 2 meters away to Mount Meru, then palanked on the lotus flower rostrum. The mere meters became an ungodly distance. Lu Cheng regained his enemy heart-freezing move, but could only detect what was going on within 5 meters of him. Beyond this range, he couldn't tell whether the living Buddha before his eyes was real or fake. If he used the rotations of 5 flames, descend of the sun blindly, he would only be wasting his energy. Huge amounts of energy at that. Right as the thought occurred, the rapidly revolving scorching red, faint purple, and other fireballs slowed down and continued orbiting around him, without any unnaturalness. That was when Lu Cheng recalled the previous encounter and understood something. Mind reading? The living Buddha had heard his thoughts through mind reading. That's how he foresaw the attack and evaded it. This ability is like a bug in a video game. Daxing Temple's womb realm wings mind reading was very hard to master, and practitioners often only grasp the basics. Even the Wisdom King, Zhi Hai, was only at the stage of detecting honest emotions through obscure clues. Currently, other than the living Buddha Sher Shan, only the abbot of the Daxing Temple and Fa Yuan divine monk, who had been in solitary training for 10 years, had truly mastered it. In the commentator box, observing the quick contact between Lu Cheng and Sher Shan, seeing the former's poised 5 flames calming down, and the latter pulling a distance of 20 to 30 meters in a second, the host said with great interest, "The living Buddha preempted the descent of the sun?" Then he answered himself, "Mind reading is very mysterious, and Lu Cheng's control over his 5 flames is impressive, as though they are an extension of his body. I have only seen such skills from the Dragon King. He can release them on call, and recall them forcefully and rebalance them. This is no easy feat." As the host babbled on, the old Taoist with silver-streaked dark hair had wanted to speak a few times, but couldn't find the right time to interject. Being as polite as he was, he didn't want to interrupt, so he quietly fulfilled his role as background decor. After a brief exchange of moves, Lu Cheng and Living Buddha both had an idea of the other's style, capability, and standard. At this moment, the Living Buddha no longer tried to get closer. He continued to perch on the lotus flower rostrum at the top of Mount Meru. He formed a seal with both hands, lips moving as he uttered solemn chants. Wang, Ma, and I, Ba, Me, Hum. Wang, Ma, and I, Ba, Me, Hum. The complete 6-syllabled Sanskrit mantra. Wang Ma and I Ba Mi Hum. Wang Ma and I Ba Mi Hum. The living Buddha recited it quicker and quicker, and the golden light around him became even more radiant. There seemed to be something within the heavens and earth that was triggered by the 6-syllabled Sanskrit mantra. Lu Cheng could only hear a curse humming in his ears. At the same time, he could feel obvious exhaustion in his brain, and his body gradually lost strength. Every piece of his bones, every joint and every muscle seemed to have been sealed as he felt the sensation of gradually being locked down. His spine started to curve a little and his back bowed accordingly. It was as though there were a few mountains stacked on top of his back. Every movement became an uphill task. At this moment, just standing felt like a luxury, and controlling the surrounding faint purple and gold fireballs was impossible. When the six-syllabled Sanskrit mantra was used in unison, it was said that it would have the ability to suppress and seal. It was known as the supreme technique left behind by the previous Buddha. Seeing that his 5 flames were about to disintegrate, Lu Chang couldn't care if it would be worth it. Suppressing his emotions, he twisted his waist abruptly, clenched his fist tightly and charged ahead. Gold, faint purple and the light blue fireballs merged into one as they followed the wind caused by the punch and smashed into the ground. An extremely dazzling white ray erupted that enveloped the Buddha's light completely as it was on the verge of collapsing. Rumble! The loud explosion shook the entire Jiangxin island and softened the curse of Wang Maranai Ba Mi Hum. As the thunderous explosion overshadowed the curse, Lu Chang instantly felt as refreshed as he ever had. His mind was no longer blank and the restrictions on his body seemed to have been lifted one after another. He used violence to overcome technique and used the actual impact of destruction to overwhelm the secret laws of the Buddha's realm. At this moment, the audience on the carrier ships were not far from Lu Chang. The living Buddha, Shi Shan, had avoided the most severe impacts of the 9 rotations of 5 flames, and took a stride against the shockwave towards his opponent. Around him, bright and pure Buddha's light erupted, and formed a several meters tall illusory figure of Vairocana that seemed to have merged with the real body of the living Buddha. This Buddha statue stretched out his huge right arm with a face of compassion and mercy towards Lu Chang, as though he was swatting a fly. This was the core technique, Vairocana flesh, that was common to the Golden Light Sutra, Womb Realm, and Vajrapani. At this very moment, Lu Chang had just shaken off the effects from the light and explosion of the 9 rotations of 5 flames. As he changed his movement within the shockwaves and flames, he suddenly saw the entire sky covered by a huge golden Buddha statue. Moreover, it was still rapidly expanding. In an instant, Lu Chang felt as though the entire earth had become just a gem of that golden Vairocana statue. An insignificant being like him relative to the earth could not simply be disregarded. Following which this Vairocana statue, which looked omnipotent, stretched his hand toward him from the skies. Lu Chang took a deep breath and gathered his ice and fire force towards his abdomen. He shifted the stars and traced out the fighting formula. Bam! The airflow around him exploded as he expanded too. His muscles were tight and his skin tone had turned darker. Every inch of his body was filled with explosive power. Crack! Lu Chang twisted his waist, clenched his fist, shot it up, tore through the air barrier and collided with that giant golden palm of the Vairocana statue. Rumble! Lu Chang was swatted down ruthlessly and both of his legs sank deeply into the ground. However, that golden Buddha's palm shrunk at an extreme pace and stopped mid-air from the impact. Now's the time. Lu Chang didn't attempt to break free from the difficult state he was in. Instead, he maximized the time he had and lowered his stance. Around him, darkness appeared and a chilling sensation enveloped the air. Dots of stars were complemented by the dark surroundings. This was his innate killer move, Cosmic Universe. There weren't any breaks or delays from his previous move, and Lu Chang seemed to have made the mental and psychological preparations for it in advance. The reason why Lu Chang had chosen to use the 9 rotation of 5 flames, instead of 9 words formula, against the 6-syllabled Sanskrit mantra, was to give living Buddha the opportunity to attack him at close range. His strong mental strength and Bodhi curse had limited Lu Chang's senses to only a radius of 5 meters around him. Even if he wanted to engage in a long-range exchange with his opponent, he also wouldn't be able to differentiate the real body from the illusory body. As a result, the area he could cover with his firepower would deviate from his target and lose its effects. He couldn't possibly pin down the living Buddha with what he did to Xian Xiaoya. Therefore, he had pretended to be at the losing end. This was to drag the battle into the region of close combat as he sought out the opportunity for victory using his ample experiences. As Lu Chang straightened his back and raised both of his arms up high, the universe shifted upwards instantly. Darkness had shrouded the palm that was still emanating faint golden light. Layers and layers of ice crystals were formed that sealed the Buddha's palm and caused the Vairocana statue to lose its appearance. the image of the big head and thick neck Sher Shan reappeared once again. This was the first time since the start of the battle that Lu Cheng had seen the real form of his opponent. In the short exchanges previously, although he was able to accurately sense the figure of his opponent within a radius of 5 meters, he wasn't able to clearly see the appearance of the living Buddha. The layer of ice moved like a bolt of lightning and spread rapidly. Soon, the living Buddha Sher Shan was completely sealed into it. This allowed Lu Cheng to understand a point. The full version of Thought Steal was also limited by distance. It might also be only effective within a few meters. His previous thoughts had fooled the living Buddha. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Within the dark universe, stars flew by one after the other and collided with Sher Shan, who was sealed within the layer of ice. At this moment, the living Buddha, who had not lost consciousness and control of his body, suddenly emanated layers of golden rays. They turned into a huge lotus flower and enshrouded Sher Shan completely. A split moment later, the surrounding ice seemed to have gotten heavier and plunged rapidly with the living Buddha and allowing him to avoid the majority of the shooting stars. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Rays of crimson red light appeared rapidly like consecutive rocket cannons and blew the surrounding area into pieces. The living Buddha, who had landed on the ground, no longer looked as sacred and solemn. The surrounding layers of ice were almost completely shattered, and some had even melted into water. When the Buddha's light dissipated, the yellow monk's robe was in tatters. On the other side, Lu Cheng had broken free from the ground. He stood there to assess the situation and accumulate strength. Every section of his joints, every part of his muscles, and every tendon of his was humming. The sound was dense and terrifying. Snow was falling from mid-air in the atmosphere as the image of an ice mountain could be vaguely seen. Bam! Before the living Buddha, Sher Shan, had landed, Lu Cheng clenched his fist and rushed ahead. Several meters were covered in an instant. Rumble! The power accumulated in Lu Cheng's was released like a deluge, and the ice mountain around him collapsed suddenly. Together with the wind caused by the punch, he charged towards the living Buddha with great momentum. This was a modified style of blizzard blast and the real avalanche. The ice sect wasn't just about controlling techniques that gradually affected an opponent. There were also potent offensive techniques. The only problem with it was that it would take a long time to prepare for it. Facing the collapse of the ice mountain, Sher Shan didn't have time to react. He could only take a deep breath, expand his body, gather the Buddha's light, transform into the simplistic Wisdom King, and swing all 6 arms forward. Rumble! Snow fluttered and pieces of stone were everywhere. The momentum of the avalanche was stalled for a moment before continuing its charge ahead and filling the hole in the process. Sher Shan made full use of the moment of pause and barely avoided the avalanche. However, before he could open up some distance, Lu Cheng had pressed ahead again. Lu Cheng extended both of his arms and started a series of fire-like invasion attacks together with his legs. Bam, bam, bam. Each punch was covered in faint purple flames and looked extremely heavy and hot. The punches were intensely invasive as they burnt away the sleeves of Sher Shan and torched his skin. However, Sher Shan stood firmly on the ground without wavering. Using punches against punches and kicks against kicks, he wasn't at the losing end at all. The negative effects he suffered and the deep burns caused by fire force also seemed to be gone without a trace. With both of his legs as his center, cracks started appearing. Within each crack, there were signs of being burned. After a frenzied barrage of attacks, Lu Cheng gradually caught his breath. Seeing that the living Buddha was still unmoved, a different plan flashed in his mind. Try to find an opportunity to change the pace and the opening to use the formation formula. Bam! Lu Cheng swung his right arm from the side and smashed his fist, which was covered in a layer of faint purple flame, ruthlessly on the charcoal-black forearm of Sher Shan. The impact from the strike shook Sher Shan slightly. Making use of this opportunity, Lu Cheng stepped back. Just as he was about to quickly execute the formation formula, he suddenly heard the living Buddha's thought steal. He knows that I will be using formation formula. After a change in thought, Lu Chang followed his natural instinct to contract his Dan force, allowed the stars to be separated from the darkness and making the edge of the universe to get colder and colder. Another control technique, Lament of the Ice Queen. Pa! Lu Chang strode ahead again and struck with his palm. Sher Shan, who was about to make a turn, stopped in a hurry and pushed back against with his hand. Thought Steel can indeed hear my thoughts. However, if I changed my thought in a split of a second, he might not be able to react in time. Lu Chang seemed to have discovered something and struck this palm strike resolutely. Bam! Amidst the dull sounds, the living Buddha started to burn with a yellow flame. It was frozen instantly and suspended in midair like pieces of artwork. However, it soon fell down. Pa pa pa! The collapse of Dharmapala Valurium flames prevented Sher Shan from being frozen in ice. He took a side step and had an extremely solemn look on his face. Seeing this, Lu Chang raised his other hand and quickly formed a seal. In a low voice he shouted, "Formation!" At the same time, the living Buddha, Sher Shan, also let out a solemn voice, "Wang!" The will of Buddha strengthened and the airflow became more gentle and did not turn into a restricting cage. Pa! The living Buddha took a side step and struck out a palm strike towards Lu Chang with a solemn expression and indifference gaze. Lu Chang suddenly felt a tinge of danger. Just when he was about to avoid, he suddenly felt lost. He felt like he had turned into a monk that was reciting scriptures all night while fiddling with prayer beads. He might seem sincere but would always get distracted from time to time. He seemed to have recalled about her. He felt he was excluded, away from his home, and it was hard to achieve inner peace. As memories flashed through his mind, Lu Chang felt like he had gone through 1,000 years of experiences in an instant and the incomplete lives of each and every generation's living Buddha. This caused him to feel a sense of memory confusion and physical and mental exhaustion. After some hardship, he was finally able to trace out the confrontation formula. His mind and body felt at peace instantly, but his mental strength had dried up. The image of the living Buddha in front of him was clear. With a turn, Lu Chang avoided the frontal attacks and was about to execute the simplified wholeness to refresh his condition. However, at this very moment, his intuition for danger welled up suddenly. Before he could react to it, he felt a chilling sensation over his forehead and Sher Shan's palm was pressed firmly against it. The figure of the living Buddha reappeared with an indifference expression. Lu Chang paused in his step and understood the reason immediately. His mental strength had dried up previously and his ice heart was broken. Even as Sher Shan was within 5 meters of him, he was still fooled by the illusions. At this moment, the referee announced loudly, "Living Buddha wins." I wouldn't expect anything less from the living Buddha. It has survived generations, yet no one knows how it's passed on. Lu Chang stopped visualizing the wholeness formula at the referee's announcement. Standing straight, he made a gesture of acknowledgement. The living Buddha put his hands together, smiling, and chanted a Michuofo. Though young, he conducted himself like an eminent monk. He turned around leisurely and walked to the edge of Jiangxin Island. He stopped after a few steps, stroked his tummy, and swallowed his saliva. After doing all this, he tried to act normal and glanced around, then hastened his gait. He didn't take the skiff and directly traversed across the water, spawning a lotus flower with every step. Once he returned to the cruise ship where the Daxing Temple members were, he snatched a vegetarian meal proffered by a young novice monk. How ridiculous is it that I, a living Buddha from the Vajrayana, have to follow the Daxing Temple's doctrines and limit myself to vegetarian food? He thought indignantly as he indulged. Lu Chang massaged his swelling, stinging temples as he walked to the skiff. He leaped onto it. The skiff didn't tremor. Not a ripple formed on the water. Right as the skiff started moving, he couldn't help but turn and gaze towards Jiangxin Island, thinking about the battle that just concluded. The living Buddha is indeed a lot stronger than me, especially in the psyche area. At my current level, he destroys me. Plus, he leveraged on his advantage, so the victory came easy for him. My current combat capability is at the edge of second pin at best. I beat Wang Ke earlier, but that's because I'm more experienced in life and death combat. Plus, I really outdid myself in that fight. Most importantly, Wang Ke didn't adapt to my combat style, which involves melding ice and fire as one, and merging martial arts and cultivation. He never expected some of my moves, so he was caught off guard a couple of times. If we were to fight 2 or 3 more times, the result might not be the same. Thoughts flitted across his mind. It was a moment of self-reflection for Lu Cheng. Since he made the great leap, his vanity had been growing, but now was the time he got rid of it all. When it comes to mentality, a moment of self-reflection doesn't make one wise for a lifetime. As one gets stronger and gains more victories, pride and arrogance grow insidiously. For that reason, one must cleanse their minds on a regular basis. Almost every mighty one is prone to this failing to varying degrees. The Dragon King, in particular, is insufferably conceited. When he had concluded his reflection on the battle and himself, he was already near Longhu Club's cruise ship. He reached out, vaulted, and steadily landed on the deck. He took his phone, ring, wallet, and other belongings from Amen. Yen Zhika had already sent a message. If I'm not wrong, the Bodhi mantra was the thing that got you in the end. Gazing at the sky, eyes darting in thought. Yeah. Lu Cheng turned his body sideways, obstructing the angles from which Amen could see his phone. All right, you can start consoling me now. Drawing circles while squatting in a corner, under an overcast sky. For some reason, you don't seem very upset to me. Stares blankly. Lu Cheng scratched his chin. Maybe it's 'cause I was mentally prepared for it. At least I'm not eliminated yet. I don't like to lose, but I do know my limits. That's why I'm not depressed. In fact, I'm motivated. I can't wait to rewatch the fight, so I can learn more about the living Buddha's fighting styles and find different approaches. I can't wait for a rematch. Your mentality is admirable. Here's a kiss, said Yen Zhika, half praising and half consoling. She quickly changed the topic. Was the living Buddha's psyche powers profoundly strong? He completely outclassed me in that aspect, admitted Lu Cheng bluntly. He then analyzed thoughtfully. His penultimate palm had a similar effect to the Theravada's heart reflection punch. These moves both impose the user's feelings on me. However, the living Buddha's move is more advanced. The heart reflection punch can only transmit specific feelings like agony and distress, but the living Buddha dragged me into his memories. That split second felt like 1,000 years to me, during which I relived the lives of generations of living Buddhas. If anyone below physical invulnerability was to be repeatedly exposed to that, they might break down on the spot, or even get dissociative personality disorder. And thus, the Bodhi mantra is also known as the Bodhi heart mantra, said Yen Zhika, her pretty eyes looking away. Interested, she made a guess. Reliving memories of lifetimes. Chung, could it be that the Bodhi heart mantra has a connection to the reincarnation of living Buddhas? Of course, it might involve methods that are more intricate and systematic. Lu Cheng read the message. Hey, you might be onto something. It sounds plausible. Coach Yen is too astute. Shocked. When they couldn't find a reincarnation child, the living Buddha of the previous generation will be replaced by the disciple with the most aptitude. However, it's impossible for the complete ritual of Abhisheka to be performed on them. At times like this, isn't it possible that a simplified version of Bodhi heart mantra is the backup solution to ensuring continuation? Heh. Yen Zhika giggled. Don't dwell on it. Get some rest. I'm sure you are burnt out. I'm off to morning practice. Okay. Waves goodbye. From his clenched fist, he took the diamond ring and put it on his finger, then adjusted it so that it was facing up. Subconsciously, he gazed at the horizon. The sun went down in the distant west, the clouds blazing red. It was starting to get dark. Yen Zhika laid her phone down. In a sudden motion, she flung the quilt aside, rolled over and got off the bed. She freshened up, then changed into her white martial arts suit with black trim. She adjusted the ring on her left hand, then went down the stairs on silent feet. Under the dim morning light, she ran towards the grass field. At this time, the sky was still dark, with shades of lead piled up. A trifle of orange brilliance appeared in the distance, slowly expanding. Lu Chang took a nap on the bus back. He arrived at the hotel reinvigorated. At night, he spectated the ongoing battles through the TV screen. Peng Liyun made an impossible comeback and took down an opponent who was a cut above him, tenaciously avoiding the fate of elimination. Ren Li had yet another good draw. She was against an enemy who was slightly weaker than her. After a tough fight, she won again, which makes her one of the few martial artists who maintained perfect win streaks. As he watched the matches unfold, Lu Chang intrepidly checked the news and spied on his own forum. He discovered that everyone had expected him to lose, so there wasn't much disappointment. People objectively analyzed the gap between the two parties and speculated on how long he would need to catch up. 2 years or perhaps only one. The last match of the fourth round ended at 9:30 p.m. Only 44 martial artists remained. The fifth round that would commence 1 day later would shrink this number to 32. That's because the majority of the survivors are holding on to one loss. 10 minutes later, the organizing committee live-streamed the fifth round of the lot drawing ceremony. Kongtong School, Ren Li was the very first contestant to be picked. Then came Ren Li's opponent, Shushan Study Wu Qiao. Tickled, Lu Chang opened the group chat and tagged Ren Li. Here comes your powerful opponent. We are talking about the sect master of the Shushan Study, the mighty one who had once received all 5 titles and broken the record of most titles, King of Swords Wu Qiao. Of course, he received most of his titles before the era of the legendary twins. Later, due to old age, his form went downhill. He only received 1 title after Warrior Sage and Dragon King joined the competition. Before long, Ren Li popped up. He's my idol. Sparkling eyes, she replied. Being able to duke it out with your idol on stage. It's like a dream come true, assented Lu Chang. Taoist sword Wu Qiao was a true blue, mighty swordsman. He lost his left arm and half a leg during a life-and-death battle in his early years. People said it was the end of his martial arts career, and he had no hopes of improvement. However, through fearsome willpower, he did the impossible, leaving the legacy of Sword King. In the past 2 decades, every user of the sword had more or less looked up to him. Just as Lu Chang sent his message, Peng Liyun popped up as well. It's a good feeling indeed. I would also like to fight against my long-awaited opponent. And who's that? Asked En Xiaoyang curiously. Peng Liyun pondered for a while. There's too many. It's hard to pick an example. Lu Cheng's mouth twitched. Hey, priest, your dry humor is as good as my cousin-in-law. Contempt, he replied. Right as he sent it, Peng Liyun's name was read out by the guest. His opponent was then confirmed. Daxing Temple, Zhi Hai. Wisdom King, Zhi Hai. It's another battle between heavenly sons of China. That's one on the list, typed Peng Liyun. He cared little about how he would be eliminated if he received one more loss. That was when Lu Chang heard his own name. He quickly focused and waited for his opponent's name to be announced. After a short while, the guest turned the slip of paper, displaying it to all. Shangqing Sect, Warrior Sage, Qian Donglu. Fuck, are you serious? Meeting the final boss in the last round, Lu Chang was unsure if he should feel happy or not. You are in match 18. If enough people are eliminated before your match, then you wouldn't need to fight the Warrior Sage. Same goes for Priest. We might not get to see match 17 either, reminded En Xiaoyang. Most of the contestants in the first 16 rounds had 1 loss already. In fact, in 9 of those matches, the 1-loss contestants would have to fight against each other. So there's bound to be eliminations. As long as 12 more contestants get eliminated, the 5th round will come to an end. Makes sense. Now Lu Chang felt a little disappointed. When they were done discussing and went back to their own businesses, Ren Li suddenly reappeared with many questions. Who's your cousin-in-law? The lot-drawing guest looked a lot like your sect master, priest. Hello. She was too caught up in excitement just now and forgot to ask all these. After consolidating his emotions, Lu Chang sent the results of the draw to Yen Zheka, covering face while sighing expression. I'm about to experience the highest level of power below the forbidden stage. This was the strongest representative within the physical invulnerability stage. After acting emotionally, he added honestly, "It's a shame that it might not reach my turn for this round. There would probably be enough people that are eliminated by the first half." After several tens of seconds, Yen Zheka, who was worried about this matter, replied, "Why do I feel that you are shivering but instead of fear? It's excitement. You're a masochist." Before Lu Chang could reply, she added, sitting obediently expression, "This feels rather magical. 3 years ago, if you have said that your goal is to face the warrior sage by now, I would definitely have encouraged you. However, I would have also mocked you without reservation. This felt just like a dream. Honestly speaking, I didn't give much thought about how far I have to go for this master competition. I still have to see who I am drawn against." Laughing secretly expression, replied Lu Chang. "If that is the case, identifying how far I am from the most elite-level physical invulnerability experts will not be a bad thing either." "Yeah, Chang, you are the best," complimented Yen Zheka playfully but also in approval. When she returned to her busy studying life, Lu Chang went to browse through the most recent 30 matches of Warrior Sage, Qian Donglu, since he was free. What if I really had the chance to go against him in the 5th round? Despite playing these videos several times, Lu Chang couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. There was only one thought lingering in his mind. He's darned powerful. It wasn't that he hadn't previously watched the battles of Qian Donglu. He had watched the battles of the peak between Warrior Sage and Dragon King countless times. However, when he looked at it from the perspective of an opponent and assessed this 1-in-1,000 years talent at the level of a physical invulnerability expert, he had a different feeling about it. Xian Xiaoya had integrated the death sect and overtaken those before her. Her chilling cold could instill a sense of fear in others by the name of it. Wang Ke had great mastery over techniques. Ordinary punches and kicks had might beyond those at the same level as him. He could execute physical invulnerability moves quicker and more acutely. The living Buddha had a strong mind and many tricks up his sleeves. This made it hard for others to differentiate him, the real him, from the illusions. These were Lu Chang thoughts on the strengths and characteristics of those physical invulnerability experts he had fought. As for Warrior Sage, Qian Donglu, he possessed all of these strengths. He's no longer what others called great master potential or future master, but a real and true great master and master. He had created several different types of martial arts and had an insane level of mastery in each. After watching the videos of Warrior Sage, even my heart has gone cold, laughed out tears expression. Lu Chang picked up his phone and sent the message to Yen Zheka. "I'm going out to have supper to calm myself." When he had changed his clothes and was about to head out, Yen Zheka replied, holding back laughing expression, "Come, let me caress your head. I heard that the small lobsters in Juchu City are pretty good. You can give it a try." After several seconds, she said, squatting in a corner and drawing circles expression, "I was wrong. It's already November. The small lobsters wouldn't have much flesh. I have been reading too many books recently and forgot about this. Haha. I have already done my homework. There's a barbecue store here that looks pretty good. If it is comparable to the taste in Shoshan, I'll bring you to it next time." Lu Chang put on a pair of black glasses that covered half of his face and a brown baseball cap. He carried his phone and wallet and walked to the mirror. After confirming his disguise was great, he opened the door and walked out of the hotel. He had not alerted Amen, as he wouldn't have to trouble the assistant with this kind of thing. The autumn wind was blowing and the night was dark. Lu Chang followed the GPS and covered 2 streets through strolling. Finally, he saw the Brick Factory barbecue store. At the same time, he saw tables and tables of customers outside the store. "Their business is really good. It should taste pretty good," mumbled Lu Chang to himself before going over and finding the waitress. "Are you ordering for here or takeaway?" the waitress asked while she was busy with other things. Lu Chang could feel the refreshing autumn wind blowing. He smiled and answered, "I'll be eating it here." "In that case, sorry to have troubled you with the inconvenience," said the waitress apologetically. "As you can see, we do not have any tables now. Is it okay if we give you a tall bench? There is a small stool to accompany." Lu Chang took a glance at the tall plastic stool, thought for a while before answering, "All right." A physical invulnerability expert and the heavenly son of the era is going to sit on this small stool and eat from this blue plastic tall bench? Lu Chang was paying much attention to it initially. Subsequently, he found it hilarious and took a photo to send to his little fairy girl. "I felt a little like doing my homework by the door when I was young. At that time, in order to look at the other kids playing, I would carry a tall and short bench to the open space outside my house to do my homework. After doing my homework for a while, I would also join in to play a while before going back to do my homework." Yen Zheka had not replied to her when there was a huge shadow casted on him. He raised his head and saw a tall and fat man standing in front of him. In his hand was a small stool and a tall plastic stool. This fat man was wearing a gray woolen hat and a black t-shirt. Although he had a great disguise, Lu Chang was able to tell from one glance that this was the living Buddha, Shi Shan, who had beaten him in the afternoon. Living Buddha Shi Shan? Shi Shan was about to sit down when he noticed someone gaze. He followed the gaze, looked over and was a little shocked. "Lu Chang?" In the restaurant, the two of them stared at each other and didn't speak a word for some time. It was only when the waitress came over and rushed them. "What do you guys want to order?" Lu Chang paused for a few seconds and answered, 20 pieces of beef and 20 pieces of pork ribs." Shi Shan added, 20 pieces of small potato, 20 pieces of eggplants. After ordering, they paused again before breaking into laughter and no longer holding themselves back. "Haha, I have not expected to meet benefactor here," greeted Shi Shan. Lu Chang shook his head and broke into laughter. After thinking about how to address him, he said, "I have also not expected vulnerable to be in this kind of place." Shi Shan stayed silent for a moment before saying, "This sounds a little strange. It was just a casual remark." Lu Chang laughed embarrassingly and didn't continue. The two of them weren't familiar with each other and lacked the basis to continue their chat. However, should I take the lead and buy the bill later? Why would physical invulnerability experts be concerned about this? It's just a bit of barbecue. Thoughts fluttered in Lu Cheng's mind as he seemed to have been placed in a dilemma. He chose to pick up his phone and share the incident with Coach Yen and asked for her advice. However, Yen Zheka was attending an important class and wouldn't have the time to reply. After a while, the waitress served part of their order. The oil on the pork belly was glittering and the aroma was strong. Surprisingly, Shi Shan, who was at the other side of the small table, could be seen swallowing his saliva subconsciously. Lu Chang found it amusing instantly. Recalling that living Buddha had only ordered vegetarian food, he couldn't help but tease, "Vulnerable, would you like to have some? From the fragments of memories you have shown me, the secret sect did not abstain you from these." The expression on Shi Shan changed as he sighed and laughed. "There are some monks, let me use words that benefactor can understand instead. In order to look past killing, they promote to be involved in the killing. After experiencing it, they gain enlightenment. Therefore, it shouldn't be a problem for vulnerable to have a meat stick, since it was for looking past." Lu Chang maintained a smile and asked despite knowing the answer. Shi Shan shook his head slightly and said, "I am trying to say that this is wrong. This is just finding excuses for self-enjoyment. Experiencing it doesn't necessarily mean to do it by oneself. Everything in the world is there and can be obtained easily." "That's true," Lu Chang answered while pondering about it. After which, he smiled and said, "Since the previous generation of living Buddhas had experienced meat, vulnerable could be considered to have the experience too. That's not too bad." "Yeah, not too bad." After hearing his words, Shi Shan heaved a long sigh. How could the culinary skills in the past be compared with modern times? "I pity you." Lu Chang didn't say those words. Instead, he recommended, "There's a vegetarian store in Gaofan called Yafan. The vegetarian meat that they make tastes exactly like the real thing. If vulnerable is free, you could go and give it a try." Subsequently, the two of them stayed on this topic and have a good time chatting. When all the barbecue sticks were served, Lu Chang took a photo and sent it to his little fairy girl. At this point, Yen Zhika finally got a break. Shocked expression. The big monk is a glutton and end up meeting the primary school kid doing his homework by the door. Lu Chang broke into silent laughter and quickly typed his reply. Please show a little more respect. These are two physical invulnerability experts. After replying, he raised his head and saw Shershan looking at him with a strange expression. Haven't you seen a couple displaying affection? Lu Chang cursed silently. Instantly, he recalled from the fragments of memories that some of the living Buddhas had also fallen in love. Shershan smiled and replied, It's easy to be in love, but staying together would be hard. This is something that I don't like to hear. Lu Chang organized his thoughts before saying, There's nothing in the world that could stay the same forever. Since that is the case, why would we crave for long and unchanging love? The life of a human is short. As long as we can maintain this loving relationship for a slightly longer time, it would already be enough. Shershan pondered for a few moments, picked up the barbecue sticks and said, There are hidden meanings in the words of Benefactor too. When he finished his words, he stood up and was about to leave. I thought Vulnerable would have some wise words to share, replied Lu Chang with some astonishment. Shershan had a young look and felt a little mischievous. However, he gave off a feeling of one having tons of experiences and was tired of life. Let's not talk about it, and it's hard to make it clear. He shook his head, carried his barbecue sticks and walked out gradually. Lu Chang looked on blankly and surprisingly felt that he had the feeling of someone profound. At this moment, the waitress had walked over. When she saw the back view of Shershan, she asked, You are paying for his share? Ha! Lu Chang was lost. This monk didn't pay for his bills. Where's the conscience of a monk? Because of this, he was laughed at by Yen Zhika for more than a day. Soon, Lu Chang was about to be involved in the 5th round of the double elimination round. Ren Li, who was the first to appear, lost to the King of Swords, Wu Qiao, without being able to put on much resistance. When the first 16 matches were over, there were 11 people eliminated. Peng Liyun had no choice but to go on stage to challenge the Wisdom King, Zhihai. This match was unusually intense. There were a few times Lu Chang thought that Peng Liyun would be able to turn the tables around. However, they were easily resolved by the Wisdom King. In the end, the Wisdom King clinched the victory without any controversies. With Peng Liyun's elimination, Lu Chang had also made it to the round of 32 without facing the warrior sage, Qian Donglu. 9 o'clock that night, the fixture of the round of 32 would be determined. Lu Chang heard his name for the second match, Longhu Club, Lu Chang. Just as Lu Chang straightened his back, his opponent had been decided, Guanwai League, Lu Yongyuan. God-slaying knife Lu Yongyuan. He's a man that was regarded as possibly becoming the king of knives. As a die-hard fan of the Pro League, Lu Chang recalled various information about his opponent after hearing his name. Lu Yongyuan was the strongest fighter of the Guanwai League, an expert that had dominated for more than 10 years. He was a quarter Russian, had chiseled features, and a contoured face. Quite handsome. His eyes contained a faint shade of emerald. Since 30, he had adopted and maintained slicked-back hair, which made him look a few years older, but gave him the air of a gangster boss. Lu Yongyuan was molded in the martial arts school scheme of the Yanzhou League. He was only 1 year younger than Dong Baxian. At that period, they were arch-rivals, just like Peng Liyun and Ren Li in their first 2 years in the university martial arts scene, but less well-known. He made it to the Dan stage at an early age, and left his alma mater at the invitation of Guanwai League, which was situated in his hometown. Had he become a nobody afterward, no one would have remembered him or slandered him, but he grew stronger and stronger, day after day. And so did the detest and hate towards him from the Yanzhou League supporters. They deemed him as a traitor who bit the hand that fed him. Had he stayed in the Yanzhou League, teaming up with Dong Baxian and other first-pin mighty ones, like Lin Shuyao, the current Yanzhou League would have been able to rival Longhu, Shangqing, and Daxing. These never bothered Lu Yongyuan. He even said during an interview that criticism would only make him stronger. And he wasn't lying. He was the type of martial artist that performed better on grander stages. It was as if he temporarily gained strength when fighting against strong enemies. He had once turned the tables on Warrior Sage and Dragon King when they were at their peak forms. It made a good tale, earning him his nickname of God-slaying saber. However, he also had another nickname, Mad Swordsman. It came about since he was always unspirited and unfocused whenever he fought against opponents who were at the same stage but much weaker than him. It got so bad that he became the titled-level expert with the most losses against weaker opponents. As a result, he only received 2 titles in total, which didn't include Warrior Sage or the King. Nonetheless, he was one of the most prominent fighters at the moment. In the hotel where the Guanwei League members were resided, Lu Yongyuan, with his slicked-back hair, was laid on a recliner on the balcony. Outside the window, the dark night was brightened by neon and lights, like a reflection of the stars. Eyes closed, his right hand gently tapped on the hunter-green saber sheath beside him, within which rested the fabled god-slaying saber. The saber seemed to be in a deep slumber, awaiting its next battle. In the living room, a door away from the balcony, the lot drawing for Top 32 was being broadcasted on the large-screen TV. The volume was turned low, almost inaudible. When his name was called, there was a brief pause in his tapping. He didn't open his eyes. After the momentary pause, he resumed tapping on the hunter-green saber sheath at a slow, melodious rhythm. The foggy autumn rain pitter-pattered against the window, complementing the atmosphere inside. Amid the peace and tranquility, a soft, silvery clatter sounded from within the hunter-green saber sheath, as if the saber inside was celebrating. The clatter unified into one beat, like a dragon's roar from the depth of the ocean. Many posts popped up in Lu Cheng's fan club forum right after the results of the lot drawing was released. A titled Mighty One. How can he win against that? Hides face and sighs. Wrote, all the good names are taken by dogs. Can't be helped. The top 32 of every title tournament is always mostly composed of the strongest fighters and only a handful of extremely lucky, relatively average physical invulnerability experts. Seems like Lu Cheng's out of luck. It doesn't matter who he's against once he fails to get the ones like Ren Li. It's on neutral ground, so no one has terrain advantage anyway. Wrote, a plumber eating mushrooms. If I remember correctly, this Lu something often loses against weaker opponents. Plus, he injured himself badly after the tough win against Liang Yifan during the 5th round. So it's not like my idol doesn't stand a chance, right? Wrote Yan Shaoling. An injury at that level is nothing to a physical invulnerability expert. He'll only need a few days to recover from it. I wouldn't be betting on it if I were you. Wrote Road to the Arena, mercilessly crushing Yan Shaoling's fantasies. Had the god-slaying saber not been injured, he might approach the fight with his usual overconfidence and potentially lose to Lu Cheng. However, now that he's injured, he'll take extra caution, making it next to impossible for Lu Cheng to win. Wrote Unparalleled Dragon King, with a tears of joy emote. So having an injured opponent can be a bad thing. Wrote Nyechichi. Such an explanation has never occurred to her. He's against a titled Mighty One. It's best for you to savor the battle and not focus on the outcome. Funny face. Wrote Tang Chuxia, a new guy on the forum. He was a master at trash-talking. Once obsessed with cultivation, his training led to him contract hysteria, and for days he would scream at the top of his lungs that doomsday was coming. Later, he was involved in a car accident that almost cost his life. Since then, he returned back to normal, picking up his old hobby once more. Lu Cheng's fighting style reminded him of the cultivation of his dreams, turning him into a fan. Seeing their replies, Yan Shaoling replied with a sad emoji with a caption of "I'm fine. I'll bet $10 on my idol." Huh? Shouldn't you be putting your money on Lu Yongyuan? If Lu Cheng wins, you'll be happy, and if he loses, you'll be $10 richer. Puzzled, wrote Okamoto's fan. It's a form of prayer. Get it? Prayer. Prayer. Contempt, wrote Yen Shaoling. Count me in. I bet 20, wrote Brahman. The lot drawing was still underway. The matchups involving mighty ones made the audience all pumped up, wishing that the day of the fight would come sooner. Kong Tong School. Ren Li, the old priest with silver-streaked dark hair, read out a new name. A few seconds later, he found Ren Li's opponent. Shizhou Island. Shang Yud. Lion King. Shang Yud. Normally, the guest would only read one's name and organization during lot drawing. However, as a form of respect, they had to announce the titles of martial artists who currently held titles. The same applied for special titles such as Living Buddha. When it comes to the likes of the Dragon King and Warrior Sage, who often held 2 to 3 titles simultaneously, the guest would pick the title holder's favorite title. A martial artist who had received the King more than 3 times will permanently be addressed as the King. Since Qian Donglu always hogged the Warrior Sage title, it became associated with his name for many years. Eventually, it became his nickname. Lu Cheng chatted idly with Yen Zhika about the god-slaying saber. When he heard the announcement, he immediately went into the group chat and tagged Ren Li. Looks like it's your turn to treat. They were both up against titled mighty ones, which was most likely going to mark the end of their journeys, so technically they would be eliminated in the same round. However, since Ren Li's match was the latter, she would fit the bill of lasting longer. I think so too, assented Peng Liyun, who was eliminated by Wisdom King. HM? In a good mood, aren't we, priest? Said Lu Cheng provokingly. Speak for yourself, replied Peng Liyun. Dumbass husky getting all pumped up after drawing into God-slaying saber. The main focus in tough matches like this one was to find one's own problems and get a feel of the gap between them and their opponent. They win as long as they take away something. That's when Ren Li popped up. Don't be scared. The god-slaying saber loses frequently. Encouragements are fine, but somehow it sounds like Ren Li's trying to pick a fight. In other words, she's telling him not to chicken out. The corner of Lu Cheng's mouth twitched as he replied with a dry smile. After being sidetracked, he organized his thoughts, calmed down, and tried to get himself into a better mood. He sent Amen to request footage of Lu Yongyuan's fights from the Longhu Club. One day later at noon, on the tournament grounds of Jiangxin Island, the sun, dangling in the sky, heated the ground to a burning temperature. The river flowed east. It was extremely humid. Lu Cheng stood at the front of the cruise ship gazing at the reclaimed land. That's when he received a message from Yen Zhika. Is this your first time fighting against an armed enemy since attaining physical invulnerability? Snickering. Before attaining physical invulnerability, he had once traded blows with Tang Zixuan. Only if modern firearms aren't included. I think I probably faced armed enemies while we were in Nile. Snickering, replied Lu Cheng. Ugh. Play along, will you? Eyes dripping with contempt, replied Yen Zhika. They shot the breeze for a while. Raising his head, Lu Cheng saw the referee appearing. He dipped his head with a smile, replying, I'm up. After that, he locked his phone and passed it to Amen. He leaped gently and landed at one end of the skiff. Waves parted as the boat advanced slowly. Right as he reached Jiangxin Island, he could see an approaching figure enlarging gradually. He stood before the azure water and sky that seemed to have merged as one. As though he could absorb light, the afternoon radiance around him seemed to dim slightly. Step by step, the chiseled-faced Lu Yongyuan marched on, like an envoy that brought eternal night. In his right hand was a long saber. The hunter-green saber sheath was quiet and reserved, but Lu Cheng's heart raced at the sight of it. He sensed an evil dragon sealed within it, a dragon that was about to break free and feast. As Lu Yongyuan took steps forward, the entire Jiangxin Island gradually turned darker. It was only when he stopped at the predetermined position by the referee that the feeling of descending darkness subsided a little. Lu Yongyuan stood silently at the spot. He lowered his vision and stopped at the hilt of the knife on his right arm. Following that magical curve, he looked towards the tip of the knife and the soil that the knife was pointing to. When Lu Cheng approached, he finally raised his head. His gaze was like a piercing knife and reflected the figure of his opponent. It was just a simple glance, and Lu Cheng felt as though there was a godly sharp knife pressed against his forehead. The hair on his back stood up, and the surrounding environment seemed to have been sliced by the knife's intent. Gradually, the space sliced by it started to contract and became an independent and sealed cage. Although Lu Yongyuan hadn't drawn his knife, it felt like he had already done so. This was the first time Lu Cheng had experienced such a confrontation of aura. He couldn't help but sigh secretly. He's indeed as great as his reputation suggested. At this very moment, he felt as though he was banished to the desolate Gobi Desert and was left alone to face the long night. He had no way to shake it off and no way to run away. As the thought flashed past his mind, Lu Cheng quickly formed his ice heart. At the same time, he formed a ball of scorching red flames, a ball of golden flames and a ball of light blue flames that illuminated the darkness and resisted the aura of the knives that was enshrouding towards him. Lu Yongyuan didn't try to stop him but looked on calmly as he formed his 5 flames. At this moment, the referee confirmed the situation, raised his right hand and announced, "The conversation time starts now." Lu Yongyuan raised his head and shifted his gaze away from Lu Cheng towards the clouds in the faraway skies. In a low but charismatic voice, he said, "My knife techniques originated from the Dark Infinite Sutra. After 6 years of bitter battling and training, I've finally gained full mastery over it." As he spoke, his expression didn't change. The deep and three-dimensional facial features and the green eyes gave others the feeling that he was a human god or a human devil. That neatly combed back hair added the feeling that he had experienced a lot in life. What is he trying to say? Lu Cheng knew clearly that the Guanwei League used the Dark Infinite Sutra as their core. In other words, they were based on the Dark Sect. At the same time, they had integrated a school of godly physical techniques. Lu Yongyuan didn't wait for his opponent's answer. He focused on the skies and spoke as he wished. "Over the last few years, I've been feeling the existence of restraints. The unique skills by our predecessors are indeed helpful, but they are also cages. My knife technique originated from it and should end right there." He retracted his vision and looked at the eyes of Lu Cheng once again. Smiling faintly, he continued, "I've taken 5 full years to reassess myself and knife technique. Finally, I have gained something. Previously, I've met strong opponents again and again. My instincts triumphed over my unfamiliarity and I hadn't had the opportunity to use it. Nonetheless, the desire to swing my knife has gotten stronger and stronger. This match has come at the perfect time." Halfway through his speech, Lu Cheng could roughly understand what his opponent had wanted to say. Lu Yongyuan had perfect mastery over what he had learned in the first half of his life. From it, he developed a set of knife techniques unique to himself. However, he was facing opponents of similar strength in the previous few rounds. Under the huge pressure, he habitually went back to the original moves and hadn't found the opportunity to put his new martial arts into a practical battle for trials. And now he would like to test it out on me. Before waiting for Lu Cheng's reply, Lu Yongyuan shifted the weapon to his left hand while holding the knife's hilt, that had been polished so brightly that one could see his own reflection, with his right palm. In a half-arrogant and half-composed tone, he said, "As long as you can withstand 9 knives from me, this match will be considered my defeat." As he finished his sentence, the audience immediately exploded after listening to the broadcast. Isn't this too disrespectful?" posted Nye Chi-Chi in the forum. In her eyes, even if Lu Cheng was to face an expert with a title at full strength, as long as the expert wasn't Dragon King or Warrior Sage, Lu Cheng might eventually lose miserably but still wouldn't be defeated in 9 moves. There wouldn't be a problem to last 20 or 30 moves. In fact, lasting 5 to 6 minutes would be the norm. Yeah. Eternal Nightfall, Yen Shaoling, and Brahmin couldn't find other reasons and could only second Nye Chi-Chi's post. "This guy is too arrogant," the unparalleled Dragon King answered, laughing sheepishly expression. "You guys have fallen for God-slaying knife's psychological trap." That's true. Scratching head expression, said Yen Shaoling. "In that case, if Senior really lasts more than 9 moves, would Lu Yongyuan admit defeat?" "Definitely," He said it in front of the eyes of everyone. He can't go back on his words unless he doesn't want his face anymore, replied unparalleled Dragon King, without hesitation. Which martial artist didn't care about how people look at them? Yan Shaoling continued questioning. Curious expression. If Senior doesn't fall for his trick, wouldn't he be setting a trap for himself? This shows that he is very confident with the knife technique he has created, answered unparalleled Dragon King, resolutely. You see, as you said, he is overconfident and looks down on others. That's too arrogant. Yan Shaoling changed the topic back. Unparalleled Dragon King was speechless. After a moment of pause, he finally replied, Girl, your brain is actually working today. This was the first time Lu Chang encountered such a thing. If he said that he wasn't angry or pissed, it would definitely be lying. However, he quickly subdued these agitated thoughts using his ice heart and started to doubt Lu Yongyuan's true intentions. Is he trying to agitate me? To make me lose my cool and act rashly? That can't be. He should know clearly that I have mastered enemy heart freezing move. Such psychological strategy wouldn't be very effective. Could it be that he really meant it? As different thoughts popped up, Lu Cheng's eyes turned dull like the night skies. In a calm and composed tone, he said, In that case, I'll be waiting to see the knife technique of Senior. He didn't agree to the promise of 9 knives but did not reject it either. He had chosen to deal with it in an ambiguous way. Lu Yongyuan nodded his head slightly, closed his eyes slightly and did not speak another word. It was as though he had turned into a stone statue. Shorty, the referee who has reached the edge of the island, gathered his breathing and announced loudly, Begin! Zhang! Lu Yongyuan's scabbard suddenly let out a long and distant noise. It sounded like a dragon's roar from deep within the sea and resounded beside Lu Cheng's ears and heart. When the howling of the knife sounded, Lu Yongyuan flicked and relaxed his left hand while his right hand unsheathed the well-known, God-slaying knife. He twisted his waist and pulled his shoulders. The light from the knife slashed across the distance of over 30 meters towards Lu Cheng. The cut seemed to have absorbed the surrounding light as it sliced through the air, making it shine brighter and purer. With Lu Cheng at the center, the surrounding area of 20 meters started to get darker and darker with various kinds of danger hidden within it. ZZZ. The surrounding gold, scorching red, faint purple and other fireballs were corroded by the darkness and shrank rapidly. Lu Cheng was on the verge of losing control over them, as though the fireballs were snow that encountered the fierce afternoon sun. And in his eyes, that heaven's ray was brilliant and dazzling. As it approached Lu Cheng, it was throbbing. Each pulsation seemed to be hiding a change to react to different ways of dodging. In this instant, Lu Cheng hesitated. All he felt was that it wouldn't be fine to dodge or defend against it directly. If he executed his dodging maneuvers, he might be able to avoid the cutting light, but he wouldn't be able to escape that horrifying darkness. This was a duo attack that made full use of its coordination with the natural environment. As the thought quickly flashed through his mind, Lu Cheng no longer hesitated and followed his final judgment to make his response. He combined the scorching red, light blue, faint purple and other fireballs, which had shrunk greatly, into one star. The star did not explode and was still radiating light and heat. In the instance where the darkness was illuminated, he raised his hand suddenly and slapped towards the cutting light from 2 sides. At the center of his palms, he injected deep and chilling force. Pa! That throbbing cutting light was just like a mosquito and couldn't avoid the 2 palms. In the end, it was held tightly by them. ZZZ. The brilliance on the God-slaying knife was about to erupt when it was devoured by the darkness and disappeared without a trace. Using light against the darkness and darkness to defend against the light. In that split second, Lu Cheng made full use of the unique characteristics of his own cosmic style, using star as the exterior with darkness hidden within. He finally barely withstood Lu Yongyuan's first move. However, before he could take a clear look at the God-slaying knife and get a sense of the chilling metal, he heard a sound made by a knife vibrating at high speed. At the next instance, he noticed that there was nothing left between his palms. The god-slaying knife had mysteriously disappeared as though it had never existed. At this moment, the long knife seemed to have merged into the surrounding lingering darkness. Lu Cheng's intuition for danger intensified suddenly. Exerting strength into his legs and flipping back, he opened a distance of several tens of meters. At the same time, he switched between Emperor Yen and Ice Spirit and smashed towards the space in front of him frantically. The raging blaze of purple flames alternated with the hoar frost of ice crystals rapidly. Bam! 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 Dang! After several collision sounds, Lu Cheng's punch that was covered in heavy purple flames finally hit something solid. Sparks fluttered and the long knife that had vanished previously finally reappeared in front of everyone. As he did not land on the right foot while retreating, Lu Cheng swayed and staggered back after withstanding the god-slaying knife. At this moment, Lu Yongyuan suddenly bent his back and lowered his stance before jumping out. He moved at high speed around Lu Cheng and left 9 shadows surrounding Lu Cheng at the same time. Each and every shadow had a long knife with him and was slashing fiercely forward. The cutting light was dull and horrifying and rained like a downpour that had Lu Cheng enveloped within. Lu Cheng only felt that the enemy had finally shown himself and revealed his real form. A black dragon with 9 heads circulated from above before all 9 heads swooped down with their mouths fiercely and voraciously open. The shadows were definitely lingering images, but the cutting light could truly be separated into 9 strikes. Facing attacks from all direction with dangerous vibes all around, Lu Cheng couldn't find an opening to dodge to. All he could do was to rapidly form an ice wall to cover his entire body. Dang 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 dang. The cutting light shredded the crystals and caused them to collapse rapidly. Grabbing onto this momentarily stop, Lu Cheng made his visualization and executed a force concentration. Bam bam bam. The ice wall had been shattered completely, but Lu Cheng had exploded his Dan Qi and struck frantically with punches covered in purplish-white flames. Dang dang dang. With the assistance of the all-seeing God realm, Lu Cheng's machine gun-like punches shattered the majority of the remaining cutting light and left the enshrouding darkness on the verge of collapsing completely. Following which, he took a few steps back to open up some distance while waiting to receive the 4th move from Lu Yongyuan. At this point, Lu Cheng might have looked fine from the outside, but the clothing behind his back had split open. There was a cut wound a foot long. The flesh had curled up and the blood on the wound was relatively black. On the other side, Lu Yongyuan didn't press ahead with the momentum he had. Instead, he stood at the same position and said with a faint smile, "The first 3 moves are known as Utmost Darkness, Axeless, and 9-in. This would be the 4th move." He paused for a while before slashing his long knife again. Together with that low and charismatic voice, he shouted, "Boundary." The 4th move, Boundary. The god-slaying saber came slashing down in a plain, efficient stroke. It wasn't fancy, but Lu Cheng could feel the area around him suddenly dimming, as though isolated from the rest of the environment. Not only that, there was a dangerous, underlying quality that had been accumulating, layer by layer, turning into shapeless shackles that limited his movements. He felt helpless as the long saber swished down. He was about to meet metal with meat. It wasn't much different from taking a hammer to the head. Nothing could be accomplished without rules. Lu Cheng saw the long saber, blurry and dark, as though it occupied the entire sky and reigned over all land. Apart from the sword, there was nothing else. At that moment, Lu Cheng was mentally intimidated. He felt like he was tied up by ropes, couldn't move. The god-slaying saber came whistling down, not giving him much time to think. A flitting idea came to him. Trusting his martial arts accumulation and battle experience, both deeply ingrained in his root pulp and mind, he suddenly retracted his chi and blood, then concentrated force to his lower abdomen. The dazzling stars moved slightly, instantly forming a fighting character brimming with strength. Boom! His Dan Qi erupted like a volcano. His muscles bulged ridiculously, making him big and tall, ripping the shapeless shackles apart. There were continuous cracks in the surrounding that went bang, bang, bang. As the white gas spurted wildly, he regained his mobility. He turned on his waist, raised his shoulder, and swung his arm, throwing a punch in the air, disrupting order with violence. Boom! His fist caught the saber on the side, scattering the blurry darkness. The god-slaying saber bent like a bow, clearly revealing its form. It was a black, arm-length saber, heavy with latent energy. Streams of golden glow, between the texture reflection, made the surroundings seem even darker. That was when Lu Yongyuan flicked his wrist. The god-slaying saber bounced up, straightening with a clink. Immediately after, he slashed left, then right, as though he was writing the number 8. Swish, 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 swish. Lu Yongyuan repeated the set, slashing out 1-8 after the other. His strokes were getting faster and more anxious. A faint metallic smell lurked in the hissing wind. To Lu Cheng, it felt like a sudden downpour. He drew breath with difficulty. Preserving his visualization, he transformed into a raging blizzard. Chopping, punching, smashing and slapping. He met speed with speed, and combating continuity with continuity. Clink, 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 clink. The silvery clattering reverberated in every direction, like rain splattering on banana leaves. Frost formed on both sides of the black god-slaying saber, weighing it down and making it harder to wield. Lu Cheng was beginning to feel numb, as though a hidden poison was chipping away at him. Lu Yongyuan's attacks breathed endlessness, as though it would stop at nothing before Lu Cheng's collapse, like the creeping darkness during evening. No matter how much the great sun struggled, retaliated, and pleaded, it would eventually be slowly swallowed but definitely wouldn't leave a trace behind. Clink, clink, clink. Fists clenched, elbows swinging. Lu Cheng barely warded off the long saber. He knew he couldn't let this go on. If he did, he'd be in a completely passive position, where he had zero say on the outcome of the battle and could only hope that Lu Yongyuan would run out of stamina. Suddenly, he compacted his body and squatted down, concentrating his force, chi, blood, and mind. The god-slaying saber missed its mark. Boom! Before the long saber slashed down, he pounced at Lu Yongyuan with a burst of Dan force at his feet. In each hand, he clutched a lump of dense, faint purple flame. If he only dodged and retreated, the saber strikes wouldn't stop coming. There was no escape. Attacking was the only answer to this move. He pounced swiftly, keeping his body close to the ground, and clapped forward, bringing the two lumps of flames together. A stream of flame burst forth. But just as Lu Cheng pounced out, Lu Yongyuan stepped back at the perfect timing. As a result, the distance between them didn't decrease at all. The coordination made it seem like they were dancing. With a turn and a flick of the wrist, the long saber slashed at Lu Cheng swiftly. It left a threatening light trail in its path, like lightning across the darkness. The darker it was around it, the grander it looked in contrast. At the same time, a crack sounded mid-air, like thunder on a sunny day. Lu Cheng felt a chill down his spine. Without thinking twice, he pulled at his shoulders, forcing his arms to shoot up. The purple flame collided into the saber. Rumble! Purple light burst forth. Fiery streams enveloped the long saber with a viscosity that made it look like odd-colored lava. While the saber was momentarily stopped, Lu Cheng pushed his feet into the ground and sprang away. Facing upwards, he had his body close to the ground, as though he was skiing. Poof! Parting the purple flames, the long saber scraped past Lu Cheng's legs, missing. Impassive, Lu Yongyuan squat down with the momentum, stabbing the darkness-emitting long saber into the soil. Bam! 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 Dark saber aura, along with gravel and dirt, spurted up around Lu Cheng from below and shot towards the sky. Yenjika brought a hand to her mouth as she watched. Brahmin and some others gasped. To them, it seemed like Lu Cheng was in extreme danger and likely didn't possess an answer to the attack in his current state. At this crucial moment, Lu Cheng suddenly brought his limbs closer and stayed compact, avoiding most of the saber aura. In his mind, He quickly formed an image of a heavy sun crashing into the cold, deep abyss. Mutated version of severe warning. He could already execute a simplified physical invulnerability move at rapid speed. Bam! Lu Cheng jolted his shoulder, drew his arm back, and threw out a right uppercut. His fist was covered by a layer of darkness, dense with latent energy, as though it could absorb everything that has ever existed. Swish, swish, swish. 7 to 8 beams of saber aura was drawn towards Lu Cheng's fist, dissolving in the darkness. Immediately after that, the darkness burst apart, strength reversing, and landed on the ground. Lu Cheng used the opportunity to spring into the air, changing direction mid-air. Right as he landed on the ground, he swept up a frigid wind once more as he repositioned to avoid follow-up attacks. In this process, his right fist, covered in saber cuts, drooped as the infiltrating darkness had stolen much of his strength. Lu Yongyuan paused once more, nodded in content. The 3 strokes I have just used are known as Dusk, Divine Spear, and Raging Tides. Now the 8th stroke. Extreme Shock. Lu Yongyuan hunched over before finishing his sentence, sliding his long saber backward as though he was returning it to its sheath. But suddenly he thrust it forward. That was when Lu Cheng sensed extreme danger. Without thinking twice, he stepped to the side with a jerk of the waist, then tilted his body sideways while he was at it. In that instant, Lu Cheng saw a flare before him. The long saber had struck where he originally stood at unimaginable speed. In the wave of the saber, the split air currents materialized into electric sparks. Boom! Only after all of this did Lu Cheng hear the deafening sonic boom. A rush of air was ejected in every direction. It was reminiscent of Flying Dragon Takedown from the Xinjai sect. Both were culminations of fast blade work. Clink! The god-slaying blade tremored noisily, as though it couldn't handle the pressure. At the same time, it was as though it was ululating in exhilaration. Lu Yongyuan's face darkened. A dark sheen flitted across his eyes. He withdrew his long saber and held it horizontally before him. All of a sudden, a sharp sheen burst forth. The surrounding immediately fell into darkness, as though the noon sun had been swallowed by a tengu. In the endless darkness, Lu Cheng couldn't see or hear. His mental perception had also ceased functioning, turning empty and unresponsive. Petrified, he felt as though he was about to be consumed by the tengu. Channeling his chi and blood, Lu Cheng threw out his fire force unreservedly. There weren't any techniques involved, but the amount and speed made up for it. A dazzling white formed and blasted forth, quickly landing in the darkness and disappearing before Lu Cheng's eyes. However, nothing happened after that, not a flare or a sizzle. The silence around him was redolent of death itself. The darkness surged forward uncontrollably. It actually made Lu Cheng consider conceding. However, his will was strong and his ice heart was unaffected. Different ideas still flitted across his mind. Seizing a moment of eureka, Lu Cheng visualized a complex seal script character. The character formed from the 9 ancient words: confrontation, army, fighting, swordsman, wholeness, formation, dequeuing, forwarding, and attainment. When practiced internally, using all 9 word formulas enhances the mind. When used externally, it can give the user courage, weaken the enemy, empower oneself, and dispel all illusions imposed on oneself within a certain range. Lu Cheng suspected what he was experiencing to be a result of being hypnotized by illusions induced by the stroke. Once the 9 words formed, everything cleared up before his eyes. The dark metallic sheen from the saber was about to contact him, but it could no longer conceal the colors around him, or the fiery streams that had formed from the fire force explosion. He raised one hand to protect his face, then threw out a clenched fist. Lu Cheng had found the god-slaying saber hidden in the darkness. Clink! The long saber jolted, slanted away. After the stroke, Lu Cheng's body was ridden with laceration, charred saber cuts that ravaged his skin and flesh. For a moment, his mind went blank, as though a hidden poison had manifested in him. He quickly concentrated his chi and blood, alleviating most of the symptoms. With the momentum, he threw a punch forward, switching from defense to offense. Lu Yongyuan backed away nimbly, barring the long saber between them. "I admit defeat," he boomed. Had it been 9 strokes? Lu Cheng stopped in his tracks. He could hardly believe it. It took him all his strength and concentration to deal with the strokes, so he wasn't counting at all. Lu Yongyuan looked him straight in the eye. "That's the 9th stroke. It's my loss. The last stroke. I call it eternal silence." With that, he turned, shaking his head, and left. Too slow," he muttered, half thoughtful and half dismal. Looking at the back of Lu Yongyuan, he stood straight as he left, looking a little desolated. Lu Cheng stood there and surprisingly did not feel the joy of winning the match. Even as the voice of the referee announcing his victory had reached his ears, it didn't cause any ripple within his heart lake. If he had undergone a tough match and eventually defeated this title expert, even if he was distracted and performed badly in the match, he would definitely be exhilarated and unable to contain his joy. However, after just 9 strikes, Lu Yongyuan, who still had a lot of strength remaining, had chosen to admit defeat decisively. Furthermore, he just turned around and left afterwards. This caused Lu Cheng to feel a little bottled up and didn't have the feeling that he was the victor. It's darned exhilarating to run away after acting cool? The thought popped up in Lu Cheng's mind as he silently cursed to console himself. Recalling what had previously happened, Lu Yongyuan had truly let him witness a top-tier physical invulnerability expert, or rather the highest level of knife technique in today's world. If he had not paused twice during the process to explain the name of his moves and instead choosing to attack consecutively, Lu Cheng might not have been able to last the 9 strikes. So this is the distance between me and the top-tier experts. Lu Cheng was struck with realization suddenly. Combining the realization with the images of the previous battles, Lu Cheng could vaguely feel that he had made some improvements under the pressure of Lu Yongyuan's 9 strikes knife techniques. He had a better understanding of the techniques of physical invulnerability moves and was no longer restricted by the original framework. From this, he recalled his battles with Xian Xiaoya, Wang Ke, and the Living Buddha over the last 10 days and also their unique characteristics and unique skills. All of a sudden, Lu Cheng felt that this was a fruitful trip as he had witnessed and learned a lot. Isn't this the initial motive of participating in the master competition? Suddenly, Lu Cheng felt more at ease and no longer bottled up. His mood got extremely good as he moved quickly to the edge of the river. He couldn't wait to share his own joy with his little fairy girl. "Ha ha ha ha. Now you have embarrassed yourself. I still thought that his 9 strikes could not be stopped." "Fireworks expression," said Brahman. Looking at his confident appearance, "I was so nervous for so long," replied Eternal Nightfall, Yen Shaoling. Following which, she had a question. "Didn't he say 9 knives? He had definitely struck more than 10 times. Damn, a great master in knife has become the same as a small hooligan on the streets in your words. Cover face and Psy expression?" Unparalleled Dragon King continued to explain. "In martial arts competition, 9 knives would mean 9 moves. Oh. So that's how it is. As I thought, he is a title expert after all. How could he be so shameless?" Yen Shaoling replied. This question had bothered her for some time. Nye Chi asked curiously, "Why does the god-slaying knife choose to make the 9 moves promise? I can see that he looked pretty alright in the end. There wouldn't have been a problem he had chosen to continue fighting." Road to the arena floated in and explained. "Martial artists who use knives don't like to leave any leeway and prefer to go all out. This is to stop them from hesitating and not to have their will waver so as to push themselves to the fullest and perform beyond their limits. The god-slaying knife was doing so a while ago. By compressing all his hopes into the 9 moves, it brought out the most brilliant performance." "Really?" Yen Shaoling was a little dumbfounded and felt a little like she was enlightened. "Of course," laughing sheepishly, said the road to the arena. "Of course it's fake. I just made it up. How could a martial artist like me possibly understand the thoughts of a physical invulnerability expert? At this very moment, there were various intense discussions on this issue. Many people couldn't understand why Lu Yongyuan had chosen to do so. There's no issue with the promise of 9 moves. This is a way a strong senior expert might act in front of a rising new generation. However, in the process of the battle, Lu Yongyuan paused twice. This allowed Lu Chang to have the opportunity to settle himself and not have to constantly dodge and move. This decision makes others feel that he didn't want to win in the first place. The famous user missed by a move raised his doubts. Poison Milk Hierarch, He Xiaowei, retweeted. Perhaps there's a major issue with Lu Yongyuan's new technique and he has to catch his breath? Perhaps Lu Yongyuan was too confident and wanted to fully demonstrate all 9 strikes, but this ended in failure. There are too many possible reasons and we do not have to be too bothered by it. Let's discuss on the fact that Lu Chang has made it to the round of 16 as a 3rd pin. This isn't something common. After he posted this, the majority of commenters had the same feelings. To defeat a title expert in his first few matches as a physical invulnerability expert, there isn't anyone who has done it. Yeah, although there are many reasons behind it, it is still a very shocking and impressive achievement. Oh right, is there any lip-reading expert? I couldn't hear the last few words of Lu Yongyuan clearly. He said he was too slow. What he meant was that he had given Lu Chang too much time for the 9th move. This had allowed him to make up for his mistake. Admire the one above who has such a unique talent. Lu Yongyuan's self-created technique hasn't been named, right? Let me see. He came from the dark sect but broke out from the dark sect with this. Why don't we call it non-dark? Lu family's knife. It's simple and easy to understand. While everyone was commenting fervently, Lu Chang had ended his chat with Yan Zhika. He took a good nap and expelled all the hidden poison within his body. At 7:30 that night, he watched the remaining 8 elimination matches in the hotel and got pumped up by a few matches between the favorites. In the 3rd last match, Renli stepped onto the stage to challenge the Lion King, Shang Yud. Her opponent was known for his resilient vitality and amazing recovering ability. He was a monster that almost wouldn't be defeated unless one struck his vital spots. Ren Li's sword technique could slice the Mummy and Dark Knight bat easily, but was only able to leave shallow wounds on the Lion King, Shang Yud. Moreover, such wounds would be fully recovered in several seconds or several tens of seconds. After attempting hidden scent and other various methods without significant effects, Renli could only rely on the movement techniques of Wind Sect for a guerrilla-style battle, while hoping to cause an impact over time. However, after a long period of battle, it was inevitable to make mistakes. The Lion King immediately grabbed onto the opportunity and defeated her in a single round of counterattack. You can start thinking of what you will like to treat us to. When the match had just ended, Peng Liyun immediately tagged Lu Chang in the group chat. Lu Chang replied, laughed out tears expression. I feel that the god-slaying knife should be the one treating this meal. If you can invite him over to pay the bills, we are fine with it too. Peng Liyun answered without any emojis. I believe he would split me into halves. Breaking into cold sweat expression, replied Lu Chang. And Xiaoyang broke into laughter and said, will I make it if I book an air ticket now? No problem. The round of 16 would be held at night in 2 days, replied Renli suddenly. Didn't you just finish your match? Peng Liyun was a little shocked. Renli answered like it was only natural. I just got back to the changing room when I recalled that I should remind Lu Chang. Chihuahua is always full of energy. Lu Chang broke into laughter and shook his head. After another half an hour, the remaining 2 matches had ended. Lu Chang realized that other than him, all the remaining contestants in the round of 16 were famous experts. Warrior Sage, Chen Donglu, Kirin, Dong Baxian, Wisdom King, Zhihai, King of Swords, Wu Qiao, Spear King, Huang Ku, Clown, Gu Jianqi, Queen of Thought, Yidan, Optimus Prime Long Zhan, Blazing Sword, Qi Ling. They were either title experts or were the strong reserves to win a title soon. Looking at them, Lu Cheng's mouth twitched a little. He sent a message to Yenjika. I have the feeling of being a lamb in a pack of wolves. Everyone around me is a well-known expert. Yenjika happened to be having a break and saw a push notification. As there was the word husky in it, she clicked into the link. The headline of this piece of news was about a husky mixing into a pack of wolves. There was a picture of its blank and silly look while hiding there. As she was browsing, she saw a message from Chung. Yenjika swapped out of the interface and saw the content of the message. A lamb in a pack of wolves? That's perfect. Recalling the previous piece of news, Yenjika broke into laughter and quickly covered her mouth with her hand. Her hand shivered for a long time as though someone was tickling her. After a long while, she slowly recovered and replied, Yes, yes, yes. Brother Chung is right. Why do I feel that your reply is a little strange? Frowning with suspicion. Where? Yenjika quickly replied. What are you thinking of now? Lu Chung didn't believe her and asked. Yenjika replied with a smile, Have you heard of the song by the little dragon guy? My answer is in the song. The answer is in the song. Lu Chung went to the search engine and searched curiously. After looking through the lyrics, there were a few words that stood out to him. I'm not telling you. I'm not telling you. I'm not telling you. Lu Chung was shocked and his mouth formed an O shape. After a while, he broke into silent laughter and couldn't wait to hold Yenjika in his arms. However, there's only a TV, a coffee table and a small fridge in front of him, but the beautiful figure was not in sight. Looking at it blankly, he was silent for several seconds before smiling again. Using a light-hearted tone, he expressed his admiration for Yenjika's quick thinking. The draw of the top 16 for the master competition would fix the fixture for the subsequent rounds. The winner would advance to the semifinals with the corresponding victor. During the process for the drawing of the first half, matches between the experts drew many people's attention. When the second contestant for the second half was drawn, Lu Chung heard his name and his opponent would be Wuyue Club, Gu Jianxi. The clown, Gu Jianxi. At the side entrance of Juku 50,000 Pack Sports Stadium, Gu Jianxi had completed his top 32 elimination matches and was presently watching the lot drawing ceremony. When it had ended, he walked away, hands in pocket, and turned into an alley in the back. He had many braids, a common hairstyle in the war-torn zones. Between his neck and chin, there was a clown tattoo in black and blue. Going further down, especially on the more exposed parts of his skin, there were more tattoos of differing images, all clustered and overlapping. It was a disturbing sight. According to a street rumor, veracity unknown, Gu Jianxi gets a tattoo whenever he goes through an important event in life. The clown profile, for example, represented his first murder. Currently, Gu Jianxi wore a black t-shirt with gaudy hip-hop images on it. He didn't look the part of an eminent physical invulnerability mighty one. Rather, he looked like a rapper. Just as he was about to turn into the corner, a lurking male reporter scuttled to him with a twinkle in his eyes. He proffered the microphone. Mr. Gu, if I may ask, what are your thoughts on your upcoming match against Lu Chung in the top 16? It's prohibited to interview martial artists before the start of their matches, since that would affect their mood. Therefore, he had to seize the fleeting opportunity in that 1 day 2 nights. Before the reporter with 2 pimples on the forehead could finish his sentence, he noticed Gu Jianxi's icy stare, redolent of a wolf seeking to devour its prey. He shuddered. I was just asking. If you don't want to answer, it's fine. The reporter tried to utter an excuse, but couldn't even stutter one, for the words were stuck at his throat. I would expect nothing less from the clown, who had taken more hundreds of lives. He thought in fear and awe. And that was despite the fact that the clown rarely left China after passing his ranking event. Gu Jianxi retracted his gaze and spat out 2 words icily. No comment. No comment. The reporter stood rooted to the spot with a blank look. He only recovered after the clown was a few steps away. Sharply, he began to analyze the latent emotions in Gu Jianxi's words. Was he enraged by the question, and therefore had no comments? Why was he enraged? Was it a humiliating question to him? Once that guess occurred to him, the reporter chased up to him. Slightly out of breath, he asked, "Mr. Gu, do you deem it unnecessary to talk about the match? You are convinced that there can only be one outcome, which is you winning, yes?" Gu Jianxi tilted his head to look him impassively. "Yes," he answered placidly. The simple yes sounded like an angel's instrument to the reporter. He knew he had the headline in the bag. He lived up to his reputation of being forthright. He didn't speak pretty lies, nor did he mince his words or fear anything or stayed politically correct. He always said what was on his mind. Thoughts racing, the reporter drew a deep breath. He quickly added a question, a spicier one this time. "If I'm not mistaken, you feel that Lu Chang only made it to the top 16 due to luck, and is not yet worthy enough to contend against the rest. Am I right?" He noticed Gu Jianxi's eyes clouding when he was done asking. His gaze read all his ill intentions like an X-ray. Gu Jianxi glared at him for a couple of seconds. In that time, he felt as though he had fallen into a frozen cave. As though someone was repeatedly stabbing him. As though he was at the verge of a terrible death. Soybean-sized perspiration beaded on his forehead before rolling off. The reporter was about to succumb to fear and break down. But Gu Jianxi turned and walked off in ghostly steps. His reply was indifferent. "For now, yes." When his silhouette had disappeared, the reporter relaxed and hunched over limply. He gagged. "For now, yes. For now, yes." He straightened up. An excited smile gradually spread across his face as he chewed on the words. 10 minutes later, many articles with shocking headlines surfaced on the internet. Shocking! The clown thinks Lu Cheng's trash. A guaranteed win for me, as quoted from Gu Jianxi. The clown claims that Lu Cheng is undeserving of being in the top 16 of Master Tournament. "Oh great! It's blowing up everywhere," muttered Exan Xiaoye as she walked into the hotel lobby. That was when she saw the gloomy Gu Jianxi appearing at the entrance out of the corner of her eye. Exan Xiaoye flourished her phone. "Seen this?" Gu Jianxi nodded impassively to show that he was aware of the headline of that day and the ongoing dispute between fans on both sides. "Sigh. You already know these reporters will exaggerate whatever you say by fivefolds," said Exan Xiaoye. "If it was me, like, if I were you, they would exaggerate it by tenfolds." She wasn't expecting any replies from Gu Jianxi, but to her surprise, he said 2 sentences after a moment of silence. "Only 2. I was speaking the truth. An enraged prey is an easy prey." With that, he stopped talking and headed for the lift with his usual gloomy look. Exan Xiaoye, surprised by his unusual chattiness, began spacing out. Lu Cheng sat on his bed with his legs crossed. He watched as the fuming Yan Shaoling and other internet users debated online as he pacified his wife. Strangely, it felt like he was a bystander. He knew that there wasn't anything erroneous in his opponent's words. At his newly attained level, there was no way for him to defeat Mad Knife, if not for his whimsical condescension. Looking at the other martial artists that had made it to the top 16, he was indeed a cut below the rest. Even he himself had joked that it like a sheep mixing into a pack of wolves. So there was nothing to be angry about. That wasn't to say he wasn't unhappy about it, of course. Clearly understanding the rationale behind something didn't equate to rationally accepting it. Lu Cheng couldn't help but feel a little depressed, hoping that time would pass quickly. Give me 2 years, no, make that 1. By then, even if I couldn't take home the title, I would be deserving of a spot here. When that time comes, I will defeat you all fair and square. As these thoughts passed his mind, he focused more on watching the clown's fight footage, studying his death sect secret arts mixed with slight freezing intent. He remained serious and focused for the next few days. Soon, the top 16 elimination battle had arrived. It was chilly at 7:30 p.m. on the night of early November. The audience, enduring the rustling autumn wind, arrived one after the other. It was a full house at Juku City 500,000 pack sports stadium. The only places that were empty were the passageways isolating the battlefield, and the empty seats kept that way to prevent trampling incidents. After listening to Little Fairy's cheers, Lu Chang cleared his emotions. No anger, no joy, no expectations, and no intentions of giving up. He stood up, walked out of the changing room. He didn't think about what would happen if he won or lost. He only thought about how to give his all so he could grasp at the slimmer of hope. Walking past the long passageway, he stepped onto the ground which no longer had grass. He wore a white martial arts suit with dragon and tiger trimmings. He saw Gu Jianxi standing across. The clown was dressed in all black, and even his eyes seemed a dark night void of stars and moons. He had a sinister, dangerous air like the sort of guy that would kill at a disagreement. The blue, black grimacing clown profile came into sight. Lu Chang suddenly recalled pieces of information about his opponent. He was from the war-torn zones, grew up slaughtering, crazy talented, possessed no powerful martial arts but always managed to kill his opponent, scouted by an elder from the Dinghai sect, avoiding a fate of getting burned from playing with fire, attained inhuman on his first ranking event, made the great leap after a few years, and is currently at first pin, dislikes socializing, never did anything to please, and made many enemies as a result. His talent had good affinity with the Death Sect secret arts. An assassin-styled martial artist who knew nothing of mercy. Also the type that performed better with a bigger audience. However, he never got careless against a weaker opponent, nor did he ever hold back on his deadly moves. Thoughts racing, Lu Chang saw the referee announcing the start of talk time. Gu Jianxi, saying nothing, stared at Lu Chang like a snake eyeing a frog. At first, Lu Chang wasn't much affected, but after 10 seconds or so, he began to have cowering thoughts and felt restless. He quickly formed ice heart, alleviating the shapeless pressure and palpable danger. The black starry sky, darker than night, appeared. Dazzling stars moved slowly, dense and scorching. Lu Chang tried to intimidate the clown with his aura, but Gu Jianxi was unaffected, as though he had lost the ability to percept. Under his continuous stare, Lu Chang felt a disturbance in his ice heart. What's this now? A stare-off? Thought Lu Chang, nearly unable to stifle his laugh. His ice heart returned to its tranquil, clear state. He didn't take the chance to form 5 flames, since he planned on using a different battle style. That was when the referee shouted, "Begin!" in a stentorian voice. With a bang, Lu Chang swirled on his heel, turning his waist, sweeping up a blizzard that shrouded the area. He moved on rapid footwork in the snowy gales, constantly repositioning in guerrilla style. Motionless, eyes squinting, Gu Jianxi remained standing at the spot. Seeing that, Lu Chang flicked his thumb, shooting a pellucid, freezing frost light with a swish. Then, on quick footwork, he shifted to another spot and punched, throwing out a lump of purple meteor-like flame. Bam! Boom! Against the Ice Spirit Holy Light and Lord Emperor's purple flame, Gu Jianxi didn't make large movements to dodge. He merely took 2 steps, perfectly dodging the attacks with the most economical method. Hush! Rumble! Amid the blizzard, Lu Chang stayed on the move and kept delivering ranged attacks. A dance of frost light and purple flames. Gu Jianxi stuck to his previous style, moving on minimal movements with immense precision. Lu Chang was confident that he could read his next movement. Subconsciously, he paused for 2 seconds, then struck at the clown, so that he would crash into the Ice Spirit Holy Light on his own. At that moment, Gu Jianxi suddenly moved, but not like how Lu Chang predicted him to evade. Instead, he hunched over and pounced at his opponent, who had a delay in his movements. A dark figure, blurry from its super speed, closed in on him quickly. It was too late for Lu Chang to dodge. Turning sideways, he smashed his fist diagonally, half blocking and half escaping. Bang! The ground below him suddenly split apart, from which a fist aiming at Lu Chang's vitals emerged. The blurry shadow faded, distorted, and vanished. Throughout the process, the black shadows that were split out created strong killing intent to attract the attention of Lu Chang's senses. Unknowingly, Gu Jianxi had sealed his existence and had dived silently underground. It was as though he had become a real piece of rock. It was not until the moment he ambushed that he erupted and shocked Lu Cheng. He had expended so much effort just to conceal himself from Lu Cheng's ability to sense danger in advance. However, Gu Jianxi had still underestimated the special ability from Cultivation. Other than the time he was fooled by Gu Hui, who used a similar cultivation technique, Lu Cheng had never failed. After his third awakening of supernatural ability and making the Great Leap, several parts of his martial arts had reached the stage of connection with the gods, where he could sense things before they actually happened. The clown's concealment was done outstandingly well, and used the undead lingering souls technique for distraction. It was indeed worthy to be called perfection. However, unusual faint vibrations from the ground still alerted Lu Cheng. As he clenched his fist and smashed across diagonally, he followed through and took a step forward to avoid his vitals from being hit. Amidst the spattering stone gravel, he extended both of his arms, lifted his right knee, wriggled his calf and used the tensed-up feet to meet the rising punch from Gu Jianxi. This seemingly normal move that emulated a hawk spreading its wings had secretly hidden internal explosion elements within. Lu Cheng knew that the clown had integrated small amounts of ice sect techniques and had extremely strong resistance to the cold. For a decision made in a split second, he would naturally be more inclined to use techniques of the fire sect. For an expert who had made the Great Leap, his mental strength was strong and making visualization was easy and fast. Simplified physical invulnerability moves were just at the tips of his fingers. The tip of Lu Cheng's toes pecked at Gu Jianxi's fist from the side and injected Emperor Yen force into it. At this moment, a dull green light erupted from the clown's fist and turned into various dancing butterflies. Each butterfly brought parts of the fire force away and ignited itself. They were green, oily, cold and miserable, just like the will-o'-the-wisp in a mass grave. Seeing that his internal explosion was neutralized, Lu Cheng immediately retracted his leg. He wanted to follow up by stomping his left leg and inject Lord Emperor's purple flame into the ground to make it similar to an erupting volcano. Just as he was about to retract his right leg, Gu Jianxi seemed to have lost the majority of his weight suddenly and become a sticky ointment or a soul that entangled with a human. His fist was stuck with the tip of Lu Cheng's leg and he seemed to be about to be lifted by Lu Cheng. While being able to avoid the subsequent blow to the ground, he could also follow up with a close-range assassination technique. Seeing this, Lu Cheng immediately changed his plan. While retracting his right leg, he had already leapt into the skies and kicked out consecutively with his left leg. In this split moment, Gu Jianxi suddenly retracted his exposed arm. Blurry black shadows in the shape of evil ghosts erupted from the ground and pounced towards Lu Cheng. Rumble! Lu Cheng exploded the Emperor Yen force within his left leg. The purplish-white flames raged and swept across, eliminating a substantial number of ghostly souls. However, these evil ghosts appeared incessantly without a limit in sight. While in midair, Lu Cheng seemed to be in a tough position as he was about to lose his defense posture and become a live target. Without a change in expression, his extended arms dropped naturally as he formed a seal in front of him before shouting, "Formation!" The low voice resounded and the surrounding air flow solidified into a formless cage. The evil ghosts were sealed underground and couldn't possibly break free anytime soon. Bam! The concrete gravel sputtered beside Lu Cheng again. A black figure rose into the skies and it was the clown, Gu Jianxi. Both of his eyes glowed a dull shade of green. He didn't clench his right fist to strike as a punch or use his palm to push or split. Instead, he used his middle finger as the tip of the knife and pierced towards Lu Cheng's ribs. His fingertips were glowing green while his skin was grayish-white as it moved. The third move of the death sect, Hades' Invitation. Lu Cheng knew clearly that when facing a physical invulnerability move of the death sect, it would be best to not bear the idea of exchanging blow for blow. Once he couldn't withstand and his unguarded body was hit, even if it wasn't a vital spot, it would have similar effects of being hit at the vitals. Under normal circumstances, if one's arm or leg was severed, there would be no way to grow out another. However, with a physical invulnerability expert's strong control over his body, As long as one could quickly place the severed part back to its original position, one could still heal from it without any future impact. As for being pierced in the stomach, shoulders collapsing, and other small injuries, a physical invulnerability expert would be indifferent to it. However, when facing a martial artist who practiced the death sect skill, a small injury could also be lethal. In this critical juncture, Lu Cheng quickly and naturally formed his hand seals. The engraving in his mind was traced out and appeared again. He aimed directly at Gu Jianxi and shouted in a serious and mighty tone, "Army!" This was the complete army formula, and was 2 to 3-fold stronger than the simplified version where one simply used his breathing and blood flow to trigger one's body. Bloodlust shot through the skies as 1,000 edges gathered. Cold and ruthless arrows fired towards Gu Jianxi's body, making him feel like he was in hell and were ambushed from all directions. As a martial artist who had emerged from a mountain of corpses, the clown's movement was only affected slightly before he shook off the impact. He had not only seen such scenes in an illusion but had also experienced it in reality. However, the momentary pause to raise his hand allowed Lu Cheng to grab onto the opportunity to ignite part of the Emperor Yen force. Lu Cheng's body was like a rocket undergoing secondary propulsion. With it, he moved a foot to the side and landed on both feet. Without leaving an opening for Gu Jianxi to regulate and attack again, he quickly formed another seal with both of his hands and shouted in a low tone, "Attainment!" A mysterious feeling that connected with heaven and earth descended. Lu Cheng pushed off with his feet a little and his entire body flew out at a speed that left afterimages. He didn't take the opportunity to counterattack but instead had chosen to open up the distance. This was because a martial artist from the death sect could make a sacrifice to a certain extent in order to land a deadly blow, and this was the reason why they usually wouldn't fare as well in a prolonged battle. Seeing that, Lu Cheng moved further and further away from him and shrunk quickly in his vision. The glow in Gu Jianxi's eyes turned cold as he raised his left hand and bent his fingers. With his finger joint, he knocked fiercely at the space in front of him as though he was knocking a door. Dong! Lu Cheng, who was retreating at high speed, instantly felt that his ice heart was hit by a large hammer. It was on the verge of shattering and raged fiercely within. An intense feeling of fear welled up and his body shivered a little. His body stiffened and his movements slowed. The first move of the death sect, Ghostly Midnight Knock. Gu Jianxi was able to use it as he wished without the need to make too many preparations. Moreover, he had made references to the unique skills of the Ice sect and made specific improvements to it to specifically counter the enemy heart freezing move. Fear welled up like the tides and knocked on Lu Cheng's will frantically. However, Lu Cheng had also experienced a lot and could still barely hold on. Once again, he traced out another forwarding formula. Lu Cheng didn't say it out but simply changed his hand seals. After which, Lu Cheng was able to suppress the fear within his heart and reform his ice heart. At this moment, Gu Jianxi had already approached him like a phantom. Wriggling his right arm, his forearm expanded as he swung his fist from the side. On the surface, a dull green light moved creepily. Just as Lu Cheng raised his arms to block, he suddenly had a sense of danger. He formed a layer of his right leg and kicked out accordingly. At this moment, he finally noticed that the clown was punching the top and kicking the bottom at the same time. That kick was silent and imperceivable to Lu Cheng's senses. The seventh move of Death Sect, Shadowless Killing Kick. Bam! Before Gu Jianxi's fist landed on the guard Lu Cheng formed with his arm, his left leg had stomped onto the whipping kick of Lu Cheng. The thick layer of ice was instantly shattered and turned into grayish-white powder before melting several seconds later. Bam! The clown fist was blocked and stopped. Lu Cheng instantly felt a chilling sensation invading that ignored his ordinary fire force. Both of his arms seemed to have temporarily gone dead. This was a double trap that Gu Jianxi had prepared specifically for Lu Cheng, who had the ability to sense danger in advance. He had chosen to weaken the strength of his shadowless killing kick and instead increased his Hades force in undead lingering souls. The initial move was that the above attack was a feint and the kick was the real attack. However, it was now 70% strength in the kick and 30% in the punch above. Once he lost control of both of his arms, Lu Cheng didn't panic. He twisted his waist and swung his left arm out as a whip. At the same time, he strode ahead with the same leg and ignited raging faint purple flames. Using them as a wall of fire, he furiously sent it towards Gu Jianxi. A technique of fire sex, incinerate city, vaporizing lake. At this moment, Gu Jianxi revealed a stiff smile. He did not retreat and had chosen to advance instead. Without making additional defensive maneuvers, he simply tilted his body to avoid the whipping attack. Bam! The purple flame wall smashed onto his legs and ignited. However, Gu Jianxi seemed to have become a corpse that had lost all sensations of pain. He did not even flinch at all. His left arm moved like a cobra and shot out rapidly towards Lu Cheng, who had exhausted his moves. Without any delay, he injected all his force into him. At such a close distance, such attacks arrived at a blink of an eye. Lu Cheng only managed to pull his body slightly to avoid his neck from being hit. Poof! Gu Jianxi's left index finger pressed onto Lu Cheng's shoulder bone. An intense sense of danger could be felt right away. The ninth move of Death Sect, Killer Strike, the final grin. Lu Cheng's thoughts flashed past quickly as he saw both legs of the clowns had turned all black. At the same time, he saw scorching red flames covering the hair between his leg. Suddenly, he couldn't help but feel pain. I thought I was good at exchanging blows for victory and an expert in life and death matches. In the end, there's always someone more ruthless and better than me in these aspects. If my strike was a little stronger, he gasped at the thought of it and no longer resisted. He knew clearly that Gu Jianxi was relying on his body's unique transformation to an undead and the extremely strong recovery ability of a physical invulnerability expert while taking the risks. Obviously, if this was a life and death match, considering his ruthlessness, he would likely have done the same even if he didn't have such conditions available to him. This was the clown Gu Jianxi. The referee's mouth was also twitching. He quickly raised his right arm and announced loudly, "Gu Jianxi wins." Drops of flame started flaking down, and a layer of dull green light covered the burnt areas, as though he was wearing a pair of fashionable long pants. Hearing the referee's judgment, Lu Cheng collected himself. He put his hands together, bowed, then turned and walked towards the changing room entrance at the end of the stadium. In his ears, he seemed to be able to hear sighs from miles away. Cuckoo, Yan Shaoling, and Brahmin must be feeling disillusioned, even more so than me. He retrieved his phone from Amen after entering the aisle. Saw Yan Zhika's text right as he lit up his screen. "I wasn't expecting the clown to put his life on the line." Shocked Doge. "Yeah, neither did I." He treated the arena match like a life and death battle. "Covers face and size," replied Lu Cheng. Despite being fully aware of Gu Jianxi's battle style, he wasn't expecting his opponent to go to such extreme lengths after exchanging merely a few moves. His own well-being never meant a thing to him as long as he could hurt his opponent. Undeniably, martial artists who practiced the Death Sect secret arts were plagued with the weakness of low stamina. However, the fight had only just begun, and the clown still had a long way from reaching his limits, so it was unnecessary for him to take such extreme measures. The fight had been more dangerous than a life-and-death battle. At this level of combat, their safety relied solely on their own judgment as physical invulnerability mighty ones. The referee staying at the edge of the arena merely served as host and witness. In other words, a physical invulnerability expert should be aware of whether they can block an enemy attack and roughly how much damage they would receive. At this level of power control, accidents arising from lack of restraint were exceedingly rare. Even if it did occur, it was highly likely for the victim to survive, albeit with grave wounds. Any willful acts would be uncovered when the footage was reviewed, and once confirmed, the offender would incur the rage of a nation. Yan Zhika then sent a covers face and size emoji. "The clown's fans are mad at you." "What for? It's not like I torched him there on purpose. He was the one that bumped into me," replied Lu Cheng, annoyed yet amused. Yan Zhika sent a tears of joy emoji. "They are mad that you didn't last longer and throw out more moves. If you did, then the clown would surely have had a wardrobe malfunction." Lu Cheng let out a laugh. He couldn't help but shake his head. Strangely, it lifted his mood and dissipated much of the gloominess from losing. A miracle wouldn't be called a miracle if it happened every time. Surrounded by first-pin pros and titled mighty ones, he was content with making it to the top 16. However, the contentment was temporary, for he would come back stronger next year. As for the Battle of the Kings in December and Battle of Supreme Class at the start of January, he planned on opting out so that he could invest more time in learning the physical and vulnerability chapters. He had to root out every problem he discovered during the master battle. Having picked himself up, he sat on the sofa watching the subsequent matches between the top dogs. At the same time, he chatted idly with Kuku, who was on her way to Connecticut Uni's campus. Halfway, he switched tab to the group chat and tagged Peng Liyun and the others. Time to decide on what to eat. You got back on your feet fast. And Xiaoyang's reply came before long, as though he had been keeping an eye out for Lu Cheng's message. Against an opponent like the clown, the chances of winning as the underdog were slim. However, if you were at a similar level to him, you could lay a trap for him by leveraging on his reckless fighting style. Peng Liyun began discussing the previous battle with great interest. Yup, strong swimmers tend to drown, and adept riders tend to fall. One's strength and habits can often lead to defeat, said Runli literarily, then added, that's what my master just told me using the clown as a case study. The discussion went on for a while as they all threw in their 2 cents. Lu Cheng glanced at pictures of food deliberately sent by his little fairy. He quickly reminded the group. Shouldn't our main focus be deciding on what to eat? I know a food blogger that lives in Juku. Let me consult her, said Peng Liyun, who seemed to have just remembered about the main focus. You know a food blogger? You don't seem like a food enthusiast to me, priest. Is that a scandal I'm smelling? Surprised, asked Lu Cheng. Peng Liyun replied seriously. I was scrolling through Weibo when I remembered a difficult question and spaced out. Then, my hand slipped and followed her by mistake. I was going to cancel the request immediately. But she DM'd me excitedly saying that she loved martial arts and had been following me for some time. It didn't feel right to just unfollow her, so I left it as it was. We occasionally chatted and reposted each other after that. Say no more. Explaining is covering up, and covering up proves that you are guilty. Snickering, teased Lu Cheng. I'm serious. I don't even know her that well. Peng Liyun replied quickly, earnestly emphasizing his point. TSK. Priest is so innocent. Usually, an experienced guy would have changed the subject or joked about it self-mockingly instead of giving a serious explanation. Lu Cheng kept that to himself and dropped the subject tactfully. He then tagged and Xiaoyang. When's your flight arriving, hipster? Tomorrow morning. And Xiaoyang sent a screenshot of his air ticket. Then we'll set the date to tomorrow night, decided Lu Cheng. That's when Peng Liyun relayed the advice he was given. She told me crabs are the meatiest during autumn, so now's the best time for crabs. Juku's spicy crabs are very tasty, with a unique flavor that you couldn't find at anywhere else. She recommended a place called First Grade Fresh. Sure, no objections from me. As Lu Cheng was typing, he recalled the different spicy crabs he had eaten in the past and began salivating. I'm fine with it too. Runli never had much input on food. Oh yeah, one more thing. Spacing out, wrote Peng Liyun. When I talked to her, I mentioned I was meeting up with you guys. She asked if she could tag along and meet us. According to her, she's a loyal Lu Cheng fan and wanted to have a signature and a picture taken with her idol. If you guys aren't cool with it, I'll turn her down. Sure, it's your call. Lu Cheng smiled with a bit of smugness. It feels pretty good to have fans everywhere. I would like to see what sort of girl idolizes Lu Cheng, replied Xiaoyang, amused. Don't talk about my fans like that, protested Lu Cheng. Only if she promises to keep this gathering to herself, emphasized Renli. The matter was settled after a round of discussion. On the next day, Lu Cheng followed his usual routine of morning practice, video chatting with Yenjika, and a siesta. When he woke up, he planned on another 3-hour training session. He rolled and sat up, but wasn't in a hurry to get off the bed. A tent had been erected down there. As a healthy, Energetic physical invulnerability, mighty one who hasn't been around his wife for over a month. Such reactions and the occasional fantasizing was normal. He inhaled, calmed down, and brought his body under control. Soon he was back to normal. After changing into a new set of clothes, he headed to the hotel's training room. At 6:30 p.m., he had Amin arranging a ride for him. He found the private room upon reaching first grade fresh. He pushed the door open, entered. At first glance, he saw an elegant beauty with straight medium-length hair in a thin white sweater. Then he saw Peng Liyun spacing out by himself, paying the girl zero attention. It's clear as day that there's no scandal here. Lu Cheng felt a little disappointed. The beauty with light makeup, bright and clear eyes, and sparkling pink lips stood up, smiling, and extended her hand. I'm Peng Shi, an avid fan of yours. I love how you kept creating those miracles, how you strive to achieve your goals and your perseverance. Her chest was a sight to behold, and even jiggled slightly when she stood up. Maintaining eye contact, Lu Cheng extended his right hand and gently touched hers. Smiling, he said, "It's my honor." That was when Ren Li and Chaoyang came in from outside. Peng Shi reintroduced herself, ending it with a self-mocking remark. "I never expected you all to be close friends behind the scenes. I got really curious after hearing about it, not to mention knowing that my idol was coming as well, so I shamelessly asked to tag along to your gathering. I hope you wouldn't mind me being here. I won't tell a word of anything said at this table to anyone. Girls who are good at poking fun at themselves are often likable." And Chaoyang nodded his approval. Ren Li glanced at Peng Shi's chests, then retracted her gaze and covertly looked at her own. For a moment she looked a little lost. Afterward, she sat silently at the seat furthest away from Peng Shi. They ordered spicy crabs, steamed mitten crabs, and many other signature dishes. Peng Shi got the ball rolling, initiating a topic with a smile. "Earlier, when I was scrolling through Weibo, I saw this reporter suggesting a Heavenly Son of China match between you all, Wisdom King, and Living Buddha, in order to determine the strongest Heavenly Son of China. Feels like he's trying to spark controversy. What do you all think?" "Boring," said Ren Li, shaking her head. "In my opinion, they shouldn't be limiting our opponents to such a small circle. Once we all attained physical invulnerability, there's no point in talking about a match between Heavenly Sons of China. We can only prove our worth by taking the titles. My opponent isn't only Wisdom King, Living Buddha, Priest, and the others. There's the Clown, Spear King, Dong Baxian, Taoist Sword, Warrior Sage, Dragon King, and many more mighty ones." "Exactly," said Peng Liyun, snapping out of his daze and nodding in approval. And Chaoyang smiled bitterly. "I feel like this conversation is above my pay grade." As they chatted idly, plates of delicacies were placed neatly before them, along with the bamboo steamers with the mitten crabs. Peng Shi took one, disassembling it into different parts expertly, and passed it to Peng Liyun. "Try it. It's not a local specialty, but it's good." "Thank you," replied Peng Liyun politely. After that, Peng Shi peeled another and passed it to Chaoyang. "Thanks, the taste is pretty authentic," said Chaoyang, who was from Huahai, smilingly. After that, Peng Shi picked up another mitten crab, skillfully dissected it, then placed it on Lu Cheng's plate. "Here, my idol," she said with a sweet smile. Glancing at the crab in the plate, Lu Cheng habitually smiled and said, "Thanks, you peeled it excellently." After he said that, he suddenly froze in déjà vu. In a moment, the details came to him as he recalled the scene back when Cuckoo was peeling crabs for him and teaching him the yen-style dating techniques. "Not bad, it tastes good." "Wrong answer. 0 points. You should have said, 'You peeled it excellently.' That's the right answer." Past scenes and voices came to him at once. For a moment, Lu Cheng began spacing out like Peng Liyun. Upon hearing his answer, Peng Shi paused, then grinned. "You are a little different from what I expected." Clearly, he knew the way to a girl's heart. Lu Cheng, containing his thoughts, smiled and shook his head, then focused on eating his crab. Peng Shi also peeled a crab for Ren Li. Politely, Runley picked up an untouched mitten crab and tossed it into the air. As the crab descended, Runley stuck out her fingers, enveloping it in a draft. Whoosh! Piece by piece, the crab shells dropped down as the snowy crab meat and tasty-looking crab roe fell neatly into Peng Shi's plate. I'm not very good at peeling crabs, so I have to do it like this. Renly cleaned her fingers with a piece of napkin. Here, as my gratitude. Peng Shi stared at her blankly. After some time, she recovered and smiled. I just want to say, Coach, I want to learn martial arts. It was late by the time they sated their appetites. Peng Shi was driving, so she offered to drive Lu Chang and the others back to the hotel. My assistant is already on her way here, lied Lu Chang. Peng Liyun and the others also rejected her politely. When everyone had left, Lu Chang, with his spectacles on and hands in his pockets, ambled on the road matted with fallen leaves in the warm night. He walked for some time before remembering to take a cab back. In the hotel room, Lu Chang stood beside the windows, looking towards the lights of homes that looked just like the Milky Way. He thought back quietly about the matter of crabs and Yenjika. Many of the details had disappeared in the stream of time. All that was left were some blurry images. However, the practical thing had integrated into his instincts and became subconscious. He might not feel anything most of the times, but when a familiar scene struck, everything would suddenly become so clear as though they had just happened. Feeling the vivid and eternal trails, Lu Chang knew that these were what had been supporting him. He looked on quietly for some time while counting down silently towards the end of Yenjika's lesson. He took out his phone and started typing but silently deleted it soon after. After 3 consecutive times, he forced a smile and said, There's something that I wonder if I should tell you. If I say it, I'm afraid you will be upset and feel pressured. If I don't say it, I'm afraid you will find me getting colder and not passionate enough. Yenjika happened to be keeping her books to move into a new classroom. When she saw this sudden message, she replied, Lost expression? What's the matter? Just say it. My mental quality is really good. What has happened to Chang? A faint smile surfaced on Lu Chang as he typed out word by word. Regarding the fact that I really miss you. Yenjika was instantly shocked and dumbfounded. Her lips formed a smiling arc and she felt a little strange in joy. Why did you say it so suddenly? I was having a gathering with Hipster and the group. Priest brought a girl along and she was a food blogger. She was very good at deshelling the crab and did one for everyone. My answer then was thank you. You were so good at it. I remembered that it was you who taught me about this compliment. Lu Chang described what happened previously in a summarized way. He didn't explain why did he suddenly feel so and only mentioned that he remembered such an incident. You've done pretty well. Yenjika felt her heart had gone soft suddenly. All her emotions had settled and the 4 words, I really miss you, were no longer empty. They had practical and deep support. Before Lu Chang could reply, she added, I saw a black man junior wearing feather raiment along the corridor yesterday. This has become fashionable at school. Therefore, I really miss you too. Why didn't you tell me beforehand? Lu Chang understood the hidden meaning behind Yenjika's words. Yenjika replied, looking at the sky proudly expression. Aren't I afraid someone being so rash that he would book an air ticket here directly? I would have definitely done that in the past. As for now, I can only enter the country once every 6 months. Covering face while crying expression. Moreover, he could not stay for more than 10 days. This was the restriction placed on physical invulnerability experts. That's true. Sitting in a dazed expression. Suddenly, a strong impulse welled up in Yenjika. She took out her notebook and curriculum to check for her schedule. She wanted to return to China over the weekend for a holiday and to give someone a surprise. On some matters, she had always had extremely strong courage and motivation. After flipping through, her heart sank. Because this was her first year learning under her mentor, her curriculum was fully packed, and she had a large amount of research and experiments to complete over the weekend. This was also a way for her to complete her studies in a shorter period of time. She stood up and turned into the public washroom just a stone throw away. Standing in front of the basin, She took off her glasses and washed her face with the cold water. Lifting her head, she saw a beautiful face from the reflection of the mirror. Yenjika extended her hands suddenly and pressed on the edge of her eyes. Sticking her tongue out, she made a wry face. This was something she loved to do the most when she was young. "It's all your fault." She stared at the opposite face and mumbled. After several days, the main part of the master competition finally ended. Warrior Sage Qian Donglu obtained the qualification to challenge the Dragon King. The two of them would engage in a peak matchup once again around the New Year period. After flying back to Sky Capital Garden in Huaqing, Lu Cheng did not rest the day he touched down. After a short break, he asked Amen to inform the driver to pick him up from his mansion. It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon and late at night in Connecticut. It would be a waste if he did not use this time to train. Moreover, after going through the master competition, he had many questions to conclude and to explore. At 2:55 in the afternoon, a spacious and luxurious nanny car stopped at the gate of the mansion along Chape Lake. Lu Cheng sat at the back of the car and saw Amen, who had not yet put down her luggage. He smiled faintly and said, "You can go back first and have a good rest. There's nothing else for today. I'm just going to train for an additional 2 to 3 hours. Just inform old Zhao to wait for me." Old Zhao was his driver, Zhao Zhenhua. Amen smiled sweetly but shook her head and said, "I can rest while I'm at the club too. Moreover, I don't have to cook my own meals or order delivery." "All right then." Lu Cheng didn't insist and leaned back. He closed his eyes slightly as he rested. Seeing this, Amen pulled out a book from her sling bag carefully and started reading it. From time to time, she would revert to her phone to make a note. After spending some time with personal assistance of other physical and vulnerability experts, she had learned the importance of self-learning to increase her value and not waste precious time. This was also because of something she held close to her. Although no one would speak badly of her in front of her, there would always be people pointing and commenting behind her back, saying that she had managed to become a personal assistant only because she had sacrificed her body. As to whom she was rumored to have sacrificed her body to, no one would dare to say it outrightly. Nonetheless, it was clear to everyone. Because of this, her joyous moments in life had decreased. She didn't even share this matter with her parents and her best friends. All she told them was that she was promoted and had a pay rise while performing outstandingly in an important role in the club. "I want to become an outstanding assistant," Amen thought as she clenched her fist secretly. In the steady cruising car, she was either reading a book or putting on her earphones to watch related videos. Due to an accident on the roads, half of all the lanes were jammed. Lu Cheng took half an hour to finally reach the club, after which he went to the private training ground. Other than the public areas, there were 10 isolated spaces with metal doors. This was to allow each and every physical and vulnerability expert to be able to use one individually and not be affected by others. When he pushed open the main door to the training ground, Lu Cheng saw a towering figure standing there. He wore a navy blue martial arts suit. His face was filled with perspiration and looked extremely tired under the scorching hot afternoon sun. Nonetheless, he had the majestic quality. This was the Dragon King Chun Chitao. Even though the other physical invulnerability experts of the club weren't here, he had not relaxed his demands of himself. Chun Chitao seemed to have sensed Lu Cheng approaching beforehand and wasn't surprised at all. All he did was nodding his head slightly as a form of greeting. He opened up his strides and headed towards the corridor leading to the Volcano Experiment Lab. As he walked past Lu Cheng, he paused for a few seconds before speaking in a somber tone. "Restart your practice on 9 rotations of 5 flames over this period of time." "Ha!" Lu Cheng was a little lost from what he heard. As the physical invulnerability move, 9 rotations of 5 flames. Descend of the Sun was compatible with his cosmic style. His control over it was fine and easy. Although he couldn't say that he was comparable to the Dragon King, he was confident that he was better than Optimus Prime, Long Zhan, and other traditional fire sect experts. This was a move that he was confident and proud of. "Why do I have to restart my practice?" Chen Qitao moved his hands behind him and repeated with a stern and low voice. You've relied on the techniques of cultivation to skip the complicated control techniques required in 9 rotations of 5 flames. These things wouldn't help you to use 9 rotations of 9 flames better, but can help you improve your control over different types of fire. This is the most basic of the basics. Some shortcuts could be taken, but there are things that you shouldn't skip. After he completed his sentence, the Dragon King opened up his strides again and passed by Lu Cheng. Every step of his had a similar form and distance covered as though they were copied and pasted. Lu Cheng was shocked for a moment but understood quickly. He knew that he had almost neglected the most important foundation. He turned around in a hurry, clasped his left hand over his right fist as a form of respect and said, "Thank you, Senior, for your guidance." Chen Qitao didn't turn around, didn't stop, and didn't look back as though he hadn't said anything. After seeing the Dragon King disappearing at the corners of the corridor, Lu Cheng also left the training ground and instead headed for the training room for physical invulnerability experts. Once he was there, he seriously restarted his practice on the 9 rotations of 5 flames. Descend of the Sun. After an afternoon of diligent training, Lu Cheng wiped away the perspiration from his forehead with a towel. After changing into a set of refreshing clothes, he headed to the canteen for lunch. His schedule was similar to the times when he was in Huaqing. At 7 o'clock at night, he returned to his mansion and sent off Amen and the driver, Zhao Zhenhua. Lu Cheng chatted with Kai Zhongming, Jiang Fei and others on QQ casually until his little fairy girl had completed her morning training. "Cheng, I won a luxurious full-play tour to Huaqing before I sleep yesterday," Yan Zhika said excitedly. "So? Lost expression?" Lu Cheng asked. "Cook can only come over during the winter break. I can be her guide at that time." "You really are." "Cover face in exasperation expression," replied Yan Zhika. "You have been in Huaqing for several months now. Don't you ever think of bringing them over to Huaqing for a tour? They wouldn't have to stay in the hotel at night and can stay directly at your home. Their transport can be settled by asking Amen to inform the driver. It will not be a hassle for you. All you have to do is to spend some quality time with them when you return home each day." Lu Cheng was dumbfounded for a while before commenting, "Who's the real child of my parents? I have not thought about this or anything similar to this at all. All I have thought of is to spend some days at home in December when I return." A man was indeed not as meticulous as a woman in this aspect. It's good that you can recognize it. You can ask aunt and uncle if they are free between November 27th to December 7th. Yeah. The tour is only for 7 days. Keeping the first 2 days free, uncle and aunt can get to know about our house and can also prepare some home-cooked food for you. Hands on the waist and laughing expression. Lu Cheng smiled unconsciously when he saw the message before adding, evil smile expression. Call them Mom and Dad. After chatting with Yan Zhika, Lu Cheng looked at the time, then immediately called Qifeng, his mother. "Didn't you already call this afternoon? What is it?" Instead of being happy, Qifeng was rather annoyed at getting another call from her son. The last episode for her favorite drama was being broadcasted. "Mom, are you and Dad free from November 27th to December 7th? Blurted Lu Cheng, forgetting to explain. "Why are you asking that?" asked Qifeng, puzzled. She shifted her gaze from the TV screen to Lu Jisheng, who was beside her. "Cuckoo wants to register you for a Huaqing group tour, which doesn't have mandatory shopping quotas. You see, I have settled down here for a few months, but I was so engrossed with martial arts that I forgot to invite you over for a vacation. It only came to me when Cuckoo reminded me. My bad, haha." Lu Cheng laughed drily, trying his best to belittle himself and promote his wife. Qifeng took a moment to digest the information, then beamed. "Look at you, even someone else's daughter is more filial than you. Cuckoo is such a good girl. Back then I always wanted a daughter. Girls are so much more considerate. But in the end I ended up with you, a little imp. Still, if it was actually a girl, your second uncle and the others would have laughed in secret. Mom, tell me if you are free first." Lu Cheng quickly stopped his mom from sidetracking. He then praised himself. "But without a son like me, How would you have such a good daughter-in-law? What's this now, getting puffed up? Said Chi Fong subconsciously, quoting a line she frequently heard in dramas. I'm all right with it since I can take leaves at any time, but I'll have to check with your dad. Sigh. Chung, you don't have to sign us up for group tours or whatsoever. Your dad and I can just stay at your place for a few days, check on how you are doing, and spend our free time street shopping. As she spoke, she consulted Lu Cheng's dad with her eyes. Lu Jisheng only heard snatches of conversation, so he looked confused, not sure of what was going on or what to reply with. It's fine. I have to practice at the club on regular days, and I'm sure you would feel bored if you were to stay at home. Plus, I live in a quiet place without neighbors and townspeople. Even if there were any, you wouldn't be able to converse with them, since they speak Guangnan Chinese. It's better if you were with a tour guide. Then you can try out the breakfast, seafood, and local dishes here while checking out places of interest. He will translate everything you don't understand. It will be fun and simple, really. Lu Cheng said whatever came to his mind without choosing his words. Try it, all right? You and Dad rarely go anywhere, other than that one time to Gaofan. We went there to watch your competition. Your dad has been to many places, but for work purposes. Chi Fong paused, remembering something that bothered her. Lu Yanwei had been doing well working under Erzi and is getting married during the new year. This took the burden off your second uncle. And ever since he went on a trip to Kaiyun province on National Day, he hasn't stopped bragging about it to the guys from the factory. The factory had shut down years ago, but Chi Fong still addressed them like that out of habit. Yeah, they are all going on trips. You can't lose to them, goaded Lu Cheng. Chi Fong took a deep breath. Okay, it's settled then. You aren't going to ask Dad? Asked Lu Cheng, puzzled. Him? He's fine with it. He has so many leaves stacked up, said Chi Fong peremptorily. Beside her, Lu Jisheng went from puzzled to blank-faced. That's not what you said earlier, thought Lu Cheng. Okay, I'll ask Kuku to register you. Send me a picture of your ID card on WeChat. Dad's too. For ticketing. All right, wait, Cheng, you should be the one registering us. Don't spend Kuku's money. It's true that she's from a wealthy family, but it's not like we are poor, now that you are a physical invulnerability pro and all. You two aren't married yet, so you have to pay attention to these things, advised Chi Fong pridefully. Relax, Mom. I'll give her the money, replied Lu Cheng, amused. First off, Kuku's Alipay is linked to his, putting the bulk of his assets in her hands. Her credit card and online payment were also bound to his bank card. She was also in charge of their finances. These were all done on his own accord after their marriage. Assured, Chi Fong began worrying about something else. Your dad and I have never taken planes. What do we do when we get there? It's all very simple. I'll teach you when you arrive at the airport. Put some trust in Dad's wits. Chi Fong's question made Lu Cheng a little sentimental. His mom and dad had worked their entire lives, devoting themselves to the family. They rarely indulged themselves, and this is actually their first time taking a plane. Maybe I should trouble Amen to accompany them. After hanging up, Lu Cheng relayed everything they had talked about to Yen Zhika. Immediately, she picked the best and most expensive option, and even made additional requests to their online customer service, telling them that money wasn't a problem. Inviting her mother-in-law and father-in-law to Huaqing to play was a joyous event, and if she compromised their comfort by fixating on cost efficiency, her efforts would go to waste despite her good intents. If that's the case, she might as well not do it in the first place. Since she was going to do it, she'll endeavor to do it flawlessly. As Lu Cheng was pondering whether to give Amen the additional task, she was standing at the entrance of the garden, waiting for her bestie. Her bestie's name was Wang Zi. She worked at her hometown, a provincial capital, after graduation. Wang Zi was on a work trip to Huaqing that day and was going to crash at her bestie's place for 3 nights. That meant that not only could she spend some quality time with her bestie, she could also save the claimable hotel reimbursement, adding it to her earnings. Around 10 minutes later, a cab pulled up, from which came Wang Zi with curled hair. Amen quickly welcomed her and helped her get her stuff from the car trunk. The thick-browed, bright-eyed, Pleasant-looking Wang Zi studied her bestie. Surprised, she said, Man, you are prettier. And fairer, too. Amen was always pretty. But when she was in university, she didn't take good care of herself and often attended outdoor activities, which gave her a healthy, malt-colored complexion. Amen was glad she noticed. She spruced up her hair and smiled modestly. I've been spending more time on self-care lately. Girls are always more meticulous and aware of minor details than guys when it comes to looking at a girl. Which brand are you using? The whitening effect is amazing, pressed Wang Zi, interested. Amen gave an honest reply as she dragged the luggage behind her. Wow, that brand's really expensive. Wang Zi tilted her head and studied her bestie once more. She then teased her with her unique straightforwardness. Seems like life has been treating you well. As they spoke, they took the lift to Amen's residence. 2 elevators and 2 units per level. This place is pretty high class, said Wang Zi. Amen smiled. The ones over there are even more high class. Each level has 1 elevator and 1 unit. Actually, it's 2 elevators and 1 unit. As they spoke, she opened the door and ushered Wang Zi inside. The decor is pretty luxurious. Wang Zi looked around without further exclamations. Man, which room are you staying in? Your roommate wouldn't mind me staying here, right? She asked. She was a happy-go-lucky sort of girl, and initially, she didn't put much thought to the inconveniences she might bring. But presently she felt a sudden wariness. Nah, I stay alone, said Amen briefly. What? How much does it cost? This is Huaching we are talking about, blurted Wang Zi after momentarily taken by shock. Housing was super expensive here, not to mention a high-class apartment. Amen actually had no idea. She thought for a while, then smiled and said, I'm not sure actually. The club assigned the unit to me when I promoted, so I get to stay here for free. Half gaping, Wang Zi's eyes roved around. Man, is your club still hiring? She asked with studied flippancy. Isn't the staff treatment too damn good? They frolicked for a bit. Then Amen helped Wang Zi unpack her belongings. I'm cuddling you to sleep tonight, said Wang Zi, taking over her bestie's bed. Half curious and half probing. She asked, being an assistant at Longhu is a pretty sweet deal, right? Those Inhuman mighty ones all become big shots when they switch over to another career. The vice director of my provincial police department is also an Inhuman. Who knows, if you make friends with them now, you might be able to reap benefits in the future. It's pointless. The members of the assistant team work in shifts, so you wouldn't make any progress unless you spend a lot of effort in ingratiating yourself with them. Plus, you'll never know if those ties will actually benefit you in the future, explained Amen smilingly. Wang Zi didn't dwell on the subject. After chatting for a while, they began gossiping about their mutual roommates in university, like how XXX broke up with her boyfriend in Huahai after returning pregnant from a blind date in her hometown, and how XX got married right after graduating and now has a son who is old enough to walk, and how XXX got accepted to a good firm and has already made the first down payment for a new house. Youthful and energetic as she was, Amen stayed up for half the night and went to work as per normal on the next day. Lu Cheng left early in the afternoon to visit a time-honored restaurant, so she left as well and got home at 5+. She planned on taking a nap. Right as she stepped into the house, she saw a panicked Wang Zi in pretty makeup. What's wrong? She asked, concerned. My boss insists that I have to meet a client at Jinding Xian. That place is really high class and every seat has been reserved since 2 days ago. Why didn't he ask me earlier? He never plans ahead. I'll have to rearrange this, grumbled Wang Zi, complaining about her obstinate boss. Jinding Xian? Mr. Lu had gone there before. That place has good ratings, but it really isn't that high class. Amen thought for a moment. Calm down, pups. I'll make a reservation for you. Wang Zi's nickname came from her surname. What? You? Wang Zi looked confused. Didn't I just mention that it's fully reserved? I know the manager there, replied Amen, smiling. She took out her phone and searched for the manager's number. She got to know him when she was making a reservation for Mr. Lu. When the call connected, she politely informed him about the situation. The reply was prompt and affirmative. A problem of yours is a problem of mine. Your friend can come anytime. Just ask her to mention your name. Thanks. I owe you a meal, said Almond gratefully. He laughed. Don't be so polite. I know it's not easy for you to be following Mr. Liu everywhere on a daily basis. After hanging up, Almond turned to Wang Zi. Done. Just mention my name when you get there. You aren't joking, right? Wang Zi could hardly believe it. Since when did Almond's name become an entry pass to such a high-class place? At 7 p.m., she had slipped into a long dress and waited for her client in front of Jin Dingxian. When he had arrived, they entered the building. She felt a little self-conscious as they walked through the expensively decorated hallway. She glanced at the ushering waiters standing in a neat line. Nervously, she said, "We made a reservation. By Almond." Miss Almond's reservation? A waiter beamed and beckoned at them. This way, please. He led Wang Zi and her client to the elevator, which brought them to a serene and elegant private room that offered a spectacular view. The flowing river reflecting city lights was dazzling and dreamy. Miss Wang, I'm impressed by your connections in Huaqing, praised the client after taking a look around. As a local, he was well aware that getting a reservation like this was no easy feat. Wang Zi had been a little overwhelmed since she was on the elevator. There was only one thought on her mind. Why is an assistant in the Longhu Club is this powerful? At 10 p.m. that night, Wang Zi carried her bag and returned to where Almond stayed. She sought her best friend with messy hair, carrying an electric toothbrush, and looked just like she had just woken up. How did the negotiation go? Almond asked casually. It went pretty well, and we have made a preliminary agreement. I will be able to get a sum of bonus again, and this is all because of you. Wang Zi answered with a solemn smile before asking in a nonchalant manner. So early? Isn't today a weekend? You still have to work. I have no weekends whatsoever. If my boss has something going on, I will have to be ready to move. Therefore, I have to maintain a timetable that is similar to his. Almond didn't intend to hide and laughed in a self-deprecating manner. Nonetheless, over the past few months, Liu Cheng had always chosen to practice in the training ground within his mansion. He has not made any additional instructions or headed out to other places to allow her to enjoy her weekend like any other ordinary employee. He's really a warming boss. Boss? Aren't you an assistant in the Longhu Club? Wang Zi grabbed onto the opportunity and asked further. Almond paused for several seconds before answering honestly. Didn't I say that I got promoted? I'm Liu Cheng, Mr. Liu's personal assistant currently. Liu Cheng. Wang Zi was initially shocked but immediately shrieked. Physical invulnerability expert. You are a personal assistant to a physical invulnerability expert? A person's name was like a shadow of the tree. Even if she had not paid much attention to the circle of martial arts, she had also frequently heard the names of various physical invulnerability experts. Moreover, Liu Cheng was a heavenly son of the era who was often in the limelight nowadays. Yeah. Almond nodded her head seriously. Wang Zi was shocked for a few seconds before she heaving a sigh and mumbled, No wonder Almond commanded so much respect. She's a personal assistant to a physical invulnerability expert. Why didn't you tell me about this earlier? Asked Wang Zi as she woke up from her daze and couldn't suppress her curiosity. Almond revealed a forced smile and continued. At that time, I felt as though I had struck the lottery. I couldn't believe it myself and felt like I was in a dream. In fact, that was no different from being in a dream. Subsequently, I have been worried for the following few months and wasn't confident. I'm afraid of getting sacked right after making my mark. I was thinking of telling you all after I settled down. You were chosen for unknown reasons? Asked Wang Zi curiously. Yeah. Recalling back, Almond still couldn't really believe it was true. I have been trying to perform diligently in front of Mr. Liu all along. However, he has always been very courteous. How should I put it? It's just that he always keeps a clear distance. When he made the great leap and became a physical invulnerability expert, he chose me to be his assistant. I was completely shocked. Do you know that? Completely shocked. And also exhilarated. The feelings she had been suppressing over the past few months had spilled out in one go. No special interactions. Wang Zi felt the same kind of disbelief as Amen previously. She had the feeling that there were some unknown details that played a part. Can't be that such a good thing will really fall from the skies in this world, right? Even if it really fall from the skies, why didn't it land on others and had to be Amen? She didn't really believe that there was something scandalous in it, but recalled some articles on well-hidden interview processes. For example, putting the broom back in position after entering through the door or something similar. There's indeed one incident. Didn't he retire from the club because of grave injuries? I sent him some encouragement messages during that time and also greetings on his birthday and on festivals. It isn't those that are forwarded from group chats, but those with specially crafted content. That's all I can remember, answered Amen after pondering. A kind person would be rewarded. Lu Chang must have wanted to choose someone with a good character, and not those who crowd around those in the limelight while stepping on those who have fallen. Wang Zi stayed silent for a while and felt that she had found the answer. With a desire to discover more gossips, she asked, "How is he really like in real life?" Amen laughed and said, "I have to keep the secrets of my boss confidential. This is the responsibility of a personal assistant. Yeah. What I can reveal is that he is a really hard-working and down-to-earth man who also takes good care of the people around him. It's a shame that he's teased Wang Zi before asking again. How much are you drawing in a month now? Are there any other special benefits? Since she knew the authority an inhuman had, she naturally knew that a physical invulnerability expert would be above that. As for the personal assistant of a physical invulnerability expert, Amen would definitely not be treated badly. Looking at this free 3-room apartment and how Amen was able to solve a problem that she deemed impossible through just a phone call, it was easy to tell. Amen roughly described her benefits, which drew exclaims after exclaims from Wang Zi. In the end, Wang Zi took a deep breath and said jokingly, "I can boast to them when I return home now, about how my friend can do this and that and how my classmate is. You are much more awesome than what they have been boasting about." Amen broke into laughter. Seeing that her best friend's attitude didn't change, she instantly felt relieved, as though she had put down the rock that had been weighing down on her. While Lu Chang was training diligently each day, the end of November was approaching quickly. At 8:30 p.m. on November 26th, Lu Chang took the nanny car and arrived at Huaqing Heishui Airport on time to pick up his mom and dad. After 40 over minutes, he sharply spotted the couple, Qi Fang and Lu Jisheng. They wore the thick furry clothes that protected them from the chilling Shoshan winter as they looked with bewilderment at the people picking them up, who were only wearing light and thin clothing. Lu Chang walked up with a smile. While explaining to them about the weather in Huaqing, he took over the luggage from the old couple. At this moment, Amen and the driver, Zhao Zhenhua, rushed ahead and quickly took over the luggage. This lady, let him take it himself. He's pretty strong, Qi Fang said courteously quickly. Aunt, this is my job. Could it be you want me to lose my job? Amen answered in a jokingly manner. This is my assistant, Amen, and my driver, old Zhao, introduced Lu Chang casually. Lu Jisheng adjusted his gold-framed spectacles before saying, "You are acting just like a boss similar to Fatty Gua." However, he called her secretary and not an assistant. How could Fatty Gua be compared with our son? The last time Chang returned home, he was stuttering when he saw Chang. Qi Fang rebutted her husband out of habit. As they chatted heartily, the family of 3 arrived at the underground car park and boarded the nanny car. Seeing the light brown, real leather seats, a bar with different types of alcohol, a fridge with drinks, and the spacious internal space, Lu Jisheng and Qi Fang were a little shocked. They became a little restrained and didn't talk much while Amen arranged for them to sit down. Seeing this, Lu Chang shook his head and broke into laughter. Pulling open the fridge door, he passed a bottle of lychee soda from Shoshan for his mom and poured a cup of tea for his father. After which, he sat opposite to them, leaned forward, crossed his fingers and found a topic for chatting. "Dad, Mom, how was it? What's the feeling of sitting on an airplane?" Qi Fang recalled for a while before answering without reserve. "You dad was really too much. He's great at talking but not dependable when it comes to really doing it." Before boarding the plane, he was still able to act calmly while collecting his boarding pass and passing through the security clearance. Once the airplane was in the air, he just gripped tightly to both sides. He refused to move, to eat, to drink, and to go to the toilet. His body was all tensed up. "Didn't I get better afterwards?" rebutted Lu Jisheng unsatisfactorily. "There are outsiders here." He glanced at Amen and noticed that she was looking out of the windows and her attention wasn't there. It was then that he felt a little relieved. Turning around, he exposed Qifeng. "Your mum is the one who is really embarrassing." She ran to the economy class cabin to use the toilets and counted how many rows of seats are there on the plane. After which, she wanted me to help her count how many people can be seated on an airplane. Is this even meaningful? Of course there is. I can't possibly just close my eyes and let my time on the airplane fly past. What am I supposed to say when we return to Shoshan and others ask about it? Qifeng stared at Lu Jisheng as she replied. Seeing the old couple bickering among themselves, Lu Cheng joined in from time to time. The family of three had a great time together and completely shattered the restraints they felt previously. When the car returned to Chape Lake and the couple entered Lu Cheng's mansion, Qifeng quieted down after taking a look at the decorations and arrangement. When Amen and old Zhao left, Lu Cheng brought them around the house. After confirming the room they would be staying in, the couple finally felt a little more at ease. It's so big, but it's a little too deserted. Qifeng sighed. Suddenly, she felt like his son had truly grown up and become independent. She was feeling rather happy but also a little melancholic at the thought of her son moving out of the son he grew up from. Deserted? You all can stay here for a little longer, answered Lu Cheng with a smile. No. Your dad and I couldn't leave Shoshan. If we are here, we will just be lonely old people. Zheka, and you haven't even gotten a child yet. Sigh. No. When the two of you get a child, it would be best for me to help you raise the child. Everything could be said between your mom and the daughter-in-law. If there's any conflict, just turn around and calm down. That's how it goes in the dramas that I have watched. Nagged Qifeng. Mom, I've only said a sentence and you have already thought about raising kid. Lu Cheng shook his head and diverted the topic. The couple had a long trip and quickly went to bed after washing up. After the light went off, the room became dark all of a sudden. The wind was rustling outside the window and sounds of water dripping could be heard from afar. Qifeng's eyes were wide opened as she looked blankly at the ceiling. After a long while, she heaved a sigh and said, Cheng has truly grown up. He's a man with his own family now. A slight curve surfaced on the edge of Lu Jisheng's mouth. After pondering for some time, he sighed with a smile. Because we have both aged. At the crack of dawn, Lu Jisheng and Qifeng arrived at the Heaven's Shade Hotel in a minivan, where they met up with the rest of the tour group. Over the past 2 days, Lu Cheng had taken time off from training to show his parents around Chape Lake. He also brought them to a few shopping malls to buy weather-appropriate clothing. At first, the old couple opposed the idea, insisting it was a waste of money. However, the clothes they brought were a little too warm, thanks to Lu Cheng's deliberate silence on the Huaqing climate. In the end, they reluctantly accepted the proposal. Qifeng became absorbed in the buying momentum and began trying out clothes on her own. Delighted, Lu Cheng watched them from the side, occasionally consulting Zheka on which ones looked nice and which looked weird. As the saying goes, fine feathers make fine birds. Lu Jisheng and Qifeng, resplendent in their new clothes, walked with a gait brisker than usual. When they entered the hotel lobby, they were nearly dazzled by the flashy, luxurious furnishings. A lanky man with a phone in his hand greeted them with a warm smile. Are you Uncle Lu and Auntie Chi? I'm Chun Zuinxian, your tour guide. We've spoken on the phone. Yes. Nice to meet you. We aren't late, are we? Said Lu Jisheng in a close-to-native Xing province dialect of Chinese, something he picked up during the days of traveling for work. Don't worry, it's still early, said Chan Zuinxian as he led them to the resting area in the lobby. He gestured at a buxom, medium-height girl with thick brows and big lips. This is my partner, Qin ran. We'll be in charge of the 10 VIPs schedule. 2 tour guides for 10 tourists? This is too high class. Qi Fong kept her astonishment to herself. In recent years, the quality of life had been constantly improving, and people were taking trips more often. Though she hadn't ever been on one, she was instilled with basic travel knowledge during idle chats with family and friends. Of course, what she didn't know was this arrangement was only made out of consideration that they might feel awkward if there was only one tour guide for them both. Otherwise, Yanjika would have opted for private services. All right, seems like everyone's here, said Qin Ran in a pleasant voice, clapping her hands together. Our first stop is a restaurant in Huaqing, where we'll enjoy a dim sum brunch. This is a great chance to experience the way of life of Guangnan people. Now that we're here, we shouldn't let any opportunity slip by. As the gripping commentary went on, the group passed streets and alleys on the tour bus. Soon, they arrived at the Huaqing restaurant, where they occupied every seat around the round table. These people are really into this, huh? Qi Fong whispered to Lu Jisheng after glancing at the boisterous hall. I'm surprised you don't already know, given how many TV dramas you watch, teased Lu Jisheng, amused. His memory told him that his wife had adored TVB dramas from the time Lu Chang was born until he reached grade 4. You can't believe everything in dramas, argued Qi Fong with a glare. That was when bamboo steamers were brought to the table. The aroma from the assortment of dim sum permeated the air. Due to the presence of strangers, Qi Fong wasn't as unrestrained as she normally was and only took the ones that passed her as the lazy Susan whirled. An old man sitting beside them overheard their conversation. He lifted his cup of tea, sipped, and smiled. Are you from Xing province? His hair was nearly white, but he was sprightly and his clothes were classy. Yes. Lu Jisheng nodded. Qi Fong was a little self-conscious in such conversations because she didn't know standard Chinese, so she listened without speaking. Did your children register you for the tour? Asked the man smiling, adding a braised chicken foot in abalone sauce to his plate. Lu Jisheng gobbled the prawn dumpling in his mouth. Yes, he signed us up online. We aren't good with these sort of things. If I'm not wrong, you aren't staying in the hotel? Judging from his conversational disposition, it was apparent that he was a businessman. My son lives in Huaqing, so we stay at his place night and come over here in the day. He doesn't have much free time and doesn't want us to feel bored staying at home. So he signed us up for this tour to do some sightseeing, said Lu Jisheng. The man chuckled. It's the same for us. Kids signed us up, saying that we've worked all our lives and now it's their turn. Told us to forget about work, enjoy life, and experience new things while we're still healthy. He pointed to a fat woman in her 50s with expensive clothes and accessories beside him. Don't bore the poor darlings with your rambling. The woman smiled decorously. Their conversation went on for a while. At the end of breakfast, they knew each other better. Chun Zuinshin ran up and down, tending to the needs of the tourists and doing his best to make their lives comfortable. Our next stop is one of the 8 wonders of Huaqing. Seeing that everyone was done resting, Qin Ran quickly stood, giving commentary as she organized the group. After a day's journey, the group returned to Heaven's Shade Hotel looking tired. The tour guides gave a briefing on the second day schedule in the lobby. Old Lu, are you heading back to your son's home? The old man called Xiao Ankong was still in good spirits. Unlike the other tourists that had gone back to their rooms to rest, he stayed at the lobby with his wife, chatting idly with Lu Jisheng, Qi Fong, and the 2 tour guides. Yes, he sent a driver over to fetch us. Qi Fong's phone rang right as soon as he finished his sentence. She answered it MHM'd twice, then looked at the others sitting opposite and smiled. Car's here, we'll be off now, she said, deliberately modifying her Xing province dialect to make it sound more like standard Chinese. All right, see you tomorrow, Uncle Lu, Auntie Qi. Gaichin stood and saw them off to the entrance. The Xiao couple and Qin Ran remained at their spots, waving their goodbyes. Their eyes followed the Lu couple's silhouette to the revolving glass door. A silver-gray minivan rolled to a stop outside. Xiao Ankong's eyes widened. A military license plate. Not to mention it was a special military license plate with a tiny serial number. As he finished his sentence, the car door opened, from which came a young lady in professional office wear. She assisted Lu Jisheng and Qi Fong into the van reverently. Before the car door closed, the Lu couple turned and waved to the three people gazing from inside the lobby. Xiao Kong and the others raised their arms stiffly in response. The door slowly closed, and the silver-gray minivan was on its way again. Soon it vanished from their sight. Old Lu seems to be from an important family, mused Xiao Kong after a long time. They looked like they had humble roots, but I guess you can't judge a book by its cover after all. The 8-day Huaqing tour ended in the blink of an eye. Lu Jisheng and Qi Fong stayed for a couple more days but fled back to Shoshan after getting bored out of their minds. Lu Chang began counting down the days before the arrival of his girl's winter break. Just as he had mastered every physical invulnerability chapter of the Ice and Fire sect, he received a message from the military. Lin Ke has gone missing in the war-torn zones. Lin Ke had gone missing? Gone missing in the war-torn zones? Lu Chang, catching his breath on the sofa after his training, sat upright immediately. His blurry mind was instantly jerked awake as though someone had splashed cold water on him. Worry, anxiety, restlessness, and other emotions flooded him and blocked his thoughts, causing him to forget about forming his ice heart to maintain his composure. Missing in war-torn zones was often equivalent to death. He typed his reply quickly to ask about the situation. While waiting for a response, Lu Chang couldn't sit still. He stood up suddenly and paced back and forth in the room. In his mind, several past scenes popped up. The Lin Ke who apologized agonizingly when he lost to Zhou Jinxuan. The Lin Ke who was the unique master of dry humor. The Lin Ke who was cold in appearance but proud internally. The Lin Ke who awakened his supernatural ability to severely injure Peng Liyun, who smiled unwillingly while saying, "I've done all I could. I leave the rest to you." He wasn't just his cousin-in-law but also a friend with whom he had worked hard together, fought together, and experienced miseries and happiness together. After several minutes, the contact person from the military sent the details of the situation. Lin Ke has been missing in Tigny's city in Tallinn for over 48 hours. Physical invulnerability experts who specialize in plague sect moves confirm that he isn't dead yet. As for his exact location, we cannot yet confirm. The couple Heaven-leaning sword and 7-star from Shushen study are on their way there now. Lu Chang read the main point and felt relieved. At the same time, he made his decision to head to the war-torn zones to help with the search. In the past, Lu Chang might not have done so. He wasn't strong enough then, and trying to help blindly might have the opposite effect and created more troubles, wasting the strength and resources others had put in. But now, he had made the great leap and become a physical invulnerability expert. Moreover, he had at least a basic understanding of all of the different techniques. Whether it was a relative or a friend, he would have to make this trip. With his decision made, Lu Chang frowned as a difficult question surfaced in his mind. Should I tell Ku about this? If I tell her now, she would definitely be worried. Each day would be like a year and it would take its toll on her mind, affecting her everyday life. However, if hide it from her, I would have to make up a lie to cover it up when the results are out. This is something I've promised not to do, and am not fond of doing, unless it's to surprise her. From Ku's perspective, with her personality and way of thinking, she'd be able to take it. She wouldn't want things hidden from her, and especially so from those who are closest to her. Only if we can share the joys and the worries can we truly be called a couple. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Lu Chang had switched into the chatting interface with Yan Zhika. After contemplating, he clicked the voice message button. "Ku, I have something to do in the war-torn zones and have to make a trip there." It was 4 in the morning in Connecticut, and Yan Zhika was still deep in her slumber as the message went unanswered. Lu Chang didn't wait for a reply. As he felt the distance imposed by the different time zones, he pulled open the door and headed towards the office of Empress Luo, Ning Zitong. She happened to be around today, so Lu Chang wouldn't have to call her. As he walked past the lift, Lu Chang saw the doors at the side opening slowly. Optimus Prime, Longjin, walked out with blood stains and burnt skin, covered in dirt. He must have failed in challenging the Dragon King again and have gotten a wallop. Lu Cheng nodded his head slightly in greeting. In the past, he would have laughed at the other party in secret. However, he wasn't in the mood today. After exchanging wordless greetings, he arrived at the door to Ning Zitong's office. After knocking on it 3 times and receiving approval, he pushed open the door and entered. He briefly explained the incident with Lin Ke and asked for approval for his application of leave. "You don't have to apply for leave," said Ning Zitong, frowning slightly. "Physical invulnerability experts in Longhu take up requests from the military each year. In this case, let's just treat this as your mission for the second half of the year." "Thank you, Sister Ning." Lu Cheng didn't linger and turned to leave. He wanted to contact the military as soon as possible. Ning Zitong tapped the table with her fingers and reminded him, "The war-torn zones aren't just about the 10 countries. Your master knew a lot about this. Remember to ask for his guidance and do not let your guard down." "Okay." Lu Cheng nodded his head with gratitude. With this reminder, he forgot his hurry to contact the military and gave his master a call first instead. "Thinking of going to help the Lin brat?" Shi Jiangwo asked directly. His tone seemed to say, "I'm not involved in the matters of the world, but I still know everything that is happening." Lu Cheng answered honestly, "Yes," before asking, "Master, didn't you roam in the war-torn zones for many years in the past? I'd like to ask you about some matters regarding that place." "Stinky brat, you have come to the right person. Your master witnessed how things have developed to what they are now in that place. The majority of well-known experts in that place today, and those who rule over the area, were all fearful of my name." Old Shur recalled his glory days, bragging for a while before going back to the main topic. He explained, "The war-torn zones is a common name to describe the collection of many countries. The area extends to the oceans in the east, north to the southern borders of China, separated by the straits before the Nile in the west, and the polar caps in the south. There are several tens of countries within. The political situations in these places aren't stable, and one might not see tomorrow on any given day. The mess started because of territorial disputes and the battle for resources. When the strong countries were tired of fighting, they looked for a way to solve it peacefully. However, America, Europe, Japan, and other large powers interfered and resulted in several tens of years of chaos. The chaos is catastrophic to the citizens of the area. Your master has not received much education, but I have heard of the saying, living on peacefully but miserably is still better than living in a chaotic place. However, for the major powers this was a great time to gain something in the chaos. Without consideration for the lives of their citizens, all they had to do was work with the experts to obtain the largest amount of resources. And for the experts who managed to maintain peace in an area, they would soon resort back to the old means. This is because the most unstable situation will eventually be replaced by rule and order. Subsequently, their inflated egos would drive them to overturn the restraints that came along with rule and order. It's a cycle. There are several powers who wish to maintain the status quo. Aside from resources, they also use war-torn zones as a training ground for experts, a base for conducting human experiments, and trial ground for new weapons. When you're there, look beyond the surface. A lot of the root causes are from America and other places. Tallinn is a country located in the middle region of the war-torn zones and was ranked as one of the top regions before the separation occurred. Their Tigny city is the black market's central trading center. There are some forms of order that are maintained by the strong experts. There are quite a number of physical invulnerability experts that belong to the war-torn zones now, and even more that roamed around. With your current levels, your master can only remind you to not trifle with the planets and avoid the deities. What do I mean? The custom of that place is that after becoming a top-tier expert, a physical invulnerability expert would give himself a nickname based on the names of planets of mythical characters. For example, Venus, Moon, Neptune, Zeus, and others. If you really make a name for yourself, you can get one too. What was my nickname in the past? He sighed. A man doesn't talk about his past. Geezer Schur finally hung up unwillingly when his phone was almost out of battery. Lu Cheng reviewed the main points and contacted the military to make the arrangements. When all these were completed, Yen Zhika finally woke up from her sleep. Confused, she asked, "What's the matter?" "Something happened to your brother and he's gone missing. I'm going over to help search for him." Lu Cheng tried his best to describe the incident lightly. Yen Zhika was instantly jerked awake. Her eyes opened wide as though she'd been pierced by 10 needles. "Gone missing? Do you know what happened?" She couldn't help but ask. "I have no idea currently, and am waiting for the results of the investigation." However, the military had confirmed with physical invulnerability experts who practice techniques of the plague sect that your brother is still alive. "Don't worry, your grandparents have already rushed over and I'll be heading over too. Your brother will be fine." "Okay," Yen Zhika replied. Looking at the gloomy morning skies, she nodded her head. She took a deep breath and told herself that it's pointless to be so nervous. She would be better off to focus on her training. She rededicated herself to her heavy studies workload to calm herself down. She couldn't let her anxiety affect Lu Cheng and cause him to act rashly. After informing Yen Zhika, Lu Cheng took a car to the military airport in the suburbs of Huaqing. He intended to fly straight to the nearby Zhelangang, a relatively orderly city federation that had a rather close relationship with China. At 7:15 p.m. that night, the arranged flight rose into the skies and headed north before making a turn towards the south. In the entire crew cabin, other than the vaguely seen pilots, there were only Lu Cheng and one other military officer. As the lights dimmed, the atmosphere became quiet and heavy. After entering the war-torn zones and flying for an unknown amount of time, Lu Cheng, who was resting, suddenly opened both of his eyes and said, "Change the flight path. There's danger right in front." "Adjust the flight route?" Beside him, the officer's eyes widened. After a moment of hesitation, he quickly relayed the message to the pilot in the cockpit. From the information he was given, he was well aware that the physical invulnerability mighty one before him had a keen sense of danger premonition. Plus, his ability was supported by past cases, so this wasn't superstitious drivel. Soon, the plane diverted from its initial route and took a longer way. A few minutes later, they received a warning from the control station stating that there were 2 factions at war in the area ahead. Fighter jets, bombers, anti-aircraft artillery, and SAMs had all been deployed, so it was best if they steered clear to avoid being caught in the crossfire. As to why they were called factions, not every area had its own government, so there wasn't anything along the lines of rebels or sections. Though factions controlled a large amount of territory, they never formed official countries. After receiving this information, the officer sneaked another peek at Lu Cheng, looking at him as if he defied the natural laws of science. As of now, modern technology was not even capable of such premonition abilities. So this is what they call seeing is believing. Lu Cheng, eyes shut, had begun meditating again in preparation for any conflict. The plane landed at the Zhelangang at the crack of dawn, where they were welcomed by station troops. Lu Cheng requested a satellite phone and contacted Yen Zhika to inform her of his safety. Then, he looked around and asked in a deep voice, "Are the elders from Shushan's sect here yet?" Senior Heaven-Leaning Sword and Senior 7 Stars have already made their way to Tigny City in Tallinn, reported Officer Wang Feiyun. "We have prepared information for you containing answers to questions they raised and the files they browsed through." As he spoke, he produced binders of information from his briefcase. "Thank you." Lu Cheng nodded and took them. In the back row of the camouflage jeep, he began poring over the information in his hand, probing for hidden clues. "Did Lin Ke last return to this place 5 days ago?" he asked thoughtfully after a while. Zhelangang was China's main operating base in the war-torn zones. Mighty ones who ventured into the surrounding lands in seek of self-improvement treated this place as a base for recuperation, meditation, resupplying, and information gathering. Lin Ke was no exception. "That's correct." Wang Feiyun hesitated. "He brought back a group of people. It could be related to what he's been up to for the past few months." Lu Cheng shut the files, his right index finger gently tapping the paperback. "Bring me there. I'll have a look." Based on the information he was given, there had been mentions of other people. Along with the information gathered by Lin K, he was getting an idea of what happened. Now, he might be able to get some worthwhile information if he could pay a visit to these witnesses. Anyway, Cook's grandpa and grandma had already gone to Tigny's, so he could afford to take his time. Sure. Wang Feiyun agreed readily. In Zhelangang, China had its own military base and airport, which was where Lu Chang had arrived. The jeep left the entrance and zoomed on the quiet, deserted road under the dim morning light. The visible bullet holes in the surrounding walls suggested that the place wasn't exactly peaceful. After arriving at China's rescue unit located in the southern part of the city, Wang Liyun led Lu Chang to some buildings in the back. They're in awful shape. Some have even begun displaying symptoms of autism. He pointed to a door. Through the window, Lu Chang saw children that had lost their liveliness, women staring blankly into the air, and men who ranged from taciturn to silent. They seemed to have lost their souls, responding only to physical stimulation. Hardened as he was, Lu Chang couldn't bear to look at them in their dazed, vacant eyes. He had Wang Feiyun pick out 2 relatively sane men and proceeded to question them on what had happened. He roughly understood what Lin K had been up to the past few months. While hunting down an international human trafficking organization based in Tigny's, Lin K had thwarted the organization's deals multiple times with the help of other mighty ones, causing them huge losses. After that, the mafia organization stayed low. Without further leads, Lin K headed for Tigny's for training and to probe for more information. Did they take revenge on him? Or did he run into a high-caliber enemy while following their trail? Wondered Lu Chang. He never expected an aloof, introverted, quiet guy like his brother-in-law to risk his life in the name of justice. Locked room, walls glistening with metallic sheen. Lin K laid limply on a bed covered in a white sheet. His limbs were bound by cuffs with silvery spikes that impaled his bones and muscles. His blood stained the spikes sanguine. His jet-black pupils were slightly unfocused but fiercely defiant. From head to toe, there were all sorts of apparatus fixed onto him. Increase pain stimulation. Observe reaction in bone marrow and brainwave. Extract 10 milliliters of blood, then mix reagent No. T305 into it, and inject it into lab rat number 106. Make a 3 cm incision in the muscles and apply reagent No. T246. Record down the rejection and recovery process. Focus on gathering data. Stop. Give test subject number 19 time to recover. Collate the data from before. As he listened to the cruel, merciless sounds, Lin K felt unbearable pain, as though he was being dismembered. He wanted badly to pass out, but he stubbornly hung in there. He felt dizzy, as though he was experiencing hell. If not for his strength, his teeth would have sunk into his lips. Finally, the torture ended. It took all his strength to stay awake, inspecting his body and healing his wounds, until he completely lost consciousness. In the China military base in Zhelangang, through the satellite phone, Lu Chang got in touch with the elderly couple, Ji Jianzhang and Dou Ning, who were already in Tigny City. "So you're here too," said Ji Jianzhang, pleased. "Hurry up and make your way here then. Stay low. We can't afford to alarm the enemy. Who knows what they might do if they're backed into a corner. When you get here, we'll act separately to save time." At first, Lu Chang didn't really get why the old man instructed him to stay low, but he made sense of it after thinking it through. His brother-in-law had left the stage, the center of attraction, before attaining inhuman level. He wasn't well known, despite having a bit of fame. In fact, he was close to being forgotten in the recent 2 years. Therefore, foreign intelligence agencies never paid much attention to him, and it wouldn't be strange for organizations in the war-torn areas to be ignorant of his background. If his kidnappers realized that his abduction had drawn at least 3 physical invulnerability experts to them, they would be confronted with 2 choices. The first was to surrender and hope for a better outcome through negotiations using the hostage. The other was to silence the hostage and hide their tracks, erasing every trace of his brother-in-law. The latter option was highly plausible, which explains why Gramps and Granny were unwilling to take the risk. The plan was to storm the enemy base after ascertaining the clues. Phew, exhaling, Lu Chang updated his wife with the latest information. Keeping the satellite phone, he asked for a map of Tallinn and Tignes, then left Jalangang without further ado. He traveled by foot, which was much faster than any off-road vehicle. Around noon, when the sun was at its zenith, he arrived at Tignes after scaling mountains and hills. Skirting around the entrances guarded by armed personnel, he infiltrated the city from an unlikely opening. His first destination was Cayman Street, the place where Lin Kei had dwelled and recuperated, as mentioned in the information he received. At the end of the street, children around age 10 armed with automatic rifles were patrolling up and down. Their clothes were tattered, their complexions swarthy. The innocence on their faces had been replaced by numbness and flitting looks of hatred. Lu Chang hid his presence by casting a cultivation secret art. Using the ice's refraction and distortion on sunlight, he camouflaged himself. Just like that, he walked through the streets under the eyes of the Boy Scouts undetected. Longhu Cultivation secret art. Invisibility. At the center of Cayman Street, Lu Chang entered a rundown apartment, ascending the stairs to the 3rd floor. As mentioned in the information, this was his cousin-in-law's past residence. His landlord was a man named Ji Kong. As he was about to knock, Lu Chang felt a presence. Turning sideways, he rammed the door down with his shoulder and barged in. Beside a window opposite him, a foxy woman with black hair and eyes had her arms and body wrapped tightly around a man with bronze complexion, as though she was boneless. The man was none other than Ji Kong. A loud crack erupted. Ji Kong, with every bone in his body crushed, drew his last breath. The snake-like woman smiled at Lu Chang, then did a backflip and landed on the street. Judging from the fluidity and spontaneity of her movements, it was clear that she was confident in her abilities. After landing without a sound, the woman's figure faded, turning into a shadow as she traversed into hidden places. Her movements bespoke her experience and calmness. At that instant, her vision blurred, and the next thing she saw was the young man from before standing before her, as though he had been expecting her. Crap! Just as the woman was about to veer, she noticed Lu Cheng's palm strike at her with the speed of lightning, leaving afterimages in its path. Bam! She reached out to block, but the attack drove her forearm into her face. The world before her darkened, and she blacked out before she could utter a grunt. After some time, she opened her eyes groggily and saw the young man from before with his hands crossed behind his back. An austere and deep voice entered her ears. Why kill Ji Kong? Why did you kill Ji Kong? Seeing that the girl with snake-like eyes didn't respond, Lu Chang repeated the question in English. Those who survived the war-torn zones typically understood a little English or Mandarin on top of their mother tongue. The girl who crushed Ji Kong with her body said with awe, "It's the organization that sent me here. Do you want to become an enemy of ours?" "I'm asking you why, not the others," replied Lu Chang calmly. He didn't want to waste any more time and naturally started to summon the sharp and terrifying fighting formula. After enduring his cold, chilling stare, the girl, who had undergone severe training, collapsed. It was as though she could smell death approaching. It was horrifying and fearful. Tears and snot began flowing uncontrollably as her body shivered in fear. "I'll say it. I'll tell you everything. Ji Kong is a broker of Tignes City's black market. He took a batch of goods from our organization and was thinking of escaping to another place. He was found out by the organization and the organization sent me to settle him. All I have said is the truth. Don't kill me. I don't want to die. I don't want to die." The cold killer cried like a desperate little girl. All she could feel was that she was no longer in control of her mind or body. A broker of the black market, just like what the information described. Lu Chang nodded his head slightly and said, "Which organization are you from?" Star Alliance." "Please let me go," answered the girl in tears. "An organization with physical invulnerability experts who control 3 territories." Lu Chang could sense the mental condition of the girl. He confirmed that she had truly given in and couldn't possibly lie to him. It seems that Ji Kong had nothing to do with the disappearance of my cousin-in-law. It should be because of other reasons. These are indeed the war-torn zones. After keeping silent for 10 seconds, Lu Chang took out his phone, which had no reception, and displayed a recent photo of Lin K. Have you seen this man? Shivering, the girl looked carefully before shaking her head in a hurry. I have not. She was afraid that Lu Chang didn't believe her and quickly added, You can head to Jinwale Bar on the Tutun Street and ask around. They have a general behind them, and it's one of the few main locations for intelligence exchange that involve many people. If the person on that photograph was here, someone at the place should have seen him. There was a line on the information he had received that mentioned this, but the information wasn't detailed. It's inferior to the Rose Mill that does human trafficking. Jinwale Bar is a place used by people at the lower levels. Nonetheless, there are different ways to get different types of information. With these thoughts in mind, Lu Chang forgot about the female killer who had slouched onto the floor. He walked to the entrance, opened the door and disappeared into the dark alley. She stared blankly at him as he left and only recovered after a long time. Following a loud wail, she began crying again as she was overwhelmed by the joy of returning from the gates of death. She used both of her hands and legs to stand, but her body was shivering so badly that made it hard for her muster any strength. She fell down again as her body was covered in dust. At this moment, clear footsteps could be heard from the stairway. Devil? That devil is back? Her eyes shrunk and her hair stood on end as though an electric current flowed through her spine. She forgot her sluggishness and lack of power instantly. Leaping to her feet, she rushed to the windows and jumped out. Bam! She didn't land steadily and ended up rolling on the floor. She didn't know how many bones she had broken, but she still managed to dive into a small alley. In her mind, a thought kept resonating. I'm no longer going for any mission. This world is too horrifying. I'm going to see a psychiatrist. At the stairway, a man with a rifle slung on him found the deserted room and peed casually. Compared to Cayman, Tutun Street was clearly more prosperous. Although there were fierce-looking pedestrians, they weren't the same as the group of scouts filled with solemn killing intent. At the entrance of Jinwale Bar, 6 strong, burly men were standing there. They didn't attempt to hide the bulge near their waist, and some of them even carried AK rifles. Without hesitation, Lu Chang walked over and respectfully announced, I want to see your boss. The 6 men suddenly felt something heavy as they found it hard to even straighten their backs. The man in front of them seemed suddenly tall and profound. They only felt like following his words and didn't dare to defy him. Yes, as you wish, the blonde leader answered while shivering. He led Lu Chang inside. They passed by the heavily congested, dimly lit first level where music was blasting and arrived at the stairs leading to the basement. At this point, he finally remembered to report the visitor. In the basement where an illegal boxing competition was taking place, there was a spacious and gorgeous office. Behind the metal desk sat a man in a red general suit. He looked majestic and domineering and had a stern look on his face. He had a large general hat on his head that covered his eyes. Whoever he looked at in the room trembled with fear and wanted to go on his knees to beg for forgiveness. And everyone in this room was a famous character in the Jinwale Bar, the Tutun Streets, and even Tigny's city. General, there's a guest who wishes to see you. A trembling voice sounded from the speaker. The man whom others addressed as the general crossed his fingers and rested his elbows on the table. After a short moment of silence, he opened his mouth and said calmly, Let him in. I would like to see who wants to see me. Lu Chang's arms hung naturally beside him, his index finger hooked on his pants. He followed the blond man down the stairs and realized that there was another level below the ground level. Passing by the ring that was filled with blood from intense fighting, he arrived at the entrance of the office. He saw the boss of the bar surrounded by several experts, wearing a red general suit and a large general hat. It's you? Lu Chang was initially shocked, but a smile quickly appeared. Who would have expected the boss to be an acquaintance of his? He was the General Vagar who had defeated him during the four-nation competition. He had been training in the war-torn zones for many years and even came across the priest Peng Liyun once. Indirectly, he helped him to make the great leap to become a physical invulnerability expert. "It's you." Vagar was also shocked as his pupils shrunk to the size of a needle with silvery flickers of light. Different from the various experts in the war-torn zones who lacked information from the outside, he had long known through his information channels in Milieu that this old opponent in front of him was no longer the same as before. He was truly a general-class expert now. Vagar relaxed his hands, which were placed on the table, and retracted them in front of him. He was deeply wary. After looking at the experts around, he finally opened his mouth and asked, "What are you here for?" "To buy a piece of intelligence," answered Lu Cheng directly. Vagar squinted his eyes and scrutinized Lu Cheng carefully. All he felt was that he could no longer see through this man, who had lost to him previously. Not only was he unable to see through him, but he also felt a never-before-felt fear, like animals facing their natural enemies. "What kind of intelligence?" Vagar's tone instinctively relaxed. "I'd like to know who has seen this man over the past few days." Lu Cheng took out his phone and showed the image of Lin Ke. "Hand the photos over and I'll get someone to ask." Seeing that it was just a small matter, Vagar's body wasn't tensed like before. Leveraging the network of the bar, Lu Cheng handed the photo over, after which Vagar ordered his underlings to handle it immediately. As for Lu Cheng, he didn't leave. Instead, he pulled up a chair and sat beside the office door, acting as though he would not let it rest until he got an answer. Green veins appeared on Vagar's forehead and pulsed twice. However, he didn't flare up in the end. After keeping silence for a long time, he suddenly opened his mouth and asked, "If I can get the intelligence that you want, I hope to get a special remuneration." "What?" Since Lu Cheng had said that he was buying and not snatching, there was naturally room for discussion. Vagar clenched his fist tightly, straightened his broad, giant back and said, "Fight with me. LD like to know what the difference is between us now. Maybe then I could trigger my body to become a general-class expert." "No problem," Lu Cheng answered after contemplating a few seconds. The two of them ceased talking and the office quickly returned to silence as before. However, the feeling of suppression made everyone uncomfortable to the point that no one even dared to breathe loudly. The only exception was Lu Cheng. After a short while, information was finally sent back. There were more than 5 guards of the Jinwale bar that had seen Lin Ke 3 days ago at this very same place. He participated in an illegal boxing match and left with injuries, after which he did not appear again. Vagar's underling said honestly. "Injuries?" asked Lu Cheng. Although he had just taken a quick glance at the boxing ring, he could tell that both parties in the ring were limited to the low-tier dance stage. How could he get injured in such a place? With his strength, unless Vagar participated directly or others ganged up, no one would be able to do it. Vagar answered on behalf of his underling. There happened to be someone powerful fighting in the ring that day. He was a mysterious and rather strange guy. I believe that the strength he displayed was just a portion of his true strength. "Who was he?" asked Lu Cheng without changing his expression. Perhaps it was because such an opponent caught the eye of my cousin-in-law that he chose to challenge him. Vagar signaled for his underling to bring the laptop over, after which he picked several matches and replayed them. As Lu Cheng watched, a slow frown formed on his face. Lin Ke's opponent was truly strange. He had blonde hair and blue, expressionless eyes. He was more Lin Ke than Lin Ke himself. Every punch and kick was accurately measured and well-controlled, and he seemed to have the knowing of an omniscient god. But in other ways he had his shortcomings. Though he was strong and agile, he gave off the feeling of being stiff. At times, it was as though he lacked the ability to feel pain. It's a little strange. Could Lin Ke's disappearance have something to do with him? Lu Cheng wondered. Perhaps his disappearance wasn't revenge by human traffickers, but something else. Otherwise, the experts from Shushan study, who were watching over him in the dark, would have some clue to his whereabouts. Who is he and where is he now? Lu Cheng asked directly. Vagar looked towards his underling, who replied in a low voice, I don't know who he is or who is behind him. However, I do know where he lives. He's staying in a condominium at 172 San Jose Street near the suburbs. Thank you. Lu Chang stood up and placed his chair back. I can fulfill your remuneration now. Vagar stood up as both of his fists flickered in the silvery light. It was as though he was wearing a pair of heavy gloves. Lu Chang lifted his head to look at him. He slowly raised his arms and crossed his fingers. Pa! He threw a punch covered in dense, dazzling light. The surrounding light was absorbed as the punch got brighter and brighter and the office got darker and darker. The darkness turned black and the temperature dropped. Just as Vagar went to dodge, a chilling wind filled his body and he shivered uncontrollably. The dazzling white light got brighter and brighter in front of him, occupying the heavens and the earth. Rumble! The guard that had formed in front of him was forcefully broken through as silver-white snakes fluttered. Bam, bam, bam. Vagar flew back and smashed through 3 layers of walls before being covered by the rubble. Sha, sha, sha. His underlings had all pulled out their guns or clenched their fists tightly as they surrounded Lu Chang. Let him go, shouted Vagar in a hoarse voice. Lu Chang didn't take a second look at these underlings but turned around, tugged his hands into his shirt, and left. The punch was taken from God-slaying saber, Lu Yongyuan. Using the uniqueness of Cosmic Universe style, it improved his coordination. However, he was still lacking the innate source of dominance it needed. Vagar struggled to get up and looked on as Lu Chang left casually. After some time, he heaved a sigh. Is this the distance between me and him now? Just a single punch. Lu Chang didn't head straight for San Jose Street after leaving the Jinwale bar. For Lin Kei's sake, he had been traveling non-stop without food or water, and his throat was parched and his stomach rumbled. Though it wasn't enough to compromise his fighting abilities, it's safe to say that he wasn't in peak form. He had to prepare himself thoroughly, for his next target was mysterious and he didn't know what dangers might lie ahead. Gazing at the dusk sky, he created a piece of ice crystal and stuffed it in his mouth, melting it with the heat from his tongue. He turned it into a refreshing treat. According to the map from the military, there should be a food market nearby. It should be open from 6 to 8. Mused Lu Chang, his eyes scanning. He spotted no restaurants. In fact, along the entire street, there weren't more than 5 shops still open. Without turning back to look for Vagar, he consulted his memory, occasionally referring to the map, which brought him to rubble that seemed to be the aftermath of a bombardment. The dim twilight overhead blurred the shadowy figures in the alleys. More and more stall owners were making their way here from every direction, each occupying their pre-assigned spot. In fear of encountering unruly customers, they armed themselves from head to toe, guns locked and loaded. Lu Chang peered into the distance. Hardtack, small packs of flour, and canned food with Chinese labels were all he saw. Can I have 2 cans of beef? An attractive girl with unruly hair dashed past Lu Chang and stopped before a bearded stall owner. She couldn't take her eyes off the metal container and stared like a hungry wolf that had finally spotted its prey. With Lu Chang's hearing ability, he could easily hear the sound of her swallowing her saliva. The stall owner glanced at her, then gave a heh-heh laugh. As long as you have China or America money, or gold, or gun, he said in disjointed English. I don't have any of those. The girl's voice trailed away. Then, as though she had steeled her resolve, she said, But I can sleep with you, for only 2 cans of beef. The stall owner studied her. Fine, but you must wait until end. Then, can I have one first? The girl asked anxiously. Come. The stall owner motioned to the seat beside him. You be with me. 2 days. Okay. Eyes twinkling, the girl skirted around the counter and took an open can of food from the man. Unable to be bothered with a fork and spoon, she knelt down, grabbed a piece of beef still glistening in oil, stuffed it in her mouth and wolfed it down. The stall owner patted her chest and bum as though he was checking goods, then nodded contentedly. The scene made Lu Chang recall his cousins, Chi Yunfei, Chun Xiaoxiao and Ma Shi. At an age similar to the girl before him, they were loitering around their campuses, busying themselves with schoolwork. The only things they had to worry about were whether they should go on a diet or not, do their homework or copy it, drink cow milk or soy milk for breakfast, or whether the person they liked them back. Feeling emotional, Lu Cheng felt a lump form in his throat. Looking away, he went to another stall. 10 cans, 20 hardtacks, and the stall owner paused, then quietly took out a clunky black calculator. Took him a while to get at the answer. In China, he didn't like these types of food, so he wasn't sure of their usual prices, but he was certain that the inflation rate was at least 5 to 10 times higher. He took out his wallet and emptied the cash in it. He had to use a bit of the gold from the military to clear the bill. Taking the food wrapped in old newspaper, he took a non-self-heatable can of beef. He was about to dig in when the stall owner gave him a tip out of goodwill. It's tastier if you freeze it first. When the meat gravy congeals into jelly, gulp, there's a freezer at the Jinwale bar on Tutten Street. They have their own generator, which you can access for a cheap price. As he spoke, the stall owner couldn't resist the temptation to pass his tongue over his lips. Lu Cheng nodded slowly. In one hand, he held the rest of the food wrapped in the newspaper. White frost emanated from his other hand, rapidly freezing the can. With a flick of the wrist, a piece of beef, along with meat gravy jelly, flew into his mouth. Not half bad, thought Lu Cheng, before he turned and walked away while chewing. The moment the white frost encased the can, the stall owner was awestruck. He had the means to obtain food, so he clearly wasn't a commoner who knew nothing. The shop owner knew the significance of what he saw. He's a super powerful mighty one. Who would dare take money from such powerful people when they visit the market? They weren't known for paying either. This was an unspoken rule in Tignes. After a while, he gazed at Lu Cheng's silhouette, then at his stall, feeling lucky and relieved. Lu Cheng sat down at a half-destroyed wall at the edge of the rubble. He wasted no time digging in. When there were only 2 cans, 5 packs of hardtacks, and 3 bottles of water left, he wrapped them again and headed to the marketplace. Along the way, he saw a number of children staring at passers-by with pleading eyes, hoping to get a small share of food. Sighing inwardly, Lu Cheng tossed the remaining food to a couple of kids, turning a blind eye to their surprised faces and the commotion he aroused. This was life in the war-torn zones. San Jose Street 172. Old bullet holes dotted the entrance. Most of the glass windows nearby had been damaged. Hands in pocket, Lu Cheng went up the mottled staircase a step at a time. He looked calm and relaxed, like an invited guest. With his ice heart formed, he was able to sense everything in a 10-meter radius around him. For a physical invulnerability mighty one, the mutation of their mind connecting heaven and earth increases the effective range of such abilities. However, for practitioners of the enemy heart-freezing move, the effects of the ability are more distinct and the effective range is greater. When he passed the 5th floor, he didn't pause but kept going up. However, as he passed by, his mind lake had already reflected walls and the interior of the room. A tattered sofa, a table with an array of empty cans on it, including ones that belonged in the trash and were growing mold. No one's here. Lu Cheng nodded thoughtfully. After making a turn on the 6th floor, he returned to the 1st floor. He crossed the street, then lurked in the dark as he watched the entrance. It was already night. The street without street lamps was pitch black, apart from the mild candle light from the apartments on both sides. In China, on a street like this, there would at least be 2 barbecue stalls, 1 lu mei stall, 1 fried rice stall, and 1 24-hour supermarket. The area by the road would be choked with tables. Food aroma would permeate the air. Bottles of beer lined up. Not like you'll see any of those these days, with all the recycling efforts pushing for a cleaner and greener world. The only one that might survive that crusade is the supermarket. Leaning against the wall with hands in his pocket, Lu Cheng's thoughts were provoked by the desolation around him. Beneath the same sky, people led 2 starkly different ways of life. After a while, his eyes latched onto the mysterious expert from the video returning to his apartment. He had a black windcoat on, his face impassive, and his aquamarine eyes resembled that of a beast. Lu Cheng watched as his target entered unit number 172, but didn't follow him immediately. Instead, he waited for a while, then decided it was time to follow him up. At that moment, the mysterious expert came down again and headed for the other end of the street. With his ice heart crystal clear, Lu Cheng's senses spread out. From a couple of meters away, he tailed his target, also activating a cultivation secret art. He turned left, walked straight, then turned right. The mysterious blonde, blue-eyed expert behaved normally, as though he was oblivious to being tailed. 10 minutes later, he arrived at a ruin at the outskirts of town. One could roughly tell that it was the remains of a factory, with collapsed structures and steel beams scattered around. Suddenly, the mysterious expert whirled around like a tornado, his icy gaze locking onto Lu Cheng. He realized, indeed, something's amiss, thought Lu Cheng calmly. Swish, swish. Two men hopped down from the second floor of the factory ruin. One was short with swarthy skin with black hair. The other had pale yellow facial hair and a single eye shining light blue. One blended nimbly into the night while the other was heavily muscled. Though their appearances differed, they had the same air as the mysterious expert with blonde hair and blue eyes. Lifeless, ungainly, and creepy. Damn, pesty stalker, said the mysterious expert evenly when he saw Lu Cheng's escape path blocked off by his associates. He turned to his associates, still speaking in a flat tone. Tigny's Public Security Police's response time, 30 minutes. City Armed Forces, 15 minutes. Other experts nearby, 5 minutes. Number 4, Number 6, finish him off within 5 minutes. Number 4, Number 6? Lu Cheng frowned. His right hand came out of his pocket, gripping the last coin he had between fingers. Ding! He flicked the coin high up into the air. Number 4 and 6, finish the battle in 5 minutes. As the voice of the mysterious expert ended, the expert's robot companions underwent strange transformations. The short, fat man, who seemed to have blended into the darkness, began expanding like a balloon. Every muscle on him had silvery snakes sliding through them, and a terrifying lightning lance formed in his hand. Suddenly, the surrounding grass was swaying erratically. In one stride, he blocked Lu Cheng's route to retreat. Stretching his back and opening his arms, he readied to throw his lightning spear. Pa pa pa! The muscles and tendons of the one-eyed man released. His right arm expanded to the size of an artillery barrel, making it look disproportionate to his body. His pace was slower than expected, and as he approached Lu Cheng, he maintained control of the distance between them. Emulating the firing motion of a rocket launch, he threw out his fist. As for the mysterious expert with blonde hair and blue eyes, he was standing opposite to Lu Cheng. Raising both arms and pressing each of his fingers against each other, he formed a circle to make cannon muzzle. BZZT, BZZT, BZZT. Dazzling light gathered within him and rotated at high speed. Lu Cheng felt a heightening sense of danger. This was even stronger ability that he had not used while fighting in the Jinwale bar. At this moment, a crisp sound rang. A coin flipped into the skies, and the three people surrounding Lu Cheng instinctively looked. As a result, their hand movements were slowed. As they were distracted, Lu Cheng shifted his joints and took a step back. He moved to the side, lowered his body, and bent his back. BZZT. The bright and exaggerated lightning spear pierced several inches into the position where he previously stood. Upon impact, electric circles spread outwards. Rumble. The dazzling white light moved like a laser beam through the night skies, through the afterimages left behind by Lu Cheng, and landed on a place far away, resulting in a strong explosion. Bam! The man with a single eye punched into the empty space above Lu Cheng. The airflow collapsed and tumultuous wind raged on. As he narrowed his vision, the man with a single eye pulled back his shoulder, wanting to change his smashing attack to a slash against his opponent. However, just as Lu Cheng bent down, the temperature dropped and the surroundings grew darker than darkness. Spots of stars surfaced as they warmed the area. Pa! Straightening his back, He swung his left arm in the direction of his momentum and landed ruthlessly on the fist of the man with a single eye. The cosmic skies that reflected on the ground instantly enveloped his opponent. Unique core skill, Cosmic Phantom. Layers and layers of ice formed, sealing the one-eyed man within. Even his expressions were frozen. Swish, swish, swish. Star after star shot over from all directions at an insane rate. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Rows of flames intersected, creating a large mushroom cloud that extended outwards in all directions. Lu Chang made use of the chaos to turn and close the distance between him and the short man. Amidst the thick smoke and explosions, Lu Chang covered his right fist in faint purple flames and struck out heavily. The short, dark-skinned man didn't panic at all and looked as though he had long lost the ability to have such emotions. He lifted his left arm, smashed sideways with his elbow, and struck towards the approaching fist of Lu Chang with the sputtering silver snakes. The man with blonde hair and blue eyes didn't look at the outcome of the man with a single eye. Aiming diagonally to his opponent, he pressed ahead with a straight punch. Dazzling light shone as they formed a pincer attack. At this moment, the coin that was flicked into the sky fell down and entered the boundary covered by Lu Cheng's mind. With a simple trigger, the Emperor Yen force within it exploded. Rumble. Sparks flickered again and the vision of the blonde-hair man was filled with patches of dazzling light. All he felt was shrapnel shot towards him at high speed. Instinctively, he lowered his head, extended his left arm, and shielded his vital spots. As for the dark-skinned man, his body shivered uncontrollably, as reflexive as a knee jerk. Rumble. Lu Cheng's fist, still covered in faint purple flames, landed on his elbow as the electric snakes shattered and scattered. His skin was instantly burnt as his body shivered violently. Facing a recoil of power, Lu Cheng suppressed the numb feeling. He twisted his waist and glided agilely behind the dark-skinned man. The blonde, blue-eyed man was a step behind and ended up hitting the empty space where Lu Cheng had been. Pa! Lu Cheng strode forward and raised his knee to stop the short, dark-skinned man from having the opportunity to kick back. At the same time, he extended his right arm forward and firmly pressed onto the other party's joints. Bam! Lu Cheng swung his left arm and threw out a punch with faint purple flames hidden within, leaving only a thin layer on the surface of his fist. The dark-skinned man couldn't defend himself against it and tried to leap forward to avoid the lethal strike. But how could his last-minute speed be faster than Lu Cheng's fist? Rumble. Lu Cheng's left arm landed right on the back of his enemy. Flesh and blood splattering in all directions while burning. Plop! The short guy with dark skin fell to the ground, only his lower body still intact. Pa pa pa! As the mushroom-shaped dust cloud dissipated, several pieces of charcoal flesh were the only evidence left to prove the existence of the one-eyed expert. The man with blonde hair and blue eyes paused and turned to flee. Surprisingly, he didn't hesitate, but appeared to have instantly assessed the situation and made the right decision. At this moment, a low, solemn voice sounded his ears. Formation. The surrounding airflow shifted to become layers of restraints, trapping the man with blonde hair firmly to the ground. A white light began to shine brightly as his body applied increasing pressure to break free from the restraints. Lu Cheng caught up quickly. He shifted his arms, extended both of his hands into the air cage, and grabbed onto the shoulders of the blonde man. He twisted his back, pulling one shoulder up and the other to the side. Crack, crack, crack. The crackle of joints disconnecting and bones snapping sounded from within the body of the man. The white light dissipated helplessly. The mysterious expert became a useless lump without the support of his bones. And at this moment, the shrapnel of the coin finally landed across the floor. W. Without delay, Lu Cheng visualized the ancient word in his mind and traced out the bloodlust as he looked upon the man collapsed on the ground. Army. He opened his mouth solemnly and directed this sharp and terrifying sensation to the unguarded mind of blonde man. Lu Cheng believed that he would instantly give in and answer whatever he was asked. However, on the contrary, he appeared unaffected. It was as though he didn't know fear. "It is indeed strange," Lu Chang cursed silently. He changed to the techniques of the fire and cultivation sects, but they weren't useful either. No matter if it was mind suppression or forced hypnosis, Lu Chang felt like he was facing a corpse. Seeing this, a thought flashed in his mind. He applied pressure between his eyebrows and used his own mind to directly break the man. Lu Chang repeated this 9 times before hearing a breaking sound. The blond man finally revealed an expression of agony. He rolled with difficulty, moaning in a low voice, "Let me out, let me out. I am. Lu Chang looked on silently and squatted down. He took out a picture of Lin Kei and held it to his face, speaking directly into his ear. "Where did you take him to?" The man clearly wasn't in the right condition to answer his questions directly. Lu Chang assumed right away that he had something to do with the disappearance of cousin-in-law. But this was a bold assumption to make and had to be verified carefully. The man, who was still moaning in pain, comprehended the question and took a long look at the picture. He was shocked for a moment before answering. "Number 16, it's number 16 who did it. He was initially a terror grade expert. I'm number 5. No, I'm not." His voice faded and his eyes were dazed. His brain had been dealt a heavy blow. "Where have you sent him to?" Lu Chang was exhilarated and pressed further. "The disappearance of my cousin-in-law has got something to do with this group of mysterious men who use numbers as codenames." The blond man panted and said, "Base? Tigny's North Base." Before he could complete his words, something inside him was triggered. Dazzling white light coursed through his body and exploded silently, giving Lu Chang no time to stop it. When the light disappeared, the man's hairs curled up in misery. Every muscle seemed to develop its own will and began dancing on its own. Arg! Amidst the terrifying scream, his waist shrunk while his back expanded. Soon after, 2 new arms covered in scales grew from his back. "Genetic collapse," Lu Chang mumbled softly. He showed mercy by finishing him off quickly. After the death of the man with blonde hair and blue eyes, there were still some lingering transformations in his muscles, tendons, and bones. However, in just a couple of minutes, everything had dissolved into a pool of flesh and blood. At a condominium in Tignes, a man with well-parted brown hair was sitting on the sofa. He was staring at a blank TV screen, deep in thought. He was wearing a green and white baseball uniform with a large number on the back. 16. Suddenly, his eyelid twitched and a glow flickered, as though he had some form of communication device embedded within his retina. Number 4 and number 6 signals have disappeared. Activate interruption system for number 5. The seemingly frail man stood up suddenly and looked towards the suburbs. The signal source of number 5 has also disappeared. Squinting, the man walked to the windows. Pressing down with his palm, he leapt out. His incredible strength was clear. He believed that he would have no one to fear in Tignes. Even if he couldn't win in battle, he could still escape from his enemies. Lu Chang looked at the flesh and blood on the ground. After thinking for some time, he took out the satellite phone from his bag and called Old Man G. "Hello, Senior G. I have a lead on the disappearance of Lin Quebec. Can you guys come over?" "Sure." Ji Jianzhang didn't ask for specifics, clearly trusting Lu Chang. Keeping the satellite phone, Lu Chang re-examined the 3 corpses, probing for the source of their uncanny strength. Among the corpses, One-Eyed Dragon had been reduced to bits after taking a direct blast from Cosmic Phantom. His charred remains were beyond recognition. There were fragments of distorted molten metal which could have been accessories, some junk in his pockets or anything, really. The blond man with aquamarine eyes was now a messy heap of blood and flesh. Still, he was relatively easier to search compared to his buddy, who only had his lower half. With a flick of the thumb, Lu Chang created a crystalline sword using techniques from Ice Spirit Holy Light. He probed inside the heap of blood and flesh, poking and stirring as he utilized the enhanced senses from All-Seeing God. In his mind, the calm lake produced a clear reflection. Suddenly, He noticed thin, silver objects in the corpse. They were spread across every part of the flesh and blood mixture, glistening with a dim metallic sheen. Lu Cheng thought of the things he had seen and heard while he was at the military base. Nanorobotics? He guessed, surprised. From there, he deduced further. If his enemy had such advanced technology, then it wouldn't be strange if there were other devices fixed to his coded opponents. The enemy, through some method, may already be aware of the death of their comrades. Thoughts racing, Lu Cheng looked around him. He backed into the ruined factory a couple of meters away and hid behind a half-collapsed wall with metal beams protruding from it. Concealing his chi and blood, he activated his secret art. Leaning against the wall like he was invisible, he monitored the battlefield through the reflection from fragments of shattered glass and the vision from all-seeing God. Assuming that the mysterious organization was aware of what went down, it was highly likely they would send backup to investigate. If the enemy was to be deterred by his presence, he'd lose his only lead and reach a dead end. The information provided by the military mentioned nothing of a North Harbor base. On the other hand, if Cook's grandparents arrived first, he'd greet them and get them to hide as well. A few minutes later, Lu Cheng felt a presence. The air around him was heavier than before. He cautiously retracted his senses, relinquishing his bird's-eye view, and monitored the entrance to the ruined factory solely through the reflection of shattered glass. He counted silently. From the corner of his eye, he discerned a blurry figure in a green and white baseball jersey. A man with number 16, printed on his back, advanced on black high-top combat boots, stopping before the remains of one-eyed dragon. His strong-featured, deeply wrinkled face was void of expression. Laser-like light gathered in his eyes. Fearing further complications, Lu Cheng didn't wait any longer. Hiding his breathing and distorting the rays of light around him, he took a careful step sideways, preparing for an ambush. However, just as he moved, the brown-haired man turned sideways, facing the half-collapsed structure. What powerful senses! It's as though he has radars attached to him. Eyes on his target, Lu Cheng straightened himself and walked out while unleashing his aura. If he couldn't set up an ambush, he had to crush him directly. Number 16 noted the sudden emergence of a young man in navy blue from the dark. The young man's eyes were dark and thoughtful, his gait balanced and controlled, as though he was tamping down his heart. One step, two steps. Number 16 felt the scenery around him grow distant and blurry, as though he was being forcefully pulled away from his spot. He was alone and helpless, floating aimlessly in the endless cosmos. Around him were black, heavy curtains ornamented with diamond-like stars. The dreamy vastness made life seem insignificant. His opponent, clad in navy blue and standing in the center, seemed like a divine existence that reigned over the universe and observed all life from above. Around him, a scorching red fireball formed, entering a highly elliptical orbit. Following that, a faint purple fireball shone above him. Then a golden fireball hovered behind him. At last, a dazzling white and light blue fireball formed a circle around him, constantly switching positions but never intersecting. The sense of imminent danger made number 16 snap out of his trance. It occurred to him that he was at a disadvantage amidst this clash of aura and psychological warfare, and had missed the best opportunity to strike while his opponent was setting up his attack. He didn't have emotions, but that doesn't mean he didn't have his mind. Number 16 raised his hands, his eyes impassive, and loosened every pore on his palm to release a pure, blinding radiance. The radiance gathered and went off with a boom, like twin dragons flying through the darkness, jaws agape as they sought to devour the stars. At the same time, he twisted his waist, flashing beside Lu Cheng. Raising his leg, he swung his knees and kicked forward with quivering feet. A crescent light blade formed, silently slashing towards Lu Cheng. He had displayed the level of a terror-grade expert. Lu Cheng sidestepped the laser beam so easily it was as though he predicted it. The laser beam struck the ruined factory in the back, piercing through layers of half-collapsed walls. The tottering structure went down with a crash. As all this happened in the background, he saw Lu Cheng's right arm whipping towards him like a steel whip, The colorful fireballs around Lu Cheng congregated, then smashed towards him at once. As for the crescent strike, Lu Cheng paid no heed. A dim green glow flitted across number 16's eyes. He bent down and bounced away, going high as though he had springs fixed to his feet. Seeing this, Lu Cheng straightened his knees and sunk his feet into the ground. With a quick twist of the waist, he pressed down on the inner part of his arm like a spear, sending it upwards. This caused the 9 flames to rise up slowly. Affected by the gravity of the dense fireballs, the crescent strike distorted, mostly dispersing by the time it hit Lu Cheng. It merely chipped off the surface layer of his ice armor. The 9 flames, in pursuit of number 16, shot up into the sky. Rumble! An enormous, dazzling white fireball bloomed mid-air, spitting molten lava and brilliant fireworks in every direction. The strong light drowned number 16. The terrible noise cracked the remaining windows in San Jones Street. In the gathering gales and rain of sparks, number 16's figure appeared above. His clothes were tattered, his pants reduced to dust. His body was charred and dented. If he hadn't avoided the center of the explosion by evading mid-air and activating a laser shield at the last minute, he would have been gravely wounded. Number 16 was hovering in the air with no sign of descending. He had the ability to fly. Flying was at physical invulnerability level. Previously, under the effect of Lu Cheng's aura lockdown and psychological intimidation, he couldn't take to the skies straight away, fearing he would be struck down. Therefore, he had to attack first to create opportunities. This way, he would be putting himself in a spot where victory was guaranteed, and at the same time bait out his enemy's fearsome killer move. However, he didn't expect his opponent to be able to control the 9 rotations of 5 flames freely and switch up his move halfway. His plan had not only failed but also cost him terrible losses. Pressing his right hand to his left, number 16 reached out. An aquamarine glow darted across his eyes as he locked onto Lu Cheng's figure. Mortar strike. Augmentation. Boom! A dazzling white beam was released from his left palm, blasting at Lu Cheng on ground level. Boom! 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 The dazzling white beams shot out one after the other, plowing the entire plot of land. Lu Cheng moved with mesmerizing snow steps, zigzagging and dodging the mortar strikes with the help of all-seeing God. He also swept up a frigid wind which set the dazzling white beams off track. Swish, swish, swish. Rumble, rumble, rumble. While dodging, Lu Cheng flicked out frost beams as he materialized scarlet fireballs and blasting them at number 16. Number 16, like a fighter jet, dodged all of Lu Cheng's counterattacks by gaining altitude, circling around or halting in his tracks. The situation persisted for a while. Suddenly, a laser gathered in a device in number 16's eyes and shot out at lightning speed. But with his danger premonition, Lu Cheng had repositioned himself before the laser had even fired. The 2 faint green beams landed on the ground, leaving deep ditches. Knowing that the loud attack would garner attention and seeing that he couldn't take the enemy down quickly, number 16 decided to retreat. Hastily, he flew out of the factory ruins. Freed from the fire suppression, Lu Cheng glanced at a half-destroyed pillar in the rubble. He could use that to propel himself into the air and use formation formula to stop his enemy. That was when number 16 saw an older, long sword-wielding woman with bund-up hair and an elegant air closing in on him. Immediately after, a meteor, dragging a long trail of light in its wake, darted across the sky, dispelling the darkness. It filled his vision before colliding into him. The strong suction that resulted caused a delay in number 16's maneuvers. Bam! Sprinting forward, Lu Cheng leapt into the air and pushed off using the half-destroyed pillar. Mid-air, he formed a hand seal. Formation! Number 16 was finding it hard to change direction due to the intense attraction force. With the additional formation formula imposed on him, he was frozen in mid-air and unable to avoid the brilliant meteorite. All he could do was urge every single cell in him to generate a repulsion force that formed a shield made of light. Swish! The meteorite grew larger and larger. On the surface, Flames blazed fiercely from high-speed friction with the atmosphere, giving off a dazzling light. As it got closer and closer, number 16's pupils finally reflected the figure of a person with a sword. Rumble! The brilliance from the meteorite enveloped the enemy as flames rolled outwards into layer after layer of a blooming crimson lotus. The sixth move of the fighting sect, Fire Meteor. Swish, swish, swish. Rays of lights scattered as number 16 fell into a miserable state, his body covered in bloody sword wounds. Before he could jump to his feet, a ray of light from the sword shot overhead and began a frenzied barrage of slashes. 7 stars, Do Ning. Clank, clank, clank. The sound of a blunt knife cutting meat erupted in a constant stream. Number 16, unable to regain his power, threw out punches, kicks, and laser cannons. However, he still wasn't able to block everything and was forced to retreat from the barrage of slashes. He was at constant risk of being severed into pieces. Just as Do Ning's attacks started to slow, number 16 felt the earth shake violently. In his eyes, the image of a fully charged Lu Cheng surfaced. Every punch carried flames, and each strike was heavy, invasive, and terrifying. Bam, bam, bam. Lu Cheng was either sweeping his arms as a whips, using short bursts of strike, throwing piercing attacks, or striking with cannon punches. He had number 16 completely pinned down as he burnt him like a torch. Bam, bam, bam. After a set of consecutive strikes, he bent his body and glided forward to avoid his opponent's defense before straightening his back and punching upwards. Bam! His punch landed on the chest of number 16, shattering the lingering shield of light and sending him into the air. In the split second of his opponent's disorientation, Lu Cheng took the opportunity and extended his left arm to grab him. He twisted both of his legs, wrapped his right arm around him, and sealed all of his joints by freezing his entire body. Straightening his back, fire force exploded from within his body. Lu Cheng changed his momentum, pressed towards his opponent, and fell like a frenzied human-shaped meteor. Rumble! The ground shattered and a crater formed with cracks spreading outwards. Number 16 fell into the middle foaming. His body twitched uncontrollably as he failed to find a muscle that remained uninjured and lacked the bone structure to help him stand. Ji Jianzhong, looking emaciated, approached as Lu Cheng stood. He pointed his long sword at the forehead of number 16. If he exerted just a little force, the enemy would be blown apart with no corpse left. It's him! Ji Jianzhong exclaimed with shock, squinting his eyes to take a closer look. Sir, do you know him? Asked Lu Cheng with surprise. Ji Jianzhong frowned slightly and continued. He's an American that roamed this area 30-40 years ago. He was known for his flying ability. Rumors had it that he beat up others before they could reach him. But how could he keep a low profile if he constantly picked fights? So many bombers' planes were shot down. A few years ago, there were rumors that he suffered grave injuries and died from them. Who would have expected him to be still alive? He doesn't seem to recognize me, and his gaze doesn't look right. Did he lose his memory? His condition is a little strange. The solemn, ever-exquisite Do Ning noticed that something wasn't right. Lu Cheng repeated the results of his interrogation and the details he had discovered. Basing his conjecture upon the nationality of number 16, he pieced things together and came to a conclusion. Ji Jianzhong and Do Ning exchanged glances and simultaneously guessed. Artificial weapon project? Ji Jianzhong frowned and continued. That's not right. There's no intelligence on them having a base in Tignes. It would be a little different from the artificial weapon project that I know of. Do Ning nodded her head in approval. Thinking back to the conversation with Yan Zhika's grandparents, Lu Cheng sensed the chemistry between them. Suddenly, Lu Cheng felt that he wasn't needed. He thought for a second before offering. Perhaps it's a branch of research at a newly constructed secret base. Well, no matter what, Lin Ke is in their hands. Do Ning's tone turned sharper and she looked to Ji Jianzhong. Let's find out the exact location of that North Harbor base first. Number 16 was of terror grade and had a strong will and mind. More so, he seemed to have been put through several layers of brainwashing. Lu Chang and the Ji couple took turns executing secret techniques to strike his mind. After several minutes, number 16 finally gave in. Once he did, without his past memories, number 16 wouldn't be able to develop the same strong will as that of a physical invulnerability expert. Given his prior experience with the blonde-haired, blue-eyed man, Lu Chang didn't dare ask his questions directly. Instead, he shared his worries with Ji Jianzhong and Dou Ning. This is simple. Ji Jianzhong shifted the edge of his sword down and pierced slightly into the throat of number 16, careful not to harm his windpipes or tendons. BZZT, BZZT, BZZT. Yin-yang forces circulated and the magnetic field around changed and enveloped them. The signal source from number 16 was interrupted and distorted. Where is the North Harbor base? Lu Chang asked in English with a Connecticut accent. Number 16's neural signals were in disarray. After being in a daze for some time, he finally answered, Underground of North Harbor Mechanical Corporation. Corporation, a joint research between America and Japan. Ji Jianzhong suddenly had a realization. Lu Chang then understood what had happened. North Harbor Base's secret research had achieved a stage breakthrough and urgently required danger-grade materials to verify their results. Experts at this level weren't common, and they had no other places to look in a short period of time. Seeing that the preparations of the earlier stages were about to be in vain, the one in charge instructed number 4, 5, and 6 to fight in the illegal boxing matches and challenge the ringmaster in hope of luring out a danger-grade expert who was alone. After 2 days, they met Lin Quebec. After the end of the ring match, number 16 struck him unconscious and brought him back in secret. When Lin K was sent to the base, due to insufficient accurate intelligence, they came to the conclusion that this young danger-grade man didn't have a strong enough background. Therefore, they put him onto the experiment table. In addition, based on what number 16 had said, number 17 and 18 at the base were stronger than him. Ji Jianzhong retracted his long sword, extending his left palm. He lifted number 16 from afar and sighed with self-condemnation. We all had the preconceived assumption that it was revenge by the human trafficking organization. In the end, it was just a chance incident. No wonder we haven't been able to get any lead and have caused K to suffer. Sighing, he looked to Lu Chang, nodded his head slightly and said, We must thank you for this. Let's go. I'd like to see what they're researching, said Dou Ning coldly. Lost was her usual elegant demeanor. Lu Chang didn't speak and followed behind the old couple. They left the rubble of the factory in the suburbs and arrived at the North Harbor region of Tignes City. Facing a major river, it was an important checkpoint for various resources. Even though it was the middle of the night, one could easily spot lamps all around. This was a distinct contrast to the other areas that still faced a lack of access to electricity. The corporation that number 16 had mentioned was located around the vicinity of the warehouse. Looking from outside, it was a 3-story building. However, there was a large experimental lab underground. The Special Forces troops that disguised themselves as security were all soldiers who had seen blood. However, in the face of 3 physical invulnerability experts, they had zero ability to retaliate. They had no time to react before being crushed by Lu Cheng's simplified army formula. They cried silently, not daring to make a single sound. Without wasting time, Ji Jianzhong found the entrance to underground. Lifting number 16, he used his retina to open the main gate. Just as a small opening appeared between the doors, Ji Jianzhong stomped his legs and turned into a meteor. He flew in quickly, swinging his sword at guard after guard. Dou Ning carried her sword and protected him from the side to prevent any accidents. Lu Chang, who now seemed unnecessary, followed closely behind. He expanded his muscles and damaged the main door, making it unable to close tightly again. He was afraid of being trapped underground and facing explosives in a confined space. Thud! Ji Jianzhong stopped at the edge of the room when the first guard finally landed on the floor. Dou Ning kept one of them alive but crushed his mind to verify if there was an experiment being held tonight and where. The current focus of the North Harbor base was mentioned by number 16. Wherever the experiment was, Lin K would be there. Turning into the internal corridors of the base, the G couple's swords moved sharply. They either staggered their attacks or struck together, not allowing a single person to stop them nor giving the other party a chance to sound the alarm. As the glow of the sword shot out, figure after figure fell. Lu Cheng, still following behind, had the feeling of watching a movie up close. Along the way, Ji Jianzhong used number 16 to complete the authorizations required for the different doors. 3 minutes later, they finally saw the main experiment lab and the rigid-looking experts guarding outside. They were wearing armbands with 8 and 10 inscribed on them. "You go first." As Ji Jianzhong channeled the words to Lu Cheng, he threw number 16 towards the main door and attracted the attention of the guards. Swoosh! Lights from the sword flickered and 2 meteorites struck out towards number 8 and 10, cutting the 2 of them off. Lu Cheng, who had readied himself, pounced towards the main door. He grabbed onto number 16 in the air and sent him to the verification area. DDD. The heavy door opened. Lu Cheng lowered his stance, tilted sideways and crashed in without giving anyone inside a chance to react. Bam! A large hole opened up in the metal door as the warning signal sounded throughout the lab. Once Lu Cheng got in, he immediately formed his ice heart to reflect his surroundings. He quickly locked onto Lin Kei, who was fixed to the metal bed. His facial expression was distorted in pain from the different equipment plugged into his body. Some parts of him revealed eerily white bones underneath and bloody flesh. At the same time, Lu Cheng locked onto a man holding a scalpel and wearing a lab cloak. Anger rose from the bottom of his heart. Lu Cheng bent his back, lowered his arms and flicked his wrists. From one hand, faint purple flames shot into the ground, raging silently onto devices and people, causing them to wail in agony. From the other hand, chilling light swept forward, freezing several people from their head to their feet. Bam! Lu Cheng blasted strong winds and rushed to Lin Kei's side. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. The remaining research staff was scared out of their wits and quickly backed off. On the other side, Ji Jianzhong and Dou Ning had finished off number 8 and 10. They entered one after the other into the lab. Suddenly, a loud voice sounded. "It seems that someone has made a mistake and offended someone they shouldn't have." Lu Cheng followed the direction of the voice and saw a fair-skinned woman with black hair till her shoulders. She was sitting carelessly on an experiment table and wearing black sporting attire with a decorative number, 18. Feeling the gazes of strong experts on her, this woman did not waver. Instead, she laughed with an authentic Mandarin accent. "Luckily, he's still alive. The mistake could still be atoned for. It's better to be friends than enemies. Why don't we discuss how we should apologize and make reparations?" As compared to number 16, number 18 was more natural and smart. She smiled before talking, and one wouldn't be able to tell that she was one of the experimental targets. If they had met in a different place, Lu Cheng would definitely be able to sense the creepiness and uniqueness of number 4, number 6 till number 16. However, he would probably see number 18 as just any other ordinary physical invulnerability expert. Perhaps this is the reason why number 16 believed that she is stronger than him. With his seniors around, although Lu Cheng was filled with rage, he did not act rashly. Instead, he turned his attention to think about other questions to maintain his ice heart. After hearing what number 18 had said, the emaciated Ji Jianzhong took a deep look at her before sweeping his gaze at Lin Quebec, after which he laughed and said, "I have not been traveling around, and it seems that everyone in the war-torn area has forgotten about the name of Heaven-Leaning Sword. Let's make an agreement. We will think about how to apologize later and compensate you." As he spoke, his smile slowly disappeared and his tone became colder. When he finished his last word, his fingers were at the edge of his sword. Zhang! The roar of a dragon shot up and resonated within the entire laboratory. The remaining researchers, who were wearing protective gears, were all covering their ears as they attempted to isolate the buzzing sound around their ears. In an instant, they had sunk into a silent world. As the homing sounds of the sword entered the ears, light exploded and thin rays of light shot up like a geyser. After which they fell and covered number 18. They carried strong attraction forces that made the enemy hard to move around. In fact, the enemy would experience a strong pull towards it as she got entrapped. Inyong magneto-optical sword. The swords cut the body, while the magnetic field destroyed the equipment. This was the most effective way to deal with products of artificial weapon project. However, number 18's thoughts and responses were the same as any other ordinary physical invulnerability expert. She didn't seem to be affected at all. When her initial proposal was rejected, she squinted her eyes and one could tell she was hiding her anger. She acted just like any other ordinary person. The light in her eyes flickered as she regained her composure instantly. She didn't try to move forcefully. Instead, she pressed her hands against the edge of the long experiment table, leaned back and moved her right leg in the direction of the attraction force. After which, she swung it up as flashy light gathered to form a blade that slashed towards the core of the geyser. At the instant Ji Jianzhang struck, and even when he was talking, Dou Ning had already made preparation. Without the slightest, she pressed ahead, squatted slightly and pierced her shimmering ancient long sword into the ground. Heavy and dull light started spreading. The surrounding concrete instantly ruptured as though they had gone through the weathering process for a long time and dried up completely. As for the remaining researchers who were still affected by the humming of the swords, their legs were stuck to the ground as they shivered constantly. Every inch of their skin started drying up as though all their blood and liquid in their body were being sucked away. The dull glow threw the gravity over this area to disarray in very degree. Pulling back number 18 from the opposite direction, her shaver-like left leg was slowed. It was a perfect coordination with Ji Jianzhang's attacks as one could easily see the chemistry that they had developed over decades. The eighth move of Fighting Sect, Shriveled Devastation. Deathly Baron. This killer move could be separated into 3 segments. The first stage involved sucking the surrounding moisture, which included the floor and the living things on it. Following which would be the simulation of a certain degree of gravity to disrupt and affect the opponent. Towards the end, within a certain designated area, an earthquake would be triggered and energy accumulated would be released. The 3 transformations could be separated and used individually. The sequence could also be changed as one wished after one gained mastery. Dang dang dang. The glow of the razor knife slashed several reigning swords into pieces and accurately blocked the weapon in Ji Jianzhang's hands. However, due to the disruption, she was a step slower and missed out on a substantial number of reigning swords. As a result, the reigning sword fell incessantly on her. If number 18 hadn't formed a protecting shield in time to defend against the damage, she would probably be covered in injuries right now. Zhang. Dou Ning straightened her back and stood up. Following the momentum, she unsheathed her sword and slashed from the left to the right lightly. However, the pulling force was apparent. Beside her, those researchers in protective suit fell to the ground like dominoes. Their faces were filled with horror and looked just like specially made dried corpses. Ji Jianzhang shook his wrist and kept the sword around his waist from the left to right. A heavy sensation welled up as though 1,000 pounds were weighing down. However, one could clearly feel the pushing force. An attraction and a repulsive, a pull and a push. The swordsmanship of the couple was complementary and had completely trapped number 18 within. Lu Cheng stood by the side of the metal bed and didn't interfere rashly. Battles between at the physical invulnerability stage had extraordinary requirements on the use of space and boundaries. If there wasn't any cooperation training and he tried to help, he would probably end up causing more problems and affect the 2 seniors' movements and attacks. The overall impact might be even lower than the sum of the parts. Under such a situation, a cooperated attack would be one after another as they take turns to attack the enemy. It would be similar to Lu Cheng's experience when he worked with Ren Li. It's a pity that the old couple had roamed the world together for many years. Their chemistry was so perfect that didn't provide anyone with a chance to interfere. I feel just like an additional spectator. As the thought flashed past Lu Cheng's mind, he hadn't let down his guard yet. Number 18 had appeared, but what about number 17? Where's number 17, whom number 16 believed was stronger than him. Is he also in the base? After hearing the commotion, perhaps he is on his way here, or perhaps he is hiding in some corner while waiting for an opportunity to deal a killer blow in a strike. With such consideration in his mind, Lu Chang had completely given up the thought of attacking number 18 too. As he defended against the shockwaves caused by the battle between physical invulnerability experts and prevented Lin Ke, who had lost mobility, from suffering collateral damages, he used his ice heart to reflect the surrounding while also examine the condition of cousin-in-law. Lin Ke's agony started to tone down, and her blurry eyes reflected the figure of Lu Chang. He was shocked for a full 2 seconds before remembering Lu Chang. His tensed-up muscles relaxed instantly and his eyelids drooped as he tried to hide his helplessness. When he reopened his eyes, his emotions had settled down. Deep in his eyes, 2 bright spots surfaced once again. That dried-up lips moved with difficulty and his Adam's apple moved several times. However, he couldn't make any sound. Nonetheless, from the shape of his mouth, he was clearly trying to say, "Thank you." Emotions welled up in Lu Chang when he saw this scene. He quickly looked for ways to disengage the various equipment. He didn't specialize in these sorts of things and didn't dare to act rashly at the moment. He was afraid if he pulled out certain vital equipment, the condition of cousin-in-law would plunge. He glanced at the area behind him and looked at the few researchers that had been frozen into ice sculptures. Pressing down with his right hand, he made an eternal ice wall to withstand the shockwaves from the battle between physical invulnerability expert. Leaping up, Lu Chang reached the researcher who looked like the leader of the group. With faint purple flames on his left hand, he placed it on the shoulder of the other party. Drip, 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 drip. The layer of ice melted and that researcher looked pale while shivering. However, what awaited him wasn't caring words but simplified army formula. The researcher collapsed instantly. He was forcefully dragged to the side of the metal bed for a consultation. He truly didn't dare to lie or keep back his words. After pressing and pulling the equipment, Lu Chang quickly dismantled the equipment on Lin Ke's body. When he just completed his action, he felt a shocking feeling. He turned his body around and looked towards the door. A human figure approached at a speed that left afterimages. After sensing Lu Chang's gaze, he stopped. He had blonde hair that split neatly in the middle. His eyes seemed to be burning and appeared red. He was wearing a white t-shirt with the number 17 printed on it with a black jacket. His hands were covered in flaming snakes, but he wasn't harmed in any way. 17 is here. Lu Chang felt a sense of relief but also more worries. This experiment lab wasn't small but definitely couldn't be considered as big. If he had to take care of cousin-in-law who had lost his ability to defend himself, he would definitely not be able to fully move around. From the looks of number 17, he wasn't someone that could be easily dealt with. As thoughts flashed quickly in his mind, Lu Chang made his decision. He leaned back suddenly, pressed down with his palm and sealed Lin Ke within layers of crystals while leaving some holes for him to breathe. In this case, as long as Yen Zhika's grandparents could quickly finish number 18 off, the impact to cousin-in-law would be within their control. He had to balance the potential damages of both sides and chose the one that would result in the least harm. As Lu Chang moved, number 17 also moved. He lowered his back into a posture like a hunting leopard leaping over. He clenched his fists tightly, placed them beside his body that was shrouded in flames. After pressing, Lu Chang charged ahead while setting his right fist ablaze with faint purple flames. The anger in him was controlled using the all-seeing God realm, while leaking a small amount out to fan the flames of Lord Emperor's purple flame. Rumble. Their fists collided and explosions erupted. The researchers who were lying around helpless were sent flying as they crashed violently on the wall. Their bones cracked as they spilled out blood. For these people, who captured innocent people for experiments, Lu Chang had no feelings of compassion for them. In fact, he even wanted to eliminate them with a huge fire. Faint purple and metal red sputtered and set part of the equipment ablaze. The smoke detectors were triggered and the newest extinguishing material rained down. Amidst the smoke and flames, number 17 and Lu Chang pulled back their punches at the same time. One of them swung his left shoulder back, pushed his right shoulder ahead and smashed across with his elbow. The other retracted his right punch and threw out his left punch that was still covered in faint purple flames. In an instant, Lu Cheng relaxed his clenched fist. Extending his 5 fingers out, he firmly grabbed onto the joints in number 17. Number 17's elbow instantly sank. Shaking his forearm, he used the momentum and threw out a punch. Golden red flames rotated and welled out accordingly. Just as he made his movements, Lu Cheng suddenly pressed onto the elbow's joints to dissipate the punching force of his enemy. His opponent retreated several steps as the purple flames flowed over. At the same time, Lu Cheng tilted his head slightly to avoid the majority of the golden red flames. As for the small remaining amount, it wasn't able to leave any charcoal marks. Number 17 shook his forearm and made the purple flame fell off gently. The flame softened the floor and left a black mark. Both parties were experts of controlling fire. Shaking off the purple flames, number 17 took a step forward. He lifted his right leg and furiously whipped it towards Lu Cheng's head like a leaping fire. Lowering his body and leaning diagonally to avoid the kick, Lu Cheng took advantage of the fact that number 17 was standing on one foot with his right hand lowered. With a hook punch which he shook it after it connected, he released a layer of faint purple flames that spread across the floor. The flame burned silently but packed a lot of force. Even an expert in controlling fire would suffer scarring burns if he encountered such an attack. As a demonstration of ice burning, it showed the true nature of the 5th move of the fire sect, Incinerate City, Vaporize Lake. When number 17 missed his kick, he used the momentum through his waist to leap into the sky. The purple flames swept past and hit the wall. As the flames rose quickly up the wall, its silver metal softened and deformed. Bending his back in the air, number 17 was like a compressed spring. When he kicked his left leg, he straightened his body and released all of his accumulated strength. The kick might have seemed harmless, but it was well-aimed and heavy. Lu Cheng lurched forward uncontrollably and took the attack directly. TSK. Lu Cheng regulated his breathing and blood flow to stimulate his body. Using simplified fighting formula to expand his muscles, he used the explosion to increase his ability to resist the attraction force, simultaneously swinging his punch to attack. Bam! His punch landed solidly on the sole of number 17's black leather military boot. It was blown to pieces which drifted onto the floor or into the flames. Number 17 leveraged the momentum to flip backwards. Before he could stabilize himself, he saw Lu Cheng pouncing towards him at lightning-fast speed. His right punch seemed abnormally heavy with layers of purple flame shrouding it. His fist was like that of a majestic emperor lord extending his hands and covering the skies and earth as described in the legends. Simplified attainment formula. As Lu Cheng's heart lake sensed a ripple, number 17's eyes glowed eerily green. The light gathered rapidly within before firing towards Lu Cheng's head. Laser cannon. You may be fast, but I'm faster. This was a high-tech device that only number 16, 17, and number 18 could use. It was programmed with their individual uniqueness and couldn't be separated. Even if other numbers were to obtain it, they wouldn't be able to use it. In addition, this was something these 3 Terra-grade experts couldn't use back-to-back or within a short time frame. Their bodies and the devices wouldn't be able to withstand the toll. As Lu Cheng punched out, he felt a tingle of danger. He sunk his shoulders abruptly and pulled his elbow back to change his straight punch to a hammer strike. Following the momentum, his body rolled forward. Swoosh! 2 dull green light rays struck the white wall on the opposite end and pierced it through, leaving 2 holes. Before Lu Cheng could straighten his body, number 17 had pushed ahead. Swinging his left arm, he clenched his fist and hammered down. Bam bam! He struck from the left and right, one after the other. The reddish-gold flames flickered like the fangs of a beast that could chew a person up. Lu Cheng squatted, shifted both of his arms, and formed a shield above him. Rumble! Rumble! After 2 hammer strikes, number 17 swung down his right arm. White light emanated from the bottom of his fist towards Lu Cheng's chin as he tried to send him into the air. Lu Cheng shrank his shoulders in and placed both of his arms together in front of him to defend his face, like a boxer putting up his defensive guard. Bam! As a fireball approached, Lu Cheng retreated. Number 17 forged ahead. Just as his left foot, which had lost its boot sole, landed on the ground, fire erupted from the bottom of Lu Cheng as he shot into the skies like a cannon. Bam! At the critical point, Lu Cheng ignited the fire force within his body. This allowed him to change direction in midair, barely avoided the rising fire pillar that only grazed his right leg. The edge of his navy blue pants turned instantly to dust and his leg blazed red. If it remained burned for much longer, even Lu Cheng would be injured. After landing strike after strike, number 17 didn't waste the advantage he had built up. He ignited the fire force with every part of his body. This ignition was like striking a spark into a tank of diesel. When number 17 erupted, he struck 8 strikes at Lu Cheng within the time a typical physical invulnerability expert could have only struck twice. Bam 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 bam. Lu Cheng couldn't react, but could only put up a defensive stance to protect the vital parts of his upper body. He formed an ice wall over the rest of them. Crack, crack, crack. He couldn't tell if it was the ice breaking or his bones cracking. After withstanding the violent barrage of attacks from number 17, there were burns all over Lu Cheng's body. After 8 punches, number 17 took a step back. He caught his breath before striking out his right punch once again. Reddish-gold flames raged wildly. Number 17's fist looked like a phoenix that existed only in the myth, pecking violently towards his opponent. At this moment, Lu Cheng, who was passive but hadn't given up preparing for a counterattack, endured the pain. Taking advantage of the moment when his enemy retreated, he shouted, "Formation!" He didn't seal his hands but relied solely on his visualization, voice, and mental strength to execute a simplified version, saving him time. When the air solidified, it formed a shapeless wall. Just as number 17's Phoenix Punch was about to strike, it was sealed to its spot. He could only ignite the flames to rip the seal, trying his best to destroy it. The effects of the simplified formation formula were not as great as the complete version, and lasted for a moment before being destroyed by the burning fist. However, Lu Cheng had already crouched to avoid the remaining momentum of the Phoenix Punch by the slimmest margin. He released the dark universe decorated with bright stars around him. With this exchange, he brilliantly negated his opponent's attack while building up to his. He crossed his 10 fingers and smashed upwards towards number 17 like a giant hammer as he straightened his back and focused his attention. Number 17 clenched his left fist tightly and struck down violently. As he reached Lu Cheng's fists, his body lost its balance. He followed the momentum to retreat while blocking and dispersing the impact force. When he took the step back, the cosmic had already enshrouded everything, which turned dark and eerie with thick layers of ice. Number 17 was sealed in a transparent coffin and unable to move. Star after star roared past like consecutive shots from a rocket cannon, colliding on the layers of ice. They broke through the crystals before landing one after another on number 17. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The sounds of explosions superimposed into one another as the shockwaves shattered most of the ice walls protecting Lin K. Amidst the spreading flames and dust, the figure of number 17 surfaced. Red and white fluid could be seen at the edge of his mouth. His clothes were in tatters, and he had several dents and burns on his body. Using his internal shield to defend his control over flames, his injuries were mild. In his eyes, faint purple, light blue, and scorching red fireballs were rotating around Lu Cheng, along with dazzling gold and white ones. Bam! Lu Cheng pushed ahead and struck out with his palm. Number 17 thought of using his fist to block and avoid the fireballs in search of a counterattack. But at the instant he lifted his arm, a dull green light flickered over his eyes. Noticing something, he forcefully executed Flame's leap to shift to the side. Such a change in direction was too steep and caused the wounds of number 17 to open up and blood to flow out. Such a shame. He fell for it and didn't try to block my lament of the Ice Queen, thought Lu Cheng as he pounced towards his opponent. Number 18 let out a fearful scream, after which, Lu Cheng's eyes were filled with blinding lights from the swords. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As the light rays raged on, the sounds of flesh being cut were incessant. When Ji Jianzhong and Dou Ning teamed up, they finally killed number 18 with their great chemistry. If it was any other two physical invulnerability experts, so long as they were not at the same tier as Warrior Sage or Dragon King, number 18 would have had the opportunity to escape from the base. As the scream entered his ears, number 17 frowned. He made his decision and released a violent and terrifying reddish-gold fireball towards Lin Ke instead of Lu Cheng. When the fireball was released, he rushed towards the door without turning back. Each step was minute and unpredictable. His image flickered from position to position. Lu Cheng's pupils shrank. He didn't dare to risk the safety of Lin Ke, who was guarded only by a badly damaged ice wall. He turned around, released the ice spirit force and stood in front of the metal bed. Rumble. The reddish-gold fireball was pierced through as it exploded. Deafening shock waves propagated like a tsunami, but they were shielded from Lin Ke by Lu Cheng. Pa pa pa. The remaining parts of number 18 fell to the ground. In her eyes, one could still see her unconvinced looks. Compared to number 16 and the others whose minds wouldn't collapse or feel fear, she looked more like an alive terror-grade expert. By this time, number 17 had already disappeared and headed in an unknown direction. Seeing Lu Cheng's disappointment, Ji Jianzhong returned his sword to its sheath and said, "You've done well. I was rash before and should have moved K to a safer place first. Let's stop here. Those who were directly involved and the leaders of the base have already been killed. K was the only one being researched and shouldn't be a problem. We shouldn't go too far. Ku is still in America. In the world of the physical invulnerability experts, this extent is still not considered going too far." Lu Cheng glanced at the dead researchers and number 18. His mouth couldn't help but twitch a little. However, America and Japan are the ones at fault in this incident, and the things they are doing go against human rights. If this incident is to leak out, they would be condemned by public opinion. Giving them some respect could also be considered going too far. If anyone dares to make it difficult for Ku, we wouldn't be able to guard Ku's family against physical invulnerability experts at all times. A country's boundary was long, and a physical invulnerability expert could easily enter the country from many points. Even if one had a physical invulnerability expert guarding at home, they couldn't possibly protect the whole family at all times. If they were to truly shed all pretense of cordiality, refusing to rest until one party died, both parties would suffer huge losses. Therefore, physical invulnerability experts never go too far when another physical invulnerability expert is involved. There were exceptions like the Dark Knight Bat. See if anyone is still alive, make a copy of all the information here and destroy the base. This is to make sure we have something in hand against them and a source to trace to if K is to suffer any consequences after being experimented on. Dou Ning said compassionately to Lu Cheng. She was trying to impart to Lu Cheng how to deal with similar encounters. All right. Lu Cheng heaved a sigh of relief and made his way to the other experimental labs. Rumble. A huge fireball rose up and the North Harbor Mechanical Corporation collapsed completely. Number 17, with his blonde hair parted down the middle, was hiding in the crowd watching the spectacle. Suddenly, he laughed so hard that tears came out. I'm free, he mumbled softly, attracting strange looks from the people around him. The plane soared through the air, sometimes steady and sometimes bumpy, as it approached the southern borders of China. Lin Ke was secured to a stretcher with a ventilator attached. His extreme exhaustion made him fall into a deep slumber, unaware of his surroundings. Lu Cheng, Ji Jianzhong, Dou Ning, and some military personnel sat around him, flipping through thick piles of classified information. They were printed based on the information they had acquired from the North Harbor base. According to the description inside, the underground laboratory had long been in existence, by now a historical building. Initially built as an air raid shelter, it was eventually expanded to its present state. 2 years ago, the laboratory's renovation brought in a research team, a combined effort between America and Japan, a sub-branch of AWP that switched over from high-tech devices to genetic guidance. Japan had previously conducted many experiments on genetic guidance and had expertise. Many years had passed since America first started on the AWP. After countless trials and errors, they gradually found success, marked by the creation of the combat-ready number 1. Through upgrades and modification, they eventually arrived at number 15. Though every number corresponded to one test subject, many failed subjects were sacrificed behind the scenes. Even for the ones that succeeded, a number of them had malfunctioned for many reasons and were removed from the series. These failures laid the groundwork for subsequent modifications. As of now, the only test subjects still in service were number 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 14, and 15. And after the purge by Liu Chang and the others, the only ones that survived were number 14 and 15 at the America HQ. Among those, number 15 was well developed in every aspect. This gave all danger-grade mighty ones in America a second chance at life. They could be modified at a fairly high success rate as long as they didn't face instant death. Even worse, they would become stiffen and mechanical and lose most of their memories, retaining only their instincts. However, they could still mimic normal behavior because of the chips transplanted into them. In the course of their experiments, they installed a force-stop program in every test subject for a number of reasons, one of which was a countermeasure to if they went berserk. This was what triggered the genetic collapse in number 5, the one with blonde hair and blue eyes. After accumulating enough data from danger-grade experiments, the AWP scientists set their eyes on terror-grade. And thus, number 16, who became a vegetable after severe brain damage, a person who the public believed to be dead, came into their radar. A year later, number 16 revived. Even without chip transplants, he could automatically battle at a similar level to when he was alive. His daily behavior, however, was a mess, so it had to rely on simulations. With this success, the AWP team set their eyes on greater goals. That is, to create beings capable of individual thinking no different from a normal physical invulnerability expert. Of course, the brainwashing and manipulation process was still requisite. For that reason, they decreased the application of nanotechnology and cooperated with Japan. Starting from genetic guidance, the North Harbor base came into operation. In less than a year, number 17, originally adept at manipulating fire, was born through the genetic guidance and genetic copying of numerous fire-type terror-grade experts. There weren't any defects in his cognitive ability or movements, besides his disposition being aloof and taciturn. The scientists rejoiced at his combat abilities which, through fusion with high-tech devices, were at a physical invulnerability level, and displayed room for growth. They called him the flame-manipulating master who would one day rival the Dragon King. For number 17 and the earlier versions, the test subjects used to create them were mostly at the brink of death. None of the experiments involving healthy prisoners of war succeeded. Through the success of number 17, the Japanese physical invulnerability expert who was in charge of the base saw hope in upgrading herself. With ample preparations, she accepted a controlled amount of modification. Turned out to be a huge success. However, her personality was distorted in the process, and she began addressing herself as number 18. This history of hers explains why she authoritatively raised the absurd proposal of apology and compensation earlier. Recently, there had been another breakthrough in the experiments conducted at North Harbor Base. Before, the combat level of the test subjects was dependent on their original stage. Modifications could only increase battle power slightly, which inevitably came with excessive defects. But this time, the scientists found a better method, one that could trigger a qualitative change in a weak person by using stronger genes. For testing purposes, they were in dire need of human subjects. Broadly speaking, there were a decent number of experts at the inhuman level in this world. But that doesn't mean they were commonplace. Plus, it's not like they would find volunteers or dying experts knocking at their door in such a short time. So they set their eyes on Lin K, an inhuman venturing in the war-torn zones who didn't seem to have any powerful connections. Number 16, the one in charge of retrieving him, then assigned the task to number 4, 5, and 6. The subsequent information verification was to be done by number 17, who worked well independently and often carried out missions in the war-torn zones. It's a pity that the main laboratory was destroyed during the battle. Much of the data has been lost. Plus, judging from K's condition, the breakthrough they made wasn't exactly successful. said Ji Jianzhong sentimentally after browsing through the files. Lin Kei's experiment had not yet reached the most dangerous stage. This information is ample. It will be a huge help to our research, said the military personnel. He wholeheartedly agreed with what Ji Jianzhong had said, but didn't have the courage to put it to words. Aimlessly flipping through the files, he remarked, with the senior researchers and number 18 all dead, and the main laboratory in ruins, I'm afraid we'll never learn the method to force stop or control number 17. Damn shame. Otherwise, the military would have another physical invulnerability expert at their disposal. Lu Cheng allowed himself some time to think. Thoughtfully, he said, there are two possible explanations to why number 17 joined the fray. The first was the presence of number 18. The second was that he wanted to see to it that all the researchers were killed, and the main laboratory thoroughly destroyed. He wouldn't have dared to slack off. At least not before he confirmed that number 18 was doomed to die. Neither did he have the balls to become a turncoat and start killing his own. If he did, number 18 might have just taken him to hell with her. Killing him was a piece of cake to her. I agree. Doning nodded in agreement. If number 17 possessed a normal person's cognitive abilities like what was stated in the files, then that was when the plane encountered turbulence. Lu Cheng swallowed what he was about to say. He gazed outside the window at the land exposed through the thin clouds and the minimized ruinous city, suddenly recalling what he had seen and heard during his past 2 days in the war-torn zones. He couldn't help but wonder aloud, when will this place regain its peace? The environment, as a whole, had filled the war-torn zones with a seemingly inevitable despair. In such an ambience, Lu Cheng was affected as well. He felt like nothing he did would have mattered anyway, so he chose to watch dejectedly rather than intervene with the way things worked there. Ji Jianzhong, following suit, turned and looked outside. You can't call any of the factions here allies of justice, he said, half sentimental and half self-deprecatingly. His words created an awkward atmosphere amongst the few military personnel beside him. They made a show of browsing through files and admiring the scenery. No individual, not even a forbidden area mighty one, can change the state of affairs here, Ji Jianzhong went on. We can only hope for the persistent war to spur desires for peace, and that self-proclaimed monarchies and mighty ones can reach a compromise. Have you seen Zhelangang? With our aid, they prioritized on rebuilding infrastructures and maintaining order, which in turn attracted many refugees. They are developing fast. If this goes on, they will become an example to the rest of the war-torn zones, and other powers will seek to imitate them. Then, with some reforms, peace will spread a little at a time. Things will eventually get better, emphasized one of the military personnel. That was when Lu Cheng, Ji Jianzhong, and Dou Ning all sensed a slight movement from Lin Quebec. Their eyes focused on him. His eyelids were trembling as he opened them slowly. How are you feeling? Asked Dou Ning, concerned. She moved towards him. Hey, Granny and Gramps, greeted Lin Kei in his usual style. I'm all right. Ji Jianzhong got up and stood beside the stretcher. It was, in a way, a blessing in disguise. Your root pulp had been enhanced significantly, and you gained some strange abilities. You should be at the peak form of inhuman after some recuperation. At that time, you can attempt to awaken your abilities through fighting in title tournaments. Perhaps you'll even make the great leap earlier than expected. And even if all else fails, you can come back here and continue training through actual combat, he said commiseratingly. Lin Kei didn't shift his eyes, his pupils growing darker. Reserved but determined, he said, I would like to come here every year, even after attaining physical invulnerability. Why bother training through actual combat after attaining physical invulnerability? Lu Cheng was taken aback. Then he realized his cousin-in-law's actual intention. Don't worry, other mighty ones have followed up in hunting down that human trafficking organization. Lin Kei shut his eyes, then opened them again. I'll still come, he said slowly. Still? Even after going through hell? Just to help as many as you can help? Just to offer respite to the tragedies that crosses your path? Some sayings came to Lu Cheng's mind. He who has an icy countenance, but a Buddha's heart. He who devotes himself to a seemingly impossible cause. Perhaps this was the true form of his cousin-in-law. An obstinate boy. Influenced, Lu Chang was freed from the helplessness he felt. Smiling, he said, "In the future, I'll try to pick this place when I accept missions from the military." The next time he ran into someone in need of help, he'd do whatever he could to help. The plane soared through the clouds. The outline of the southern region of China was getting closer. When the plane landed at the military base in the suburbs of Huacheng, the scorching sun was hanging high in the midday sky. Lu Chang noticed its brightness the moment he stepped out of the cabin, as the air was illuminated by golden rays. He accompanied the G couple for lunch before seeing them take off with Lin Kei on another plane. Then he took the jeep from the base to the main road, where he saw Amin and the driver Zhao Zhenhua waiting in his gray commercial car. Sitting back in his familiar seat, leaning on the soft, comfortable leather seat with the luxurious minibar in front of him, Lu Chang felt like he'd been gone a long time rather than just 2 days. This is how a man should live. He closed his eyes and sighed. Seeing that Lu Chang didn't want to talk, Amin sat quietly in the other corner. She switched her phone to silent and chose to type her communications rather than speak. As the car left the highway and turned into the busy commercial circle, Lu Chang opened his eyes, tilted his head to the side, and looked at the street through the tinted glass. Lunch hour had already passed by half an hour, but there were several delivery men in uniforms busy on the roads. Weathering the scorching sun, they rushed off to their destinations with their lunchboxes. A new shop had opened near the road and it seemed that business was booming. He couldn't tell what they were selling, but the line at the door was long and several onlookers had gathered. This is how life should be. There were similar scenes in the war-torn zones, but their people lined up to collect relief supplies, not delicious food. Recalling what he had seen and heard the previous day, Lu Chang suddenly felt a little emotional. Amin followed his gaze and looked out of the window. Fulfilling her duty, she said, "This shop has paid people to line up, and the method has been very successful. They've opened up quite a few outlets. Hired actors?" The emotions Lu Chang had felt dissipated. "How did I feel emotional about this?" Amin retracted her gaze and saw her boss' strange expression. She quickly added, "So I heard from a friend who specializes in this." But Lu Chang suddenly gone silent. He shook his head before breaking into laughter, and his body and mind were once again at ease. It was afternoon in Connecticut, but the blustery wind was strong and the earth was cold. Yenjika had just finished class when she received a call from Lu Chang. He told her that Lin Kei had been rescued and was not in grave condition. It might even be a blessing in disguise for him. As for the details, Lu Chang didn't divulge them over the phone. All he said was that he would explain to her in detail when they met over the Christmas holidays. Yenjika understood and didn't ask further. She kept her textbooks in her orange sling bag and walked out of the classroom. All she felt was that the skies were blue and the wind was refreshing. The clouds were high and far out of reach, making her feel at ease. She felt carefree and full of joy. She strolled along the scenic school path when she saw a bouquet of bright red roses and picked up their faint fragrance. Alfred, whose eyes were blue like the ocean, smiled radiantly and said, "Sophia, may I have the honor of asking you out for dinner?" He had the same mentor as Yenjika but wasn't in the same small team. His short blonde hair rippled in the wind. He was a handsome man. "Sorry," Yenjika answered directly. "I've been asking around, and I know that you always go home at night without plans. Sophia, I've been told you can be cold and uptight, but I see past that. I'm drawn to your soul, to your intelligence, to how you command the attention in a room, to how you surprise even our mentor whenever you speak." Alfred couldn't hold back as his emotions overflowed. Sophia was the name Yenjika had given to herself in America. "That's your issue and has nothing to do with me," answered Yenjika. After which, she waved her left hand and said, "Can you see this? I have a boyfriend. No, I have a husband. And this is my wedding ring." "No, that can't be," Alfred whined. "I wouldn't lie." Yenjika shook her head and walked past him. Alfred thought silently before yelling after her. I won't give up. Even if you are married, you still have the freedom to go after love. You have the right to break up. Yenjika stopped in her tracks and turned to stare back at him. She took out her phone and opened the voice recorder before speaking slowly. Can you hear me? I can, Alfred answered, not knowing why. Clearly, my ears are working. Great. Yenjika nodded. In that case, I'm officially rejecting you and giving you a stern warning here. If you engage in similar actions again, I will see that as harassment. I will then inform my lawyers and apply for a restraining order. If one time isn't enough, I will do it again. And if that still doesn't work, I will do it a third time. Believe me, I have the ability. If you doubt my resolve, I can call my lawyer right away. Alfred was glued to where he stood. He didn't understand why chasing an ordinary girl would end like this. Sophia, isn't this extreme? Asked Alfred, feeling confused and a little wary. Yenjika smiled slightly and answered, being extreme now could save me a lot of trouble in the future. Not everyone understands rejection. I hope you won't waste either of our time. Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to sue you for harassment. She turned, intending to leave, but caught sight of a large rock by the path. She smiled politely and said, besides that, I'm a martial artist. Before she finished her sentence, she stepped forward and executed a forced concentration, swinging out her right leg and straightening her foot in her tiny boot. Bam! Dust flew into the air and the rock cracked into several pieces. Alfred looked on in awe and fear. Yenjika retracted her leg and walked towards the door steadily. Soon, she saw Aunt Du driving over to pick her up. After she pulled open the door and sat down, she didn't hurry to buckle her seatbelt. Instead, she bent her body down and rubbed her right leg, moaning in pain. I haven't been practicing the past few months and my body is so weak. The kick was so painful that she almost broke down. She removed her boots and her socks and saw that her heel had swollen. She was also on the verge of tears. Yenjika picked up her phone and sent an angry message to Lu Cheng. It's all your fault. When Lu Cheng saw the message, he was bewildered. What did I do wrong? After returning from the war-torn zones to his usual routine, Lu Cheng continued to plan for the winter holidays with Yenjika. Yenjika had a 5-day financial summit forum in Europe to attend, and he was thinking of getting a visa to meet up with her there in advance. As he was currently in the mastery period, had not signed up for the Battle of the Kings, and wasn't in the rotation of the top-tier professional league, he was relatively free. He thought about it as he got into his car and entered the club, the same as usual. At this moment, Aman's phone vibrated with an incoming call. After speaking for a minute, she tilted her head and said, Mr. Lu, Empress Luo wants you to go to her office. Feels rather official. Lu Cheng noticed something was off. Lu Cheng and Ning Zidong had each other's phone numbers and WeChat, and kept in contact from time to time. If there was really an urgent matter, she wouldn't have gone through his personal assistant. Wary, Lu Cheng took the lift to the 5th floor. When he stepped out, he felt that the air was heavy. This was caused by physical invulnerability experts. The thought flickered in his mind as he knocked on the door of Ning Zidong's office. Ning Zidong's exhausted voice sounded, "Come in." Lu Cheng pushed open the door and saw the beautiful senior massaging her temples. "Did something happen?" he asked directly. "Everything was fine yesterday." Ning Zidong forced a smile and said, "Long Zhun has officially informed us that after his contract expires in January, he will not extend. He will be joining the newly promoted Haiyuan Club for the top-tier professional league." "Why?" Lu Cheng blurted. "Isn't this a little sudden?" Although Optimus Prime, Long Zhun often challenged the Dragon King, and always got his ass kicked, he seemed to enjoy it. Long Zhun is a proud man. He wishes to prove that he isn't just a man who enjoys glory beneath the name of Dragon King. He also wishes to prove that he will not always be the second choice. This isn't something that can be changed by winning a few titles. Therefore, he is joining the Haiyuan Club to lead the team and challenge Longhu officially as an opponent. He's been waiting for this opportunity for a long time, answered Ning Zidong helplessly. Haiyuan is also related to the military, so there won't be a problem with the technicalities of the contract. Though this wasn't totally unexpected, if Long Zhen had persisted and desired to prove himself, it would have just been a matter of time. Did he have to be so sudden? Many thoughts flashed across Lu Cheng's mind. He recalled that the number 1 in the Haiyuan Club was an old friend of his master, Empty Nest Greybeard Wu Molian. He recalled the witch, Qian Hui, Cheetah, Li Yuanqi, and the banished immortal, Li Xiaoyuan, who joined before even finishing his undergraduate studies. With Long Zhen, their strength is strong. Ning Zitong lifted her cup and took a sip before looking to Lu Cheng. I initially intended to wait until you had experience in title matches and had gained mastery of other concepts before letting you work into the top-tier professional league. It seems I cannot wait that long now. Ning Zitong explained further before Lu Cheng could reply. You must have seen the club's past matches. The main fighters are usually the Dragon King, Long Zhen, and myself. But I'm not young anymore, so I'll have to start making choices. I need to conserve my strength for 1 or 2 title tournaments every year. I've only attended Master Battle and Battle of the Kings this year. Plus, I rarely participate consecutively in the pro matches. Most of the time, I take turns with Lu Yen. Most top-tier pros, with the exception of monsters like Dong Baxian, Lu Yongyuan, and some others, rationally give up on many battles when they reach 40. They conserve their power for half or even an entire year to fight for the ultimate honor. Only by doing so do they have a higher chance of advancing past formidable foes. But even so, their efforts often go to waste as they fall to the Dragon King or Warrior Sage. Since the dawn of the legendary twins era, 2 was the most titles anyone had won in a year. Usually it was 1. Once in a blue moon, none. This was the case even as Chun Qitao and Chen Donglu often whittled down each other's strength before the grand finals. My silly disciple, Guijie, usually fights the unimportant matches in a pro match, or subs in when someone's injured. At her current state, she can barely hold her own. In many other factions, she's good enough to be on the main team. But with Longhu, our eyes were set on being the first in China. Her heart ached as she went on. I'm not saying that her efforts are useless, or that her fanatical attitude towards martial arts is misguided. In another 8 to 10 years, she could very well become a first pin. However, we are in a situation where time is of the essence. Ning Zitong paused and gave Lu Cheng a thoughtful look. In the path of martial arts, talent really matters. The Dragon King is crowned with praises like a man with terrifying self-discipline. But don't let that fool you. His talent is only lacking when compared to the Warrior Sage. There isn't any substantial difference in talent between him and any other titled top-tier experts, including me. But that, coupled with his unparalleled competitiveness and fearsome vigor, allow him to rival the Warrior Sage. Her disciple, on the other hand, might take 10 years to advance from second pin to first pin. She herself would be in her 40s by then. But the young man before her might need 2 years or less to enter the line of potential title contenders. This was the gap between them, a gap that couldn't be overcome with a lifetime of effort. I have mastered the basics of the physical invulnerability chapters of my Kung Fu. Lu Cheng made his stand in brief words. Then, perplexed, asked, doesn't Long Zhen's contract end in January? If so, can't he attend the other 3 pro matches? Ning Zitong chuckled. You think the Dragon King would let him? She mimicked Dragon King's voice. Didn't you want to prove your importance? Then I, the Dragon King, shall let you know how insignificant you are. As long as I'm here, victory is assured. That sounds a little out of character. The inner fanboy in Lu Cheng voiced his objections subconsciously. The words surely fitted the Dragon King's style. However, with the Dragon King's disposition and dominant CEO aura, he would never say such things. Not that he didn't want to, but because he didn't deign to. What makes you think you are worthy enough for me to say such words to you, Long Zhen? Ha! Ning Zidong laughed drily. You get my point. Anyways, Long Zhen's out of the next 3 pro matches, so you better prepare to be on the main team. You can't let elderlies like Lu Yen and I do all the work, right? Plus, Lu Yen probably won't be joining the upcoming match this weekend, since he got injured in the Battle of Kings. He can still fight, but it's honestly better if he doesn't. This weekend, aren't we heading to Hudong to challenge Shangxing sect this weekend? Recalled Lu Cheng. Not to mention it was the crucial match that would decide the champion of top-tier professional matches this year. As expected, the Dragon King was confident. Don't worry. On their side, Yun He is injured, which leaves 2 second pins, replied Ning Zitong with a smile. But, since we are facing some problems too, she may fight despite her injuries. Under normal circumstances, the Shangqing sect's main team was made of the warrior sage, the 3 times title holder Taoist sect master, and the strong contender for titles, Taoist Yun Yen. They were evenly matched against the Dragon King, Empress Luo, and Long Jin. Both teams, having the combination of one of the legendary twins and 2 superclass fighters, were the annual favorites for the top-tier professional league. Below them, there were Daxing Temple, Yanzhou League, Shushan Study, and Xinghai Club. They mainly contended for the 3rd spot. However, in the past 10 years, there were times when they made it to the grand finals, and even times when they took the highest glory home. In short, they were nothing to be scoffed at. Lu Cheng nodded slowly. Got it. I'll prepare myself. He would have to pore over the files and videos of the mighty ones of Shangxing sect. Spirited, he left the office. Just as he was about to turn in the direction of his room, he suddenly saw Long Jun near the escalator along the corridor. He was over 2.1 m tall, had bronze skin, a shiny bald head, and wore a loose martial arts uniform. His presence alone was intimidating. Right now, he looked relaxed. His aura, alive and agile, was like a bird that had been released back to nature after a long imprisonment. Not expecting to run into him, Lu Cheng felt a little awkward. He didn't know what to say or what his attitude should be. Good morning, said Long Jun with a laugh. He gave Lu Cheng a deep look from above. 5 years down the road, I trust that you'll make the same choice as me, he said casually. Eh? Lu Cheng was a little taken aback. Long Jin stepped into the open elevator. Turning his massive body around, he said, pensively, because we are both perpetually proud beings. The elevator door shut slowly between him and Lu Cheng's. Lu Cheng stared blankly for a moment. Suddenly, he recalled something his master once said. The best way to worship a martial artist is to catch up to him, stand before him, and defeat him. Long Jun had always been eager to challenge the Dragon King, despite getting his ass handed to him every time. Perhaps, deep inside, he secretly worshipped the Dragon King. Lu Cheng sighed pensively. Returning to his room, he switched on the computer and began watching Warrior Sage's recent matches. That was when he remembered his initial plans to go to Europe. Well, there goes my plan. Thank God I never mentioned it to Cuckoo, or else I'd just disappoint her again. Forget the visa too, I won't be needing it for a while. But maybe I should get it done anyway. It will save me trouble if I need it in the future. Thoughts racing, he texted Alman, asking her to help him acquire visas to a number of European countries. At present, Europe was a scattered union, so one visa couldn't bring him everywhere. While Lu Cheng was busy with training, Alman went to the European embassies in Huaqing. For the ones without a brick and mortar, she submitted the application online. When the visa officers received the application, the staggering words, physical invulnerability, triggered their danger alarm. Not daring to act on their own, they reported it to their respective security departments after verifying that the application was submitted by Lu Cheng from the Longhu Club. In an office in England, a blue-eyed man with black hair wearing a general rank insignia glanced at the name. Reject, he said decisively to his assistant. Why? Blurted the assistant, confused. Isn't this too arbitrary? How about a closer inspection? Even though it was a crown-grade Mighty One, it's not like they hadn't allowed similar individuals into the borders in the past. The general leaned back. You still remember the death of Dark Knight Bat, right? I do. 3 Mighty Ones died successively. Satha was killed when Dark Knight Bat and the others ganged up on him. But the identity of the one who was responsible for the following events remains unknown. At that time, The satellite monitoring system didn't have coverage on this area, so we couldn't get the photos, said the assistant thoughtfully. According to Lieutenant General Amon, Lu Chang was the one who chased the mummy to Kukhang. We can confirm that he was one of the mighty ones in the vicinity at that time, which makes him a suspect, said the general flatly. But that doesn't prove anything. Mighty ones at that stage could cross a desert in a few hours if they wanted to. In that case, the ones in the capital of Nile, Dika, should be regarded as suspects too, protested the assistant. Recently, someone put an end to a secret collaboration between America and Japan, killing both Crown grade experts number 16 and 18. They only have themselves to blame for incurring China's revenge, so there isn't much to talk about that. However, Lu Chang was involved in that incident, said the general. I know that. Still, he only played a supportive role. The assistant was still puzzled. The general was getting impatient. Is it that hard to understand? Crown grade experts are always dying around Lu Chang. 2 at a time no less. Compared to the Americans, we have a measly amount of them. Do you want them to all die? But that's got to be a coincidence, right? We can't reject his visa application just because he's a troublemaker, protested the troubled assistant. At Crown grade, bad luck isn't something to be taken lightly. Who knows if it's a part of his uncanny abilities, said the general, tapping the table gently. You understand? Yes, but what reason do we give? Or do we not give one? Questioned the assistant. The general pondered. John Weilberg Accords. You're kidding, right? Cried the assistant. No. The general shook his head. But you'll have to use its full name, of course. 2 days later, Amen received a reply. She glanced at Lu Chang, choosing her words carefully but unsure of how to break the news. Sensing her dilemma, Lu Chang opened his eyes. What is it? He asked. The England authority has rejected your visa application, said Amen softly. What's the reason? Lu Chang asked indifferently, frowning. Amen hesitated. John Weilberg Accords on the prohibition of weapons of mass destruction. What kind of damn reason is that? Lu Chang was shocked but didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Nonetheless, he understood what they meant. England truly knows how to be passive-aggressive with officiality. I bet Duke Humphreys is rolling in his grave. Amen glanced at Lu Chang furtively before quickly adding, but most of the other countries have approved your visa applications. Other than England, only Gaul has rejected. It shouldn't be a problem then. Lu Chang nodded slowly. He treated it as a joke when he told Yenjika about it. Highly destructive weapons. As long as I can get to Europe, where in Europe could keep me out. The tiny strait between England and Europe can't stop me. I can get past that walking on the water. Afterwards, Lu Chang refocused his energy on his rigorous training. Each day, he made sure to take time off to spar with trainers who had awakened electric or magnetic supernatural abilities, requesting that they emulate the battle styles of Shangqing sect. The following professional league match would somewhat determine the world champion for that year. On the day Yenjika flew to Brutale, Lu Chang saw Empress Luo. She was wearing a navy blue martial arts suit as he walked out of the training ground wiping his sweat. Take a shower and pack your stuff. We're heading out tonight. The charming, beautiful senior gave a faint smile with her instructions. This weekend? It's already time to head north to Hudong to challenge the Shangqing sect? Lu Chang, who had been totally engrossed in his training, suddenly felt like a long time had passed, though it was just a short period. Okay. Lu Chang cleared his head and answered seriously. After washing away the stickiness of his body and soothing his mental fatigue with warm water, Lu Chang quickly packed, then heading to the physical invulnerability expert cafeteria to enjoy his dinner. He didn't have to head back home. The clothing he had at the club was enough. At 6:30 in the evening, Lu Chang and Amen saw the bus. He swept it with his eyes as he boarded, making sure everything was clear. Dragon King, Chun Chi-Tao was sitting next to the window on the first row. He leaned back with his eyes closed, seemingly resting, expressionless and silent. His current assistant, Huang Zhanghong, sat opposite of him dressed in a neat suit, distant enough to avoid the pressure of being too close. The coach, Lu Yen, sat in the second row from the back. The details of his deep, handsome features of his face seemed to have been meticulously sculpted. The wrinkles on him, as well as the couple with snow-white hair, exhibited elderly wisdom and charisma. He maintained his usual solemn expression as he conversed with his personal assistant, who was wearing half-frame spectacles and looked quite lawyer-like. Lu Chang, who had been paying attention to the Longhu Club over the years, knew not to be fooled by the serious look of Lu Yen. After defeating an opponent, Lu Yen was often overwhelmed by his energy and had even been known to taunt. Sometimes he charged into the spectator seats of his opponent to celebrate wildly. This didn't just happen when he was young and immature, but had already happened twice this year. Ning Zitong, who had changed into a long dress, was sitting with her disciple Guijie in the middle. One of them was talking about women's things while the other one perfunctorily agreed. Their assistants were seated nearby handling their individual matters. Lu Chang nodded his head in greeting, choosing a window seat. Amen and Guijie's assistant, Wang Yueshi, found each other chatted softly. Several minutes later, the bus started. It drove straight out of town onto the highway and headed north. Although they were heading north, Hudong wasn't too far north. Not only was it not as north as the Guanwai League, they didn't even have to cross the Changjiang. In fact, it would be just beside Guangnan. Based on the habits of the people in Huaqing, anywhere north of Huaqing would be considered the north. Because of this, they wouldn't have to take the high-speed rail and could head there by themselves. Switching between two drivers, New York midnight, the group had arrived at the Sky Thunder Mountain where Shangqing sect was. After resting in the hotel for a few hours, Lu Chang and the others began their practice. Because the big match was soon, they didn't spar. After a day of adjustment, they boarded the bus at 2 in the afternoon and circled their way up the mountain. This trip was full of twists and turns with thin layers of ice decorating the forest trees. On one side was a steep mountain cliff and on the other was a bottomless pit. It was a dangerous landscape, but everything was lush and peaceful. After passing by the Wangsong checkpoint, there were 8 disciples of Shangqing sect in blue monk robes carrying long swords. In the past, this place was known as the Disarming Cliff. Whenever a visitor came, they would have to leave their weapons behind before continuing up the mountain. This wasn't an issue for martial artists whose bodies were their weapons, but just a formality. The 8 disciples stood side by side and greeted the members of Longhu Club. Ning Zidong broke her gaze from outside the window. After flipping through the newspaper that her assistant had bought, she said bitterly, "The newspapers nowadays are getting worse. After the S, it's just more S." In the past, a battle like this would have taken up the entire front page. From the layout of the home ground to the recent matchups and results, to the sensationalizing content, everything would be there and the writing would be great. But now, she sighed, there's still a special column, but you can tell not much effort was put in. It's the bare minimum. We are in the age of we media. Media websites are slacking off and don't make their own content. They mostly just redistribute the works of others. The newspaper isn't an exception. Lu Chang answered from behind them. As for the comments online, they were mainly about Dragon King being too arrogant and too rash. At times like this, allowing Long Jin to go off with a victory would be the smartest thing to do. Otherwise, the plan is risky and the chances aren't high. The changes over the last 10 years are significant. Ning Zidong heaved a sigh and changed the topic. Shangqing sect has requested for no audience this time. I'm afraid they are up to something. They probably want to increase their home ground advantage, answered Lu Yen without surprise. Since boarding the bus, Chun Chitao's eyes had been closed without expression, like a wooden sculpture. As for Guijie, she was going through the competition videos of several experts of Shangqing sect before the competition, keeping her from interacting with the others. The bus passed the Disarming Cliff and the 5 Immortal turned to arrive at the car park outside Shangqing sect. With Chun Chitao at the front, the other members of Longhu followed. The reporters who had been waiting there snapped photos videos frantically. After entering the doors of Shangqing sect, Amen and the other assistants followed Priest Jika to have tea, while the physical invulnerability experts continued the journey upwards through the yard and stone steps to the peak of the mountain. This place got its name from being struck by lightning multiple times over the years. There wasn't even any accumulated snow, just rocky, barren land. As he approached, Lu Chang could feel that the ring on his finger was affected by the magnetic field as the magnetic field tugged. Nonetheless, this wasn't the main issue. The issue was that the usually empty peak now had 9 thick electric poles. Strands and strands of high-voltage electric cables were connected from the top to the bottom. At the top of the central high-voltage line there was a Taoist priest wearing a white robe. His hair was tied suavely into a bun, and his clothing moved with the wind, giving him a carefree air. He was none other than warrior sage Qian Donglu. Chun Chi-Tao suddenly opened his eyes wide, looked over, and locked eyes with him. An electric spark flickered in the air. It hit a formless tree and began burning in faint purple flames which turned into small snakes that dissipated, leaving countless burn marks. Dragon King, Chun Chi-Tao continued moving ahead. There was a place was at the edge of the mountain cliff with several round prayer mats for the guests to sit. Everything here had the simple and ancient feel of a battle 100 years ago, but the thick electric cables and poles interrupted the view and ambience. So they are using high-voltage electricity. Ning Zitong laughed. But there was a hint of graveness in her eyes. After nodding his head at Peng Liyun's greeting, Lu Chang sat with his legs crossed and listened to Coach Lu Yen say, "Warrior Sage intends to fight first. Although our chances are higher if we break his momentum before letting Dragon King fight against him, I'm afraid that the setup today would make him unstoppable. At the same time, with the momentum he gathered in his victory, it wouldn't be easy to finish him off. Therefore, it would be better if Dragon King is the first to fight." "Great." Dragon King nodded his head in approval. There were purple flames raging in his eyes. Lu Yen turned around, looked at Lu Chang and asked suddenly, "Are you confident?" "Huh?" Lu Chang didn't react. "What kind of question is that?" Lu Yen stepped forward and looked straight into his eyes before repeating with his low voice, "If you are unconfident or fearful, then I myself will participate." Lu Chang straightened his back and answered decisively, "I'm confident." Lu Yen locked eyes with Lu Chang briefly before retracting his gaze. "Then go out there and put your confidence into action." He studied his teammates around him. "Right now, we don't know if Shangxing sect will send out Taoist Yun Yen. However, looking at their formation, they should be planning a blitz. First, they'll send their strongest to breach our defense, then their second to infiltrate, and lastly the weaker to clean up. Under normal circumstances, reciprocating their order is our best bet. However, as opposed to our usual proximity and strength, they are slightly stronger at the moment. Plus, they've made painstaking preparations to secure a home ground advantage. To be frank, if we do it the old way, the chances of us winning are slim. Once one of us starts to lose, the disadvantage will keep accumulate until the end of the match, making it hard for us to make a comeback. So we need to switch it up a little. Dragon King, you'll go first and take the wind out of Warrior Sage's sails. Your goal, at the minimum, is to push him to his limits. Lu Chang, you're up next. Remember, you can't afford to be careless, because the Warrior Sage can take you down even at his weakest. You have to try your best to take him, then stall in the next round to whittle down." Lu Yen paused, checking a slip of paper. "To whittle down Taoist Wuguang. I believe you'll do well in this area." As he was laying out the plan, the Dragon King's eyes were stately, like a deep-buried volcano about to erupt. He remained seemingly ambivalent to the plans that required so much of him. Before Lu Chang and Ning Zitong could comment, Lu Yen continued. "When the first round ends, as long as we've stalled long enough, the preparations by Shangxing sect should be fully destroyed. That would weaken their home ground advantage and put us in a better position." Pausing, he turned to look at Empress Luo. "If you can make quick work of Taoist Wuguang, then the next fight will be in your favor, whether it's against the injured Yun Yen, Ming He, or Peng Liyun. The extent of your advantage and whether it can offset their home ground advantage will depend on Lu Cheng's performance and how long you take to finish off Taoist Wuguang. We can only hope to win if we accumulate our advantages one step at the time. One mistake could cost us the entire match. We are all physical invulnerability experts here. We have been through battles. I trust that there's no need for me to micromanage. Give it your all, and don't give the opponent any chances. With that done, Lu Yen submitted the match roster to the referee and received the Shangqing Sec's active roster. It wasn't the injured superclass Yun He, or the veteran second pin Ming He they sent, but the newly advanced Peng Liyun. He had a nice nickname now, Yunwei Immortal. Yunwei, which means beyond the clouds, originated from his name, but also because he often spaced out and let his mind wander to far away. Peng Liyun, something's amiss, said Lu Yen, returning to the cliffside. Maybe he has a surprise in store for us, said Ning Zidong, smiling indifferently. She wasn't her usual self. Right now, she was basking in the feeling of gazing down at mighty heroes from above. Back in the days, she used to be the highest ranked, who reigned above all physical invulnerability experts. In those years, she wasn't known as Empress Luo, but Phantom Queen. Phantom Queen, Ning Zitong. Did Priest make another breakthrough? Looking back on the group chat, he couldn't recall Peng Liyun mentioning anything about it. This guy's tight-lipped. As he was lost in thought, the referee walked to the center, avoiding the spots where the overhead power lines could fall on him. He signaled that the match was about to start. The Dragon King, who hadn't said a word through all of this, promptly stood. The air around him rushed upward and turned scarlet, then sprinkled back down around him. At that moment, it felt as though a volcano had erupted. The temperature around him rose sharply. He didn't need to punch, kick, or flick flames from his wrist. Just by standing, he exuded his immense power. The warrior sage, standing steadily atop the power lines, smiled at the sight, but chose not to follow suit. Instead, he crossed his hands behind his back. His white Taoist robe was spotless, as though it had been washed countless times. As the Dragon King advanced, the referee backed away. When the contestants had entered a standoff, the referee raised his right hand. Time starts now. Qiao Donglu regarded Chun Chitao from above. How long has it been since we last fought? More than 6 months? Asked Qian Donglu breezily, tinged with genuine happiness. Since last May, answered the Dragon King curtly. In the past 6 months, I've created 3 new moves. Let me know what you think of them, said Qian Donglu placidly. Shocked by his words, Lu Chang became pensive. Lu Yongyuan, the god-slaying saber, had taken 20 years to think out of the box, creating 9 saber moves that he could truly call his own. On the other hand, in less than 6 months, Qian Donglu had come up with 3 new moves that could be used against the Dragon King. He made it seem easy. And this wasn't the first time he had achieved something like this. That explained why Qian Donglu's talents in martial arts were unparalleled, and why he was said to be a rare genius seen once in 1,000 years. Chun Chitao listened quietly, and at the end of his opponent's speech said slowly, Jack of all trades, master of none. All moves can be linked back to one origin. And that one origin is in my grasp, chuckled Qian Donglu. His body suddenly began swaying to the rhythm of the wind as the environment around him came to life. The dullness had vanished, and what took its place was the liveliness of nature. At that moment, he seemed to have become one with his surroundings. He transformed from Qian Donglu to the warrior sage. The Dragon King's piercing aura of heat waves repelled away. Momentarily, they regarded each other without a word. Then, Qian Donglu raised his right hand. Under the radiance of the afternoon sun, it emitted a faint, jade glow. The first move, Sky Splitter, will rip the sky apart, drawled Qian Donglu. At that moment, as though rehearsed, the referee said, Begin! Bam! The warrior sage chopped down, the dazzling electric sparks around his hand distorting, enlarging, and intensifying, cracking the sky. The heavens crack swallowed everything around it, including Qian Donglu's silhouette. With an ominous feeling, it struck downward. At the same time, 2 overhead power lines broke and whipped towards Chun Chitao swiftly, as though dragged by an invisible force, large electric arcs spurting from their ends. Zatzap. This caused 8 electric snakes to leap up, dragging out their serpentine figures as they lunged at Chen Qitao from every direction. No one would have been able to dodge this lightning-fast move, if not for the brief time gap between its cast and activation. In a split second, the Dragon King had stepped into an ambush. He was being attacked from every direction except below. He had to pick one and force his way out. And he did. But he didn't choose the weaker electric serpents, or the silver power line whips limited by their tension. Bam! Below him, the ground cracked apart, revealing bubbling lava. Propelled by rising hot air, he avoided the electric serpents and silver whips with an uppercut. He had chosen to take on Qian Donglu's strongest attack. His fist, enveloped in dense purple flames that distorted the air with its heat, crashed into the heavens crack. Boom! The silver and faint purple sprinkled down like fireworks at the end of their glory, almost splattering onto Lu Chang and the others. The white, jade-like palm appeared, chopping onto the tightly clenched fist. Qian Donglu's vanished figure reappeared, flying diagonally upwards. He somersaulted in the air, then descended at a speed much faster than gravity, as though something was pulling him. Electricity creates magnetism. Magnets have two opposite ends. Bam! At that moment, Qian Donglu had transformed into a bolt of lightning, striking at Chen Qitao's head. The latter couldn't change directions easily while being airborne. He wouldn't be able to dodge if he detonated the fire force within his body. However, the second Qian Donglu descended. A gale blew forth, aiding the Dragon King to veer and glide to the ground. The hurricane that had spawned from the contrast in temperature was the hidden stage 2 of Chen Qitao's punch. Fire creates wind. Wind aids fire. He had twisted the fire sect's secret arts. Seeing that the Dragon King had dodged the attack and landed stably, Lu Cheng uttered his praise. Amazing! Then, noticing Chen Qitao was poised to take a step, he warned, regardless of whether or not they could hear him, "Jump!" With the power lines strewn around, he would be electrified if he took a step. One misstep would turn him into a human vibration. However, the Dragon King didn't step. Instead, he leapt forward to reposition himself, avoiding the shocks. He had fought Qian Donglu many times in the past, and his opponent often used the trick of conducting electricity into the ground. He had learned that the hard way. Lu Cheng heaved a sigh of relief. Then he noticed the strange looks Ning Zitong, Lu Yan, and Guijie were giving him. Clearing his throat, he shifted his gaze back to the battlefield. What? Never seen a fan before? Missing his strike, warrior sage, Qian Donglu stopped in midair, seeming to defy the laws of physics. It was as though he had balanced on an invisible cable, or a mystical mountain peak was pushing him up. He opened his stance slightly, looked towards Dragon King, Chen Qitao, and laughed. If the skies crack, that can be mended. But if a human causes the calamity, he shall not live. As he finished his sentence, he began falling suddenly like an eagle with eyes locked on its prey. He was fierce, fast, and sharp. His palms were curved into the shape of claws, and an electric current was growing from each fingertip. Chen Qitao wouldn't possibly stand there and allow Qian Donglu to attack. He continuously shifted his stride amidst the strong gusts of wind, changing to a leap whenever he neared a broken high-voltage cable. A pounce forward was followed by a pause. There seemed to be an elastic tied to the back of Qian Donglu that allowed him to move in midair to attack, and he moved upwards as he pounced and retreated. No one could tell when or where the lightning would strike. As a result, Chen Qitao could only change his position constantly. The warrior sage had fully leveraged the advantage of the magnetized home ground and gained the supernatural ability to fly. In other places, he would have had to undergo a long battle and deeply modified his surroundings to achieve this. At this moment, he was unmatchable. Locked down by Qian Donglu's aura, Chen Qitao couldn't find time to blast attacks into the skies. Instead, he had to guard against his opponent's lightning strike at all times. If he diverted his attention to other things, he might give his opponent a chance. As he moved through the air and watched Chen Qitao move towards a certain boundary, a green and silver seal appeared in the eyes of Qian Donglu. ZZZT. Where the high-voltage cable was broken and touching to the ground, the electric sparks suddenly exploded upwards into a shape of a blooming sunflower. They formed bars of a cage and trapped Dragon King, Chun Chi-Tao within, simultaneously contracting towards the center, intending to shroud Qian Donglu. At this moment, Qian Donglu descended rapidly, pulled by the earth. He finally triggered the lightning attack that was hovering above everyone's head. He bent his 10 fingers and extended them forward to lock down his opponent from afar, after which he released shots of electric snakes. As the petals of the electric sunflower closed up, Chun Chi-Tao repeated his old move. Stomping his feet, he shot to the skies. His fist was covered in raging purple lava and his legs were trembling, triggered by the electricity. Seeing that the two of them were going to repeat the previous collision, Qian Donglu was pushed up by an invisible hand. He leapt up eerily over the rising fist of Chun Chi-Tao and ended diagonally above Dragon King's back. Pa! Qian Donglu extended his left leg, and bright purple snakes towards the back of his enemy's head as he attacked at the opening. Lu Cheng cringed at what he saw but didn't blink. If it was him, he would not be able to turn the tables. Suddenly, a faint purple fireball formed behind Chun Chi-Tao's head, but collapsed just as quickly. Rumble! The raging flames from the fireball's collapse affected both parties. The flames that remained either supported the saws of Qian Donglu or flew towards the head of Dragon King. Qian Donglu seemed to have stepped on a spring, and he flew back instantly. Chun Chi-Tao extended his neck, and using the upward momentum and expansion of his muscles, he allowed the flames to cover him freely. After the initial rage, the petals of flames became small and well-tamed snakes that floated above the Dragon King's head and body. He looked majestic, as though the real Emperor Yen had surfaced on Earth once again. Lu Cheng was awestruck by this move which originated from the 9 rotations of 5 flames. Descend of the sun. I have just started my journey on the path to controlling fire. As this thought flashed through his mind, Warrior Sage, sent flying by the airwaves, turned around. Placing his hands together, took a deep breath as though this was what he had intended all along. Rumble! The lightning strike from the clear skies shocked Lu Cheng and the others who were still deafened from the humming. Dragon King, who was on the battlefield and had not yet landed, was clearly shaken. Pa! Qian Donglu pulled his palms apart to form a thin purple blade of light, exactly like a real lightning bolt. It struck onto the body of Chun Chi-Tao. The 9th move of the Thunder Sect, Cloudless Thunderclap. Facing this move, if one hadn't noticed it beforehand and planned a dodging maneuver, it would be unavoidable. In terms of speed, it was way ahead of Flying Dragon Shot of the Xinjai Sect, or Lu Yongyuan's Extreme Shock. In an instant, hideous black wounds appeared from the left cheek to the right chest of Chun Chi-Tao. There were still electric snakes lingering in him that numbed him as he fell to the ground like a rock. This cloudless thunderclap had unparalleled speed but didn't possess the power that came with it. The damage it dealt was similar to what a person would receive from an electric discharge. If it wasn't so, it wouldn't be able to reach such a speed. As his breathing and blood flow slowed, the numbness sank inwards. Unpanicked, Dragon King executed force concentration calmly to remove the lingering effects on the body. Before he landed on both legs, Qian Donglu had pressed ahead once again to strike downwards. This time, the skies turned dark and ominous clouds gathered. Silver snakes formed and slithered within, growing. Boom! 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 Thick lightning struck down like rain with every strike downwards by the warrior sage, who leapt continuously upwards. Chun Chi-Tao was completely occupied just dealing with these attacks. Every strand of his hair was on end and his body trembled from time to time. The intervals between this trembles were getting shorter and shorter. Leveraging on the advantage of home ground, he finally got the upper hand and suppressed his opponent. In this calamitous scene, Chun Chi-Tao didn't panic. He was injured but not finished, continuously firing off heavy purple flames and violent cannon punches. He struck the electric arcs with his fire as they scattered and caused the temperature to climb higher and higher. The battlefield was cracking from the lack of moisture. Though he was far away, Lu Chang could feel that the air he breathed getting hot and scorching his windpipes. Moreover, this was the windpipe of a fire sect physical invulnerability expert who had trained multiple times in the volcano experiment lab. If it was any martial artist below the stage of inhuman, at this very moment, he might very well be severely injured and on the verge of death unless they held their breath. Mirage, suffocating hell, mumbled Lu Chang. This was the 8th move of the fire sect and involved changing the environment into a high-temperature space and making it hard for the opponent to breathe and perhaps experience mirage-like illusions. At the same time, the scorching hot air would affect the circulation of one's organs and one's ability to think. This attack disregarded who might be injured. However, as the executioner specialized in controlling fire and had undergone training in the volcano experiment lab, he would find it easy to manage. Even if it exceeded one's limits, the impacts they suffered would be much lower than their opponents. Lu Yen, who was on the side, said softly, "Dragon King's first aim must be to turn the situation around. The second aim is to destroy the surrounding environment and weaken the home ground advantage, so as to lay the groundworks for the next member." Lu Chang nodded his head but soon asked a question. If this goes on, won't his clothes ignite and turn to ashes? At that point, the scene might be too stunning to watch. Lu Yen turned his head and gave him a strange look. Our martial arts suits had anti-fire materials added into it. It should be the same for Shangqing's sect too. This is common knowledge and you don't know about it? Aha! Laughed Lu Chang. So that's how it is. Can't you let me be a martial arts fanatic for these few months? After a period of an intense battling, the temperature was still rising rapidly. Qian Dongluo's ascension and descension weren't as smooth as before. However, he could still leverage the external strength of the magnetism. Together with the lightning from the ominous clouds, each strike was stronger than the other. 9 Heavens Ensemble. Chun Chi-Tao was on the verge of collapsing from the attacks and tiny electric snakes were coursing across the surface of his skin. The might of his punches and kicks was getting weaker and weaker. Suddenly, his movement slowed. Qian Donglu turned into a bolt of lightning and struck down mercilessly. With the low-lying ominous clouds and electric snakes dancing as the backdrop, he was going directly for his opponent's vitals. Silently, Chun Chi-Tao swung his left fist to the side of his head. Layers and layers of purple flames covered his fist as it looked unimaginably heavy. Surprisingly, it caused Warrior Sage to change direction mid-air to collide with it. ZZZT. The purple flames did not dissipate but stuck firmly onto Qian Dongluo's palm. At the same time, the electric arc sank into Chun Chi-Tao's body and caused him to shiver uncontrollably. Amidst the shaking, Chun Chi-Tao seemed to have prepared for it and raised his right arm. His fingers clenched loosely, seemingly in control of the surrounding nature. From afar, Lu Chang had the feeling that the tumultuous area was completely isolated. Considering that he was at a disadvantage with little chance to turn things around, Chun Chi-Tao had chosen injuries in exchange for a winning opportunity as he pounced back strongly. Restriction Sect, Clear Jade Chapter. Chun Chi-Tao held his fist open. The scorching purple fireball behind him flashed fleetingly before entering the space. This technique was a continuation of 9 rotations of 5 flames, Descent of the Sun. For maximum power, he could merge all 5 colors of the fireballs into it. However, given that time was of the essence in keeping Qian Donglu restrained, he went with a simplified version. As the punch landed, the area dimmed as though all light had been sucked away. The majestic aura made Chun Chi-Tao look like a deity churning the heavens. Even from a distance, Lu Chang felt lonely and insignificant, as though he was the last person on Earth. He couldn't imagine what it would have been like if he had encountered the move. The punch seems to have an effect on the mind. It differs from most physical invulnerability moves and pure mind arts. It's similar to Lu Yongyuan's final move, Eternal Silence, but more powerful, more intricate, and more fearsome, reflected Lu Chang. Could it be that one has to fully explore their mind's potential, to attain absolute control of their brain in order to reach the forbidden area? When that time comes, will reality and fantasy fuse together? Will matter and mind merge as one? As he remained lost in thought, the warrior sage made his move. Pressing down on Chun Chi-Tao's fist, which was stuck onto him, he propelled himself backward. The Dragon King, dragged along, was forced to take a step forward. That step put the Dragon King in the area of the broken power lines. Crackling electricity coursed through him. Shuddering, his heaven-churning punch slowed down. Qian Donglu, taking advantage of his opponent's pullback momentum, dove down like a hawk. His right fist was aimed at Chun Chi-Tao's wrist, avoiding direct contact and meeting brute force with finesse. His eyes twinkled, electricity dancing within. The Taoist hat on his head had been reduced to shreds, revealing his hair that was now standing on end like needles, countless silver sparks slithering inside. This move consisted of 2 stages, pull and pounce. With powerful moves, Qian Donglu didn't act rashly. He countered complexity with simplicity. He made magic with the most basic of moves, illustrating his brilliance. This alone proved that he was worthy of the title warrior sage. Rumble. The air expanded and rushed out fiercely. For a moment, Lu Chang and the others saw the world darken before their eyes. When the light returned, they could see that Qian Donglu's entire right arm was distorted, bones propping up his skin. The sight gave them goosebumps. On the other hand, Dragon King was shuddering uncontrollably, especially at his right fist. The dense, purple flames around his left fist that were sucking at Qian Donglu had dispersed, and his opponent managed to summon his last bit of force. The hawk flew back, then charged fiercely. There seemed to be several invisible ropes between the warrior sage and Dragon King. In the background, a couple of unmanned drones in charge of broadcasting were affected by the electromagnetic force and heat waves. The drones, either malfunctioning or destroyed, fell to the ground. With a pull of the rope, Qian Donglu tensed his body and lowered his hips and shoulders mid-air. Like a meteorite, he crashed into Chun Chi-Tao's chest. Snap! The Dragon King withdrew his fist and bulged his chest muscles, igniting a weak flame shield. Even so, he was knocked out of his stance as his joints deformed and his ribcage cracked. Bam! He flew backwards, crashing into a utility pole. The pole broke and flew off, dragging along a few cords of power lines. Zap! The high voltage pierced the air, whipping up an electric arc. A tree of flames with silver flowers formed in the air. Having succeeded in his attack, Qian Donglu landed on both feet, then lowered his waist and sprang up once more. Without delay, he arrived beside Chun Chi-Tao at the speed of lightning, almost simultaneous with the sonic boom that followed. Such speed was second to only Xuanpa, the 4th style of the Thunder sect, Rapid Thunder. If not for his injuries, the full-power blow from the warrior sage would also have been at supersonic speed. That was why he was the warrior sage. He could learn and master everything quickly, then improve those moves to make them uniquely his. Once he understood one thing, he could infer 100 more from there. His talents made other martial artists born in his era despair. Bam! In the sound of the explosion, Qian Donglu's burnt white robe was shredded even more. With a jolt of his left hand, he changed fist to palm and pressed outwards. The lightning in his palm formed ancient words that masked danger and fearsome intent. The 5th style of Thunder sect, Enlightening Taoist Calligraphy. The main function of this move was to paralyze, but it could also convert lightning to balls of thunder, giving explosive potential to the electric attack. What's more terrifying was that it was capable of controlling electricity in nature and the electricity owned by enemies. Don't fight a Shangqing physical invulnerability expert under stormy conditions. Don't fight Shangqing sect disciples if you are a lightning user or have similar supernatural abilities, unless you are stronger in stage and standard. These were the rules of thumb in the martial arts scene in China. You could even say they were universally understood. Before, when Vagar's stage was nearing physical invulnerability and his combat ability was a cut above Peng Liyun, Vagar initiated a sneak attack on him, wanting to prove these rules wrong. In the end, not only was he gravely wounded, but he also helped Peng Liyun make the great leap. Bam! Chun Chi-Tao's face was determined. He didn't intend to surrender. Even with his ribcage broken, he could still punch out with his right. It was Emperor Yen versus Taoist calligraphy. With a jerk of his shoulder, He used his broken, drooping left arm like a whip. A purple flame blazed forth, silent and dangerous. Bam, bam, bam. The warrior sage and dragon king went back and forth. Sometimes the bluish lightning prevailed, sometimes the flames triumphed. Lu Cheng held his breath as he watched. The Dragon King's injury would have been fatal to anyone below inhuman. Even an inhuman should have lost the ability to battle. Yet he fought on relentlessly, activating numerous force concentrations in a row. His face didn't show any sign of suffering, as though he had lost the ability to feel pain. A few minutes lapsed and they both reached extreme speed. Once again they knocked each other back. Chun Chi-Tao crashed through 3 utility poles before landing outside the designated battlefield. Qian Dongluo's hair was unruly, faint smoke rising from it. The wounds on his body were hideous, and purple flames flickered around them, charring the skin. From afar, the referee raised right hand and shouted at the top of his lungs. "The warrior sage wins." Chun Chi-Tao inhaled. His face finally showed pain. Frowning, he extended his right hand to manually relocate his bones, maximizing the effectiveness of his fearsome physical invulnerability level recovery ability. Clad in his tattered navy blue martial arts suit, he turned and walked back erectly. Lu Cheng had stood up at the referee's announcement. When the Dragon King reached the guest team seating area, he walked up to greet him. "Your opponent's over there," said Chun Chi-Tao in a low voice, flames flickering in his eyes. Lu Cheng realized that he had subconsciously gone to the side to greet the Dragon King, instead of entering the arena to kick off the next round. Qian Donglu was still expertly relocating his bones. Though this wouldn't allow him to recover instantly, it would alleviate the pain so that it wouldn't affect him in the next match. "Right, I have to hurry so I don't give the warrior sage too long to recover." Lu Cheng lifted his right hand, wanting to high-five the Dragon King before leaving for battle. Then again, was it necessary for physical invulnerability experts to high-five or fist bump or cheer each other on? Was it too childish and amateur? I don't recall seeing such things on TV. As Lu Cheng hesitated, Chun Chi-Tao passed him slowly. "Defeat him," he said, his voice low and authoritative. "Yes, sir," blurted Lu Cheng. He turned and walked to the center of the arena, carefully avoiding the areas where the utility poles had fallen. Qian Dongluo's right arm hung limply. This time his body wasn't swaying. He stood there like he was looking at the aftermath of a war with his calm air. He smiled as he waited for his opponent. Lu Cheng's heart raced. This was the man with martial arts talent seen once every 1,000 years. This was the man who came closest to the forbidden area. This was the terrible mighty one who traumatized many physical invulnerability mighty ones. The most fearsome thing was that he was only 33, the age when his mind, body, experience, and overall abilities were in top condition. This will last for another 10 or even 15 years. Many more generations of mighty ones are bound to live in his shadow. Of course, he could make the breakthrough in a few years and leave the kids to play amongst themselves. A mighty one like this forces others to avert their gaze, even when they are severely injured. Could I defeat him? Could I really defeat him? Lu Cheng felt nervous. His heart was drumming, his body involuntarily shaking. If the Dragon King was his idol, then the warrior sage was the ultimate rival in his youthful fantasies. Was he finally about to face him? This wasn't like last time in the master battle. At that time he was relaxed or could at least act like he was. But right now his palms were sweaty. Sweat beaded on his forehead. At that time it was fine if he lost. But this time, if he lost, Longhu Club might lose the title of first in China for the year. As that thought occurred to him, Lu Cheng got into position. Visualizing the ice heart, he collected his emotions and entered the state of all-seeing God. Qian Donglu glanced at him and smiled. Before the referee raised his hand, he said, "It's a shame that I have to fight you in this sorry state. However, it's the perfect time to put my original left-handed saber technique to the test." Left-handed saber technique? Don't you have too much time on your hands? You could have reached the forbidden area long ago if you didn't waste so much time creating useless techniques. Lu Cheng couldn't stop himself from secretly making jabs. These light-hearted thoughts made him settle down a little. His opponent no longer seemed like an invincible monster. Peng Liyun straightened up. Yan Shaoling and the others watching the match clenched their fists. At that moment, Yan Zheke, who had woken up at midnight to watch the match, Lin Ke, who was recuperating at home, and Kai Zhongming, who was mocking the commentary, all focused their eyes on the screen. The referee raised his right hand. "Second round starts now," he boomed. Lu Cheng's first fight against the warrior sage starts now. By the time the referee finished his sentence, Lu Cheng had already gathered and readied his purple fireball, which rotated around him like a defensive satellite capable of launching its own attack. Within that short second, Lu Cheng couldn't complete the 5 flames and would have to choose just one. It was only made possible by the high temperatures that hadn't yet diminished. Qian Donglu looked from afar and maintained his smile. Lifting his left palm, he swung it like a sword towards Lu Cheng. Pa! As he slashed down, his entire body moved. Silver electricity leapt from his body, each strand flickering like a beast swinging its claws. From Cheng's perspective, there seemed to be only the blade of lightning remaining in his world. It moved unpredictably like a fish swimming in the river, or the reflection of a full moon on the river's surface. It was organic and fleeting, making it difficult to determine where it would strike. Lu Cheng's thoughts flashed quickly, but he didn't react. He wasn't confident. Looking into his own soul and reflecting with his ice heart, he calmly chose to avoid. Bam! He kicked off from the floor, twisted his waist, and leapt out horizontally. He tried to confirm a landing point that avoided the high-voltage cables. Just as he began to move, the lightning blade glowed brighter and stopped flickering. Reacting to his movement, it locked down on Lu Cheng and left a trail of light as it slashed towards where he was about to land. Seeing that he was going to be hit, Lu Cheng ignited the hidden Emperor Yen force within his body. Bam! Carrying the faint purple fireball, it was as if someone pushed him mid-air, and he changed from moving horizontally to moving backwards. Pa! Lu Cheng vaguely felt his hair stand up. The lightning bolt grazed his body and landed on the floor nearby, leaving behind deep crack, dark and flickering with electric snakes. Qian Donglu's figure appeared again. Without stirring any dust, he turned his body and locked his eyes on Lu Cheng, who had just landed on his feet. Thud, thud, thud. He dragged his powerless right arm behind him as he walked forward. With each step he grew larger and larger, just like what was described in the ancient text. In just 3 steps, the warrior sage had become a terrifying giant of over 2 meters with thunder engravings on his skin over his expanded muscles. ZZZT, ZZZT, ZZZT. Purple and green lightning appeared around him. Towering, he slashed his left palm down. At this moment, Peng Liyun, Guijie, and the others at the edge of the battlefield felt as if they were subjected to a divine wrath as they faced the majestic, violent lightning master. They couldn't help but feel anxious, as though they had been struck by lightning just as the tree demons in Chinese folklore. Pa! Qian Donglu seemed to have become the heavenly lord that ruled the Thunder Sect. His palm struck down and the buzzing electricity flickered as if preparing for a major change. It was illusory yet real. This blade originated from the 6th move of the Thunder Sect, purple stamp of the Heavenly Lord. Coupled with the power of the mind, it would be extremely violent and radiant. The Thunder Calamity was fearsome and its strength was terrifying. Upon contact, all 9 calamities would occur at the same time. When Qian Donglu approached, Lu Cheng had been observing but was still unable to identify the which one that the other party had hidden, and therefore couldn't determine what the final change would be. Even as his ice heart reflected everything clearly, it told him only about the current situation, not the impending one. This couldn't help him make an accurate judgment instantaneously. When the warrior sage turned into the heavenly lord of the Thunder Sect and imposed his aura, intended to disrupt one's mind, Lu Cheng finally made a decision. He wasn't timely, but he wasn't too late either. The enemy heart-freezing move was crystal clear and solid. Under the might of the Thunder Calamity, only a few cracks appeared. This allowed Lu Cheng to push aside his fear, even though he hadn't used the confrontation or forwarding formula. He moved his shoulders calmly, straightened his knees and dodged to the side, simultaneously generating an intense wind that slapped violently towards Qian Donglu. However, at this moment a cable seemed to form between him and Qian Donglu. As he changed direction, the tension was pulled tight, causing the warrior sage to make the same turn. The distance between them was shortened. Pa! Qian Donglu's heavy hand suddenly accelerated its descent. Strands of purple electricity began gathering to illuminate the area. Between the heavens and the earth, there was suddenly a thick bolt of lightning. Lu Chang had no choice but to ignite the small amount of remaining Emperor Yang force in his body to change his direction, and he flew sideways. Bam! The purple electricity swept across, sending dust into the air and leaving its mark. Qian Donglu no longer raised his arm. Swinging his center of gravity, he pounced quickly towards Lu Chang, who had not yet landed. He placed his left palm behind his body as though he was dragging a long sword whose tip was rubbing against the floor at high speed, triggering sparks and screeching. When these sparks appeared, they immediately caught fire due to the high temperatures and oxygen flow. Whoosh! A sea of red fire formed within a radius of 20 or 30 meters and followed the momentum of Qian Donglu's sword towards Lu Chang, who was still in midair. Since ancient times, electric strikes had often caused flames, and Fi Shangqing sect had successfully taken advantage of this. The third move of the Thunder sect was known as Golden Blaze. Other than squeezing out one's potential, it also burnt with electricity. Qian Donglu made apt use of the fire sect environment that the Dragon King had created, which turned into a convenient advantage for him. Whoosh! The mid-air flames burnt through two high-voltage cables. They swung down in bright electric arcs towards Lu Chang from the left and right. Lu Chang took a deep breath and ignited for the second time. Boom! With just a little Emperor Yen force ignited, he was able to stop his original momentum and retreat rapidly to avoid the whip of the thunder calamity and most of the flames. Those he couldn't avoid moved along his head, skin, and clothing, but their violence and heat substantially diminished. Qian Donglu suddenly stopped. He gathered all of his aura below his waist and sank into the ground. A loud explosion sounded. He swung his body up and appeared beside Lu Chang at lightning speed. He was taking advantage of Lu Chang being depleted of other moves in the weakness of midair. Coupled with the gust of wind caused by the explosion, Qian Donglu straightened his left palm and slashed ahead. The white rays filled the eyes of Lu Chang. Lu Chang could think of nothing else as he tilted his body, moved his arms, clenched his fist, and hammered down as the faint purple fireball around him roared over. Zzzt. Qian Donglu wiggled his palm and cut the faint purple fireball into two as though he was cutting butter with a hot knife. After this slash, the momentum of his blade was lost. Using the recoil, he retracted his hand and caused Lu Chang's attack to miss. Bam! As he retracted his hand, he kicked his right leg towards the floor and crashed towards Lu Chang violently. This was the secondary change. His palm was the blade and so was his body. The small blade was for splitting the defense, while the long sword was for taking one's life. From the look of these strikes, Qian Donglu was probably at Grandmaster level in swordsmanship. He wasn't too far off from the level of god-slaying knife Lu Yongyuan. For Qian Donglu, the path of martial arts was intertwined with the sword. One who uses a knife is a knife sage, one who uses a sword is a sword sage, and one who uses his fists is a boxing sage. Above them all, he was the warrior sage of the era. The figure in Lu Chang's eyes grew larger. He didn't have time to react and could only raise his arm to form a defensive ice layer. Bam! The sounds of ice breaking were mixed with the sounds of collision. Lu Chang, still in midair, flew back and smashed into a high-voltage electric post. The electric post snapped. Lu Chang expanded his back muscles and used the recoil force from the impact. In a split second, he changed his direction agilely and landed elsewhere. He kept his legs together to prevent himself from getting an electric strike. All he could feel was that his arms and the side of his body were extremely sore. If he hadn't formed the eternal ice wall to resist in time, he would have probably suffered fractured bones. Qian Donglu did not pursue him as he had expected. Instead, he paused for a minute to breathe. Lu Chang was suddenly struck with a realization that illuminated his blurry path. He understood that he had committed a grave error. Facing a 1-in-1,000 years talent, the warrior sage of the era, and an extreme expert for the past 10 years, he had subconsciously chosen a conservative approach that reduced error and avoided risk. This had nothing to do with emotions or cowardice, so it didn't fall within the capabilities of the enemy heart-freezing move. As a result, he had contributed to Qian Dongluo's momentum, allowing him to effortlessly execute his martial arts while completely avoiding aggravating the injuries he suffered. I can't let this go on. I have to apply pressure on him. I have to force him to show that he's not in his best shape. Constant avoidance would be equivalent to giving up voluntarily. Considering his grave injuries, the fact that he couldn't use his right arm, and him losing the advantage of home ground, why can't I face off against him directly and go for his life while he's weak? He is also human and has lost before, especially after having had intense matches. Why am I so worried? As these thoughts popped into his head, Lu Chang shook his arm, clenched his fist, and threw it rapidly forward. All the pores on his back were spewing tiny purple flames. They penetrated his body and propelled him forward by several tens of meters in a split second. Like a rocket towards the unsuspecting face of the warrior sage, Qian Donglu. Come on, who's afraid of who? With flames at his back, Lu Chang soared through the sky like a rocket. He closed in on Qian Donglu, crashing into his face with both body and fist. He created this move by mimicking the Nile general Satha and using the advanced proficiency he had in fire sect techniques. He named it 99. The shadow on Qian Dongluo's face grew denser as the fist in his eyes grew bigger. Suddenly, he smiled and drew a sharp breath. His body bulged once more, his muscles propping up tattered clothing. Through the cracks, his pulsing bronze muscles and lightning marks were visible. Clenching his left hand into a fist, Qian Donglu emitted purple lightning from his joints. This stimulated his body, like a simplified version of the secret art of empowerment, and had a dangerous quality to it. Bam! Shoulders swaying, he punched. Offense versus offense. Rumble. The severe distortions in his muscles and tiny deformations in bones were drowned out by the tumbling airwaves and deafening sound of flesh colliding. Electric serpents splattered, scampering in every direction. Teetering, Lu Chang took 2 steps back. Thunder Sect Kung Fu has always been renowned for its brute force. Even after fighting at length and being gravely wounded, Qian Donglu had overpowered Lu Chang, if only slightly. Thump! Lu Chang's retreat was immediately met with Qian Dongluo's advancement. Left leg in motion, he tensed his right leg and executed a kick below the knee. Lu Chang's right fist was still paralyzed after the electrocution. His opponent's moves connected smoothly, like passing clouds or flowing water. He had no chance but to use force concentration to alleviate the effects. Lift thigh, move leg, tense knee. He could only answer the kick with a kick. Bam! Their feet collided. Both of their shoes were reduced to shreds, like fluttering butterflies enveloped in purple flames and wrapped in electric snakes. Lu Chang swung his left leg backward, retreating with the momentum. It was a major retreat, and he put a significant distance between them. When Qian Donglu closed in once more, Lu Chang visualized a small ancient word, a simplified version without any seals or chants. Formation. His sonorous and solemn voice reverberated. The air around them condensed and solidified, trapping Qian Donglu in invisible shackles. A bolt of purple lightning suddenly flashed in the middle of Qian Dongluo's forehead. The terror of the incoming calamity became evident as it suppressed everything uncoordinated or unnatural. The lightning and thunder were swept away. The mysteriousness vanished. The air prison had vanished before it had even taken shape. Lu Chang knew what Thunder Sect moves could do, so he never expected a simplified version of the formation formula to do the trick. However, he had found a brief moment to withdraw his qi and blood, removing his paralysis. Dan force erupting, he charged forward instead of falling back. He swung out his recovered right arm to crush his opponent. A thin layer of purple flames spurted, enveloping his fist and making it appear heavy. At the same time, he stored the strength in his left shoulder, preparing a chop combination attack. He planned to maximize his chance of winning by launching a mad flurry of attacks, taking advantage of the warrior sage's one-arm state. Facing his attacks, Qian Donglu suddenly lowered his body with the agility of an ape. Repositioned, he was now at Lu Cheng's front right, making it awkward for Lu Cheng's second punch to connect. Crackle! Qian Donglu formed his palm as a knife and chopped upward at Lu Cheng's right wrist. The purple flames flowed, electricity spiking outward. Before Lu Cheng could turn sideways and punch with his left arm, Qian Donglu used the rebounding momentum and suddenly bent his own left arm. With a bam, his elbow aimed flawlessly for Lu Cheng's chest. Lu Cheng's poised left arm swung to the side, changing fist to palm and striking horizontally, barely blocking the warrior sage's elbow. Even so, the back of his palm pushed against his chest, making it difficult to breathe. But Lu Cheng didn't have time to worry about that. The hair on his body bristled, and without a second thought, he channeled his qi and blood to stimulate his body, using a simplified fighting formula. Muscles bulging, he struck with his left palm, pushing Qian Donglu away. At the same time, Qian Donglu had smoothly retracted his elbow, changing his ram to a lean, like a small knife followed by a long saber. Rumble! Qian Donglu pushed back a step, leaning on nothing. He exerted his strength to cause a sound similar to a sonic boom. Lu Cheng was secretly relieved. Had he not had his danger premonition ability, his reaction would have lagged, causing him to take a direct hit and suffer the same fate as the Dragon King. Qian Donglu did all of this with just his left arm. With perfect timing, sound judgment, and accurate predictions, he had worked magic with the tritest of moves. Though Lu Cheng himself was a martial artist adept at improvising, he was amateur compared to the warrior sage. The warrior sage was how a true master should be. Without affecting his judgment, Lu Cheng's thoughts flowed orderly within the ice heart. Making use of the gale produced by Qian Donglu's ram, he shifted his center of gravity and swiveled his waist, rapidly circling his opponent. He swung his fist consecutively, creating loud bams. Compared to earlier, he focused more on his mesmerizing snow steps and was able to veer after throwing a punch, regardless of whether it landed. Bam, bam, bam. Generous with his usage of fire force, Lu Cheng's fist was covered in purple flames that shattered outwards. This raised the surrounding temperature once more. The air they inhaled was scorching. This was the application of the move Mirage, suffocating hell. Just as nimbus clouds gathered above him and the magnetic forces on the ground intensified, Lu Cheng threw a scorching punch at the warrior sage, igniting the hot air at the same time. In an instant, he and Qian Donglu were trapped in a sea of flames. The tumbling, fiery waves reminded him of hell. Despite the flames, not a scorch mark formed on Lu Cheng's skin, and only his clothes began to curl at the edges. The flames swarmed around him but did no harm, as though he was Emperor Yen himself. If it came down to controlling fire, he was certain that he could overpower the warrior sage. In such battlefields, the effects of weakening the enemy and strengthening oneself were apparent. But Qian Donglu wasn't one to resign his fate. In the raging sea of flames, before his hair and clothes started burning, he chopped down with his left palm fiercely. A purple scripture flitted across his eyes. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The nimbus clouds in the overcast sky cast down one bolt of lightning after the other. The electricity seemed to have formed a forest that covered the sea of flames. Expressionless, Lu Cheng formed a layer of pure ice to fend off a thunder strike. Then, he moved towards the warrior sage and punched straight towards his heart. With a jolt of his left shoulder, Qian Donglu's palm reached out, attacking Lu Cheng with a mixture of Qina and dislocating techniques. By then, the sea of flames was being gradually doused, and the nimbus clouds slowly dispersing. Pomph! As Qian Donglu grabbed onto Lu Cheng's fist, he felt a sudden bone-chilling coldness. He then saw thick, clear ice spreading across his body, starting at his fingers. Lament of the Ice Queen! Lu Cheng, after driving the fire force away from his body, no longer needed to use force concentration for this move. He had achieved this through the experiences he gained from the master battle. This was the secret weapon he had prepared for this match. Seeing that he was about to be encased in ice, Qian Donglu twisted his arm. He sprang up, spinning at high speed using his frozen fingers as a drill. Zap! Silver electric serpents gushed out and drilled through the thick wall of ice in no time. But Lu Chang didn't seem to mind. His other hand had formed a fist which blasted a scarlet fireball at the airborne Qian Donglu. This was his real intention. Boom! In the sparks, Lu Cheng's silhouette swayed and staggered backward. Electric arcs sprang up and down on his charred right fist. The pain was heart-pounding, and the numbness intense. But Lu Chang was overjoyed rather than upset, because Qian Donglu was blasted back by the impact. His face was covered in dust. His injuries had worsened. Had he not made use of the residue magnetic force on the ground, he would probably have been staggering even more. This was the first time Lu Chang had actually damaged his opponent since the start of the fight. The triumph connected his mind, qi, willpower, and intent. He felt that one. I can win this. Spirited, Lu Chang executed the simplified attainment formula with unstoppable momentum. He produced a whistling sound as he closed in on Qian Donglu's side. With another force concentration and a mad flurry of attacks, he grilled Qian Donglu with the Lord Emperor's purple flame while raising the surrounding temperature. Qian Donglu fended off every attack with simple, yet effective moves. However, he was only able to use one arm and still sustained grave injuries. His blood had become unstable, and he began to feel giddy. Bam! He suddenly flipped his hand, dealing blue palm thunder that forced Lu Chang to dodge. With that opportunity, Qian Donglu flew towards the remaining utility poles as though dragged by an invisible rope. He was trying to return to his home ground territory. Lu Chang slowly raised his palms, forming a hand seal. He had been waiting for this moment. Adjusting the magnetism on his skin, Qian Donglu suddenly veered in an attempt to dodge. But there was a delay in Lu Cheng's movements, which gave Lu Chang the chance to realign his attack. Confrontation, he boomed. Chun Chitao nodded at the sight, a rare gesture from him. The power of that trick was in the delay. Confrontation. The voice that seemed to have come from heaven roared in Qian Donglu's ears. He was immediately overtaken by insuppressible exhaustion and lethargy. He wanted to lie in the shade of a tree and drift off. He wanted to leave the fighting behind and bask in serenity and comfort. This was his favorite state, and he became drunk with it. Lu Chang had known that he might face the warrior sage today, so he had prepared a couple of strategies before heading into the fight. Their effectiveness can be evaluated at another time, but one was to draw out Qian Donglu's innate laziness using the confrontation formula. While Qian Donglu was unmotivated and relaxed, Lu Chang used another attainment formula to close their distance. He landed a crazed flurry of attacks, starting with a left elbow strike, then a right burst punch, then whipping his leg to trip his feet. Relying on his instincts and muscle memory, the one-armed Qian Donglu managed to fend off the attacks. However, Lu Chang eventually broke his stance. Without adjusting his qi and blood, Lu Chang pushed his feet into the ground, turned his body sideways, and rammed at Qian Donglu. Bam! Qian Donglu's arms swung back limply, his ribcage cracked, and he teetered backwards. Lu Chang charged forward using force concentration and the fighting formula. His frame expanded, his vigorous qi and blood seeming capable of delivering pain. He then drew his arm back and punched at the warrior sage. Light gathered in Qian Donglu's eyes. His body turned illusory, like a bolt of lightning. The silver, deep purple and blue bolts dashed away. Without adjusting his qi and blood, Lu Chang hammered down, his eyes locked on his target. Boom! Qian Donglu's legs sank into the ground up to his knees as though an explosion had occurred. There were traces of blood at the corner of his eyes and his lips, and his pupils filled with confusion. Lu Chang was twitching uncontrollably, sparks hopping on his skin. His muscles were completely numb. Spirited, he completed another round of force concentration, alleviating much of the effects. He punched at Qian Donglu's face fiercely. Right as Qian Donglu used to force concentration and used his arm to block, Lu Chang turned at his waist and repositioned himself, appearing behind the warrior sage. His hands reached out, pressing at Qian Donglu's temples. Qian Donglu, like an arrow at the end of its flight, couldn't deal with the attacks coming from both sides. He had run out of answers. Whoosh! The sound of the wind slowed as Lu Cheng's palms stopped. The referee had raised his right arm. Second round. Lu Chang wins. Lu Chang wins the second match. As the voice of the referee entered his ears, and the image of Qian Donglong bending reflected into his eyes, Lu Chang felt as though he was in a dream. I won. I really won. I really won against the warrior sage who's been known worldwide for the last 10 years. Even though he had fought an intense match previously and suffered grave injuries, he was still the supreme expert besides Dragon King. He was the final, magical boss from his teenage dreams. His white clothes were gray with dust, and remnants of the destruction could be seen in the burn holes and blood stains. Perspiration was dripping down Qian Donglu's forehead at a speed visible to Lu Cheng's naked eyes. His right arm sagged powerlessly while he could barely lift his left, which still trembled. Purple sparks flickered in his black hair, which was messed up as if it had been chewed on by dogs. This was what Lu Chang saw of the warrior sage, Qian Donglu, at this moment. His perspective was different from those of the battle videos or interviews. He was looking from the perspective of a victor. He is also a human who can suffer injuries and look like hell. There are times when he's not quick enough. A surge of indescribable emotions welled up in Lu Chang as he experienced a transformation. When he had first entered the circle of physical invulnerability experts and begun to learn the world of title matches and the professional league, he harbored a mentality of respect and yearning. His mindset was of someone on a pilgrimage, which originated from his dreams and years of building up. But now, with Qian Donglu having lost to him, that feeling dissipated suddenly. His dream sank and those exalted names lost their halos. What Lu Chang saw now was what those names truly represented. They were made friends through martial arts and made enemies from fighting against each other to clinch the titles. They were truly living people and opponents that could be defeated. Is this what it's like to have a little of the strong expert's mentality? Lu Chang silently deprecated himself as he retracted both of his hands. When he saw Qian Donglu turned around, he clasped his right fist in his left palm, bowed and said, "Thank you for your guidance." With these words, he was flooded with indescribable happiness. He wanted to share it with his wife, his seniors, his friends, and his family. I finally can say these words to the warrior sage. This feeling was amazing, and Lu Chang was already looking forward to the next time. He was filled with visions of him facing off against a complete warrior sage in the future, which motivated him even more to face his next opponent. No matter who he is, I will challenge him as an enemy. If I lose, I will not be demoralized, and if I win, I will cheer wildly for the victory. Qian Donglu glanced at him and greeted him with a single hand and a slight smile, after which he walked back to the seats of the Shangqing sect, still a little wobbly. This reaction was even more exhilarating than a compliment. Not bad. As Lu Chang thought about it, he tried to use every precious moment to regulate his breathing and blood flow to reduce the numbness and inability to control his body, as he prepared to face off against the second expert from Shangqing sect. Who will it be? And what's their specialty? As he wondered, Lu Chang suddenly realized he didn't know anything about the second physical invulnerability expert from the Shangqing sect. Who is it? Why haven't I paid any attention to it? In the Longhu Club seating area, Chun Chi-Tao didn't move from his upright sitting position. However, the gloominess on his face had faded substantially. Ning Zitong also heaved a sigh of relief and felt more confident about the future. After battling the warrior sage, Lu Cheng's mentality should have undergone quite a change. The strategy of exhaustion is no longer just wishful thinking. Not too shabby, Coach Lu Yen mumbled softly. On the Shangqing sect side, it was nothing out of the ordinary that Peng Liyun had been lost in his head throughout the match. He put himself in the shoes of Lu Chang and watched attentively until the match ended, before sinking deep in thought and pondering what he would do, how he would react to him, and how he could have done better than Lu Cheng. He failed to notice when someone beside him stood up. Lu Cheng wins the second match. In Brutale, dawn had just broken. Yen Zhika raised her arms abruptly and opened her mouth as if to shout. But when the voice reached her throat, she woke from her joy and placed both of his hands over her mouth, so that her stifled shrieks were barely audible. She was in the hotel for the Financial Summit Forum, and the female classmate beside her was still deep in sleep. I almost lost my composure. Yen Zhika glanced at Jennifer before sticking out her tongue, as if she had been caught in the act. She went back to the screen and quickly took a screenshot before it changed. After which, she read through it several times in detail before making a copy and giddily emailing it to herself. Taking out her laptop, she logged into her account, opened the storage drive, and located a folder named Foolish People Have Good Luck. She copied and pasted the received screenshot into the folder and downloaded the videos that were made available. After transferring the videos, she saw older titles such as Husky's First Physical Invulnerability Match and Silly Chung Finally Defeats Peng Liyun, among others. After keeping silent for a while, she excitedly gave a new name to the new videos and screenshots. One of them was First Battle with Warrior Sage, and another Chung is the Best. Covering her mouth and lifting her head, she looked out the window. Suddenly, she let out an "Oh! I almost forgot that this isn't a title match. Chung still has another battle." Yen Zhika solemnly took out her tablet. Who is his opponent? The second match, Lu Cheng wins. Kai Zhongming had forgotten his joy in complaining about the commentators. He was looking at the image where Lu Cheng held his palms to Qian Dongluo's temples. It was as though he wanted to dissect the image down to pixels to look for signs of Photoshop, or blaze the image into his memory. When Lu Cheng made the great leap to become a physical invulnerability expert, he had similar feelings, though they had diminished by now. Is this expert, with his hands against the warrior sage's temples, truly the same friend who had dressed badly, lacked confidence, and feared taking any risks in the past? If anyone else knew, they would have a great time making fun of him. He had watched him transform slowly and achieve his success gradually. However, when Lu Cheng reached the stage, a place he'd never dreamed he'd stand, wasn't it natural to feel like everything was unreal? Kai Zhongming took a breath to calm himself before posting a comment saying, "My brother." When his message was sent, it immediately drew intense replies. His screen exploded in notifications. "My best friend. My older brother. My husband. The father of my child. My father. Grandfather. Damn, who are these people? They're more shameless than me." Kai Zhongming burst into laughter. Lu Cheng wins the second match. When she heard the sentence "Eternal Nightfall," Yen Xiaoling immediately jumped up and took a screenshot before uploading it to the forum. Haha! His first successful challenge against the warrior sage. What's so special? I mean, fighting in the professional league, it was just a matter of time before something like this happened. The unparalleled Dragon King forum faked nonchalance regarding Yen Xiaoling's excitement. She didn't mind at all and laughed. The beginning of everything is always harder. With this success, there will be another one that follows. He fought Warrior Sage at 30% of his strength. Next time it will be 50, then 70, then 90, then a perfect form Raging Warrior Sage. Just thinking about it is exciting. Do you think this is a game? How do you even come up with this? Replied a shocked Brahmin. I'm just applying what I've learned. Thinking about what that means. I'm going to cry now, said Yen Xiaoling. Nye Chi and the others breathed sighs of relief and commented. She's still the silly Ling. Still that emotionally challenged girl. Alright, let's stop talking. The third match is starting soon. The unparalleled Dragon King reminded. Damn, I almost forgot. Yen Xiaoling cursed. Who is his opponent? Brahmin was completely lost. Probably. Unparalleled Dragon King glanced at the participant list before announcing, Taoist Lightless. Why do I feel like that name is spelt incorrectly? Lu Cheng saw his next opponent. He had silverish white and black hair in roughly equal proportions, looked amiable and peaceful, wasn't tall or short, wasn't fat or skinny. Overall, he looked like an average man, with no unique characteristics to make him stand out. Taoist Wu Guang. Lu Cheng finally recalled the name from the depths of his memories. The sect leader of Shangqing sect and a title expert who no one can even remember. Before coming to Sky Thunder Mountain, I watched many matches of him. I also concluded several useful things about him and made targeted preparation. How did I almost forget about him? What did I find out about him previously? Why do I feel like he's pretty ordinary with no specialty? As Lu Cheng raked his brain to try to recall, Taoist Wu Guang had already placed his shimmering longsword in front of him. There was a distance of 30 meters between them and several high-voltage electric posts that had fallen. Strands of broken cables intersected on the floor and formed a contrast against the remaining cables still hanging in the air. Lu Cheng tried to recall his opponent's information to no avail. He looked at Taoist Wu Guang standing across from him, then at the referee at the edge of the area raising his right hand. He was forgetting something important. The referee looked at both parties, then swung his arm down. "Begin!" he shouted at the top of his lungs. Ding! The metallic long sword left Taoist Wu Guang's hands with a dragon's roar, enwreathed in silver, flowing electricity. A sword manipulation. The sight jogged Lu Cheng's memory. He remembered what he was forgetting. Taoist Wu Guang was a swordsman, but unlike normal swordsmen, he could control a flying sword, an ability straight out of a storybook. Swish! The sword enwreathed in silver electricity shot out, gaining speed and power under the influence of the magnetic field, like a soaring dragon or a bullet. Lu Cheng instinctively formed a scarlet fireball to blast at the lightning sword. As the two projectiles were about to collide, Taoist Wu Guang made an unexpected move. With a flick of the finger, the electromagnetic flying sword veered upward to avoid the fireball. The flying sword seemed to have a life of its own. Even without direct contact with Taoist Wu Guang, it stayed on track. He controlled the sword effortlessly, as though it was a shapeless arm extending from him. This was an advanced application of electromagnetic forces, and its effects were strengthened by the Shangqing sect's home ground advantage. If they were fighting elsewhere, Taoist Wu Guang would have needed some time to warm up and get used to the environment before using this move. How could you call it sword manipulation, after all, if you couldn't control it freely? As the silver sword sprang up, the scarlet fireball missed its mark. Lu Cheng felt a chill run down his spine. As his opponent focused on adjusting the trajectory of the sword, he used enemy heart-freezing move to stay calm while creating a golden fireball. Under his command, the fireball flew upwards, crashing into the tip of the sword. At that moment, the silver sword spun mid-flight, allowing the golden fireball to pass through. It was truly as though it had a mind of its own. However, as the golden fireball flew past it, minor explosions were triggered from within. Under the influence of Lu Cheng's intense mind power, the fireball veered and went after the sword once more. The golden fireball in 9 rotations of 5 flames is created with the techniques from Fire Force and Golden Godly Flames and can be controlled after launching. An expert user could make it veer even a second or third time. Though Lu Cheng didn't specialize in Fire Force or have a high-level mastery in Golden Godly Flames, he had mastered the second veer technique earlier than most. His fusion of martial arts and cultivation gave him more mind power than those of the same pin, along with the special properties of the golden flames. In addition, balancing ice and fire had strengthened his sense of control. Dragging its fiery tail, the golden fireball collided into the silver sword that had lost its momentum. Suddenly, Taoist Wu Guang brought his index and middle finger together and pointed up. The sword accelerated immediately and easily left its pursuer in the dust. The silver sword sprang up, accelerating in the magnetic field. Having already covered most of the distance, it arrived before Lu Cheng right almost immediately after escaping the golden fireball. Unable to dodge in time, Lu Cheng raised his arms and clapped his hands together, clamping the tip of the sword in between. Layers of crystal clear ice formed in his palms. His body, being a poor conductor of electricity, held off the inflowing effects of paralysis. At that moment, Lu Cheng suddenly had a danger premonition. He felt like he was forgetting something. Taoist Wuguang, standing at 30 meters away, gave up control over his flying sword with indifference. He put his palms together and calmly clapped. Rumble! The roar of thunder reverberated in Lu Cheng's heart. He started, ears ringing and vision cloudy, like a 1,000-years-old pagoda tree bowing down to a calamity. Luckily, his ice heart was only slightly affected, and he managed to collect himself within a short time. Then, instinctively, he dodged to the side. Sizzle! Taoist Wuguang's palms parted, creating a bolt of maroon lightning the thickness of a cicada's wing. Immediately after its formation, the lightning zoomed across the meters between them and slashed at Lu Cheng from behind, leaving a hideous wound. Electric serpents danced at his charred but bloodless wound, deep enough to reveal bone. It extended all the way from below his shoulder to the bottom of his latissimus dorsi muscle. Had Lu Cheng not anticipated the attack and dodged accordingly, it would have caught him from the front, severely damaging his vital organs like lungs and heart. At that moment, Lu Cheng remembered. He had forgotten that Taoist Wuguang had other tricks up his sleeve aside from sword manipulation. This should have been obvious from the moment he used a move from the physical invulnerability chapters. The fact that he had overlooked it was astonishing. Externally, his opponent had his electromagnetic sword, which he could control remotely and freely. Internally, his opponent knew all kinds of secret arts. If he focused on dealing with the flying sword, he might make himself susceptible to killing moves like thunder from a clear sky, cloudless thunderblade. On the other hand, if he moved in and fought at close distance, he would have to split his attention to avoid a sneak attack from the hovering sword. Either way, he wouldn't be able to fight at full strength. That wouldn't do if he wanted to defeat Taoist Wuguang. The thought discouraged Lu Cheng from using force concentration to reduce the electrifying effects on his back. Instead, he turned on his waist and used his footwork to sweep up a frigid wind filled with snowflakes. It allowed him to avoid the sword's horizontal cleave by a hair's breadth. In the whistling gales and heavy snow, Lu Cheng turned into a wobbly figure reminiscent of childhood. Round-bottomed doll, swaying left and right in the snowy environment. Soon, he proved to be more agile than the flying sword that had difficulty making turns. He began advancing towards Taoist Wuguang. However, the shorter the distance, the smoother the sword's movements became. Lu Cheng began to feel like Taoist Wuguang was directly stabbing at him with the sword, making it much harder for him to move about. As Lu Cheng took a step forward, the silver sword chopped down with a metallic sheen, nearly leaving a gash on his back. He whirled around. His hands had already readied a seal. With the ancient character appearing in his mind, he solemnly chanted, "Formation!" The air began contracting, densifying into formless shackles that trapped the sword. Since sweeping up the snowy gales, Lu Cheng's plan had been to make a sneak attack on the long sword while pretending to target Wuguang. Once he destroyed the enemy's weapon of expertise, he could concentrate on engaging in close-quarter combat. He wouldn't be able to last long if he didn't make a sacrifice here. The long sword quivered on spot, trying to break free. Behind Lu Cheng, a faint purple and scarlet fireball formed. As he hammered his fist down, they hovered and congregated. That moment, the only thing in his eyes was the electromagnetic sword. He realized he had forgotten something else. A distance away, Taoist Wuguang raised his hand and flipped his palm in a pensive manner. A bolt of blue flashed past. Lu Cheng's hair bristled immediately. Without hesitating, he gave up attacking the long sword. As he detonated the scarlet fireball where he stood, he compacted himself and leapt to the side. Pam! A bolt of blue lightning struck down at where he had stood, leaving a deep ditch in the charred, smoldering ground. In his ice heart, Lu Cheng could see a reflection of this scene clearly. Shock made him come to his senses. Shit! I completely forgot my opponent Wuguang. The only thing on my mind was the flying sword. Whenever I get distracted by the electromagnetic sword, I forget about the main enemy, his skills, or even his existence. This definitely isn't normal. Lu Chang had a hunch that had to do with Wu Guang's low profile and the fact that managed to avoid attention. Could this be his supernatural ability? The higher he progressed in his stage, the more effective it became. When out of combat, it could make others subconsciously dismiss information about him as unimportant, thereby forgetting and neglecting him. However, its effectiveness is reduced during combat when the opponent is focused and wary of his presence. That's why he practiced sword manipulation. With the sword acting separately from the user, it helped weaken his presence by drawing attention away from him. Empress Luo and the others had never warned him about this, likely because they had neglected it as well. When this match ended, he himself might not care about it, dismissing it as something ordinary and forgettable. That won't do. I have to jot it down when we're done. Lu Cheng's thoughts didn't affect his slick footwork, as he carefully avoided the area with scattered power lines and strong magnetic fields. He had summoned a heavy blizzard at the mountain's summit, which somewhat concealed his tracks. As he searched for a way to deal with Taoist Wu Guang's uncanny ability, he made time to tend to the wound on his back and alleviate the paralysis effect. However, the electromagnetic longsword tracked him relentlessly as if attracted by him. He couldn't pause for a second, lest he get distracted again. As he maneuvered, Lu Chang used his ice heart to produce a clear reflection of his surroundings. From the corner of his eye, he kept an eye on Taoist Wu Guang so that he couldn't slip out of his attention. Just like this, they circled. That's when Lu Chang noticed a smooth rock beside his opponent. It had been split in half and covered with scorch marks. That rock. Lu Chang had an idea. Thought Wugwag could divert attention from himself. Taoist Wu Guang's supernatural ability couldn't mask the environment. I might neglect him, but I won't forget about the landscape around him. By compiling sources of external information, I can build a mind palace. If I can associate him to various landmarks around him, won't my problem be solved? Having decided, Lu Chang sequentially generated the 5 colored fireballs around him, which orbited him like satellites. After one last glance to make sure that Taoist Wu Guang's position wasn't changing, Lu Chang turned and clenched his fist, punching at the pursuing electromagnetic longsword. His ice-wrapped fist smashed into the electric sword's tip. At the same time, the 5 fireballs orbiting around him blasted out at the charred, halved rock and the area around it, therefore including Taoist Wu Guang. Seeing this, Taoist Wu Guang lowered his stance, sprang up, and dashed far in a thunderous motion. Explosions boomed ceaselessly in his wake, sweeping up smoke and dust. Purple and golden lightning intertwined, clashing with the fireballs. As Taoist Wu Guang evaded, the movements of the electromagnetic longsword became dull, as though it had lost its life. Lu Cheng's punch caught it, distorted it and sent it flying. The sword whimpered in its flight. After knocking away the electromagnetic longsword, Lu Chang used techniques from the cosmic universe style to form scorching red, faint purple, light blue, gold, and dazzling white fireballs. He cannon blasted them one after another at Taoist Wu Guang. Lu Chang conserved 3 fireballs to rotate around him like satellites, as if he possessed some mythical, supernatural ability. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Lu Chang shot his multicolored missiles like a cannon, forcing Taoist Wu Guang to dodge his attacks. The long sword regained its spirituality, moving freely and gracefully around Lu Chang, attempting to cut, hack, slash, pare, pierce, smear, flick, or crush him in whatever way it could. If Lu Chang got distracted dealing with Taoist Wu Guang and let his guard down, the long sword could easily disrupt his 5 flames or even kill him. However, although Lu Chang looked off into the distance, he kept his mind close. Taking note of the objects around Taoist Wu Guang, he reflected his surroundings and didn't let his guard slip even a bit. Whenever the electromagnetic longsword targeted a fireball, he launched that fireball out first. The longsword attacks didn't bother him at all. He relied entirely on his intuition for danger. At the most critical points, he moved his hands according to instinct, wearing a layer of ice gloves to hit the body of the longsword directly and send it flying away. This battle was maintained for some time. Neither Lu Chang nor Taoist Wuguang could find a quick way to break this deadlock exchange. All they could do was endure and wait for other opportunities to arise. For Lu Chang, this was great. He had not forgotten that his goal was to exhaust the other party as much as possible, which was how the current situation was playing out. Taoist Wuguang's movements got quicker and quicker. Each step brought with it howling wind as the mountain peak was shrouded in a low humming sound. Clouds gathered and the skies became as dark as lead. These were the signs of an extreme thunderstorm. Silvery blue and white lightning gathered and jumped between the ominous clouds, emitting an aura of impending destruction. Bam! As Taoist Wuguang strode out, sparks of fire shot from his back. The dark clouds in the skies expanded, shrouding everything in gray. He was the kind of person to not look back at the explosions. Keeping his movements small, he pressed his palm and directed the long sword to slash through the darkness towards his opponent. Lu Chang sensed it coming and swung his arm out. A clear, crystal-like material encased his fist, surrounded by chilling air. Bam! Lu Chang's punch collided with the edge of the sword, blasting with cold air as it struck. Then a dazzling light shot out from the air. Thick white lightning illuminated the area. It flickered dangerously like a beast waving its claws. It seemed to be attracted to the longsword as it headed directly towards it. The lightning speed was beyond what one could handle. When it appeared, it exceeded Lu Cheng's reaction time to sense danger and hit its target accurately. The longsword shone with blinding rays. With a loud crack, the sword crushed his enemy's ice crystal gloves. The heavenly lightning was directed by the sword. At that moment, the sound of thunder erupted, resonating throughout the area and shocking everyone to silence. Zzzt, zzzt, zzzt. The lingering electric current in the long sword rushed into Lu Cheng's fist, causing his skin blacken rapidly and his left arm to shake violently, which quickly spread to his entire body. Although Lu Chang wanted to move, he seemed to be stuck in place. After getting past the initial phase of numbness, Lu Chang barely held on. He gathered his remaining force, retracted his breathing and blood flow, concentrated his mind and power into his diaphragm, and pulled his left hand back with all his might to break the connection. However, Taoist Wuguang had already closed the distance between them. He held the hilt of his sword firmly in his right hand and raised it up before hacking down again. Another bolt of lightning struck at the same time. After being flushed with heavenly lightning, Taoist Wuguang seemed to temporarily lose the ability to control his sword. Bam! Lu Chang exploded his Dan Qi and expanded his muscles. At the speed of lightning, his fist ejected the lightning that had invaded his body. He reformed a thick layer of ice over his fist. Rumble! 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 Taoist Wuguang's swordplay quickened with each move. Every strike attracted the heavenly lightning, which increased the might of his attack to an incredible level. His swordplay was practical, lacking any elegant flourishes. However, it had a magical feeling that made it seem like part of the lightning itself. Though lightning was a natural occurrence in the world, this lightning seemed especially unique, as if it operated under the laws of magic. After all 9 calamities had fallen, there was no longer a gap between the sword and the lightning. They resonated perfectly with each other. Although Lu Chang had expended all of his energy in defense, and even used the momentum to raise the temperature to a suffocating hell, he still found it hard to break through and sustain himself. Pala! The light from the sword expanded rapidly, transformed into a straight bolt of lightning, and hacked onto the guard Lu Chang had formed with his arms. His ice wall shattered upon contact and Lu Cheng's body began fuming and twitching. His legs went numb and he flew back uncontrollably. Lu Chang didn't care anymore. He threw the last 3 fireballs rotating around him, and the purple, red, and golden lights instantly intertwined. Rumble! The giant fire and exaggerated smoke forced Taoist Wuguang to dodge and retract his sword in defense. However, Lu Chang didn't have time to catch his breath. The moment he landed on the ground, his legs wobbled and his whole body went numb. He staggered forward as his aura dulled and his breathing became weak. Clearly, his injuries from the lightning strike were grave, and he couldn't even execute a forced concentration at that moment. Yanjika and the others watching the match bit their lips and gasped. Seeing this, Taoist Wuguang rotated his feet, recovered from the lingering shockwave of the explosion, and pounced towards his opponent, long sword in hand. Electric snakes circulated through his sword and his body. Lu Cheng quickly stabilized himself. He straightened his back and threw out his punches like a dragon in the sea. Extreme darkness surrounded him with dots of fire force embedded in it like the countless stars in the night skies. As they filled the darkness, an ominous feeling of danger emanated. Lu Cheng's unique root skill, Cosmic Universe. His previous weakness was in fact only half true and half pretense. Using the secret arts of cultivation, he had masked his true condition to make his body seem weak and paralyzed in order to lure Taoist Wuguang into his trap. This was one of the methods he had prepared before the match. It was his way of turning the tables when he was completely overwhelmed. If he hadn't prepared it specially for the sect leader of the Shangxing sect, he may have forgotten about it. Bam! Lu Cheng threw a punch and the darkness flooded outwards. Taoist Wuguang was completely shrouded in it. Although the electricity emitted by his body and sword destroyed the layers of ice, they gradually grew weaker in the chill and eventually dissipated. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Stars flew towards his enemy one after another in rapid succession. They destroyed the crystal coffin, blasting Taoist Wuguang. When the last layer of ice was loosened, Taoist Wuguang suddenly threw down his long sword. A lightning bolt shot out from both hands, one purple and the other blue, following which, lightning rays rotated rapidly and the colors mixed as they collided. Silently, the light from the stars was robbed by darkness, leaving only a black, spherical object. Hidden within it was lightning that sucked in everything before exploding outwards. The eighth move of the Thunder Sect, Yin-Yang Reversal, Darkness Devourer. Rumble. Light and fire shot out. Lu Cheng, who had been preparing for another strike, had no choice but to twist his waist and generate strong winds. Even so, he felt a burning pain where the reversal had grazed him. The storm seemed to be subsiding and the figure of Taoist Wuguang appeared once again. The hairpin keeping his hair in a bun had broken, and his black and gray hair fell down in a mess. The sleeves over both of his hands had disappeared, revealing thick, strong arms that were clearly unusual for someone of his age. Nonetheless, they were bloody with multiple wounds. The rest of his body was covered in cracks and burns. Some of the wounds were so deep that you could see the white bones beneath. He was no longer that ordinary person he'd been before, but now appeared wretched. As his aura plunged rapidly, he raised his finger and made the remaining ominous clouds in the skies collapse. Bolts of lightning struck down according to the setup of the home ground, as though he was plowing the earth. Rumble! Rumble! Amidst the lightning forest, Lu Cheng endured his injuries as he reacted. Sometimes he twisted with amazing footwork to avoid them, while at other times he struck at the electric snakes with his punches. Just as he was about to endure another wave of attacks, he felt an intuition for danger. Without thinking, he took a step diagonally and smashed his forearm to the side. Bam! His arm, which was covered in ice wall, struck the electric sword as he sent it flying back. Unknowingly, Taoist Wuguang's longsword had started flying again and was almost successful in its ambush. Despite executing his attack and the fact that the heavenly lightning clouds had dissipated, Lu Cheng felt no joy. Instead, he felt a stronger sense of danger. Pa! He ignited the remaining Emperor Yen force in his body and shifted to his side. Taoist Wuguang's figure had appeared rapidly behind him without attracting anyone's attention. Seeing that he had avoided him at the last minute, Taoist Wuguang's maintained his poker face. He flipped his palm as though he had prepared for this and faced it towards the skies. A purple symbol flickered in his eyes. Just as Lu Cheng was slowing down from the propulsion, he saw something flash suddenly past. Purple lightning formed above his head before striking down majestically. After making several dodges, he could barely move his head in time to avoid the purple lightning. His shoulder was still hit directly. Pa! He was shrouded in the penetrating light. The next moment, he felt every inch of his bones as he was paralyzed in that spot, shaking uncontrollably. The first move of Thunder Sect, Alternative Heaven's Punishment. Swoosh! Taoist Wuguang wiggled his finger and the electromagnetic longsword accelerated one again. It moved faster and faster until it shot out like a cannon. It stopped suddenly right between Lu Cheng's eyebrows. Lu Cheng only managed to breathe when the scene was over. All he could do was resign to his fate. The referee raised his right hand and announced loudly, Taoist Wuguang wins the third round.